You are watching the Inside Edge Network. Double A Anthony Alford alongside the man they call Moon, Eli Moon. We are so excited each and every single weeknight to bring to you a continuous string of programming right here on the Inside Edge Network.
Absolutely, Double A. We will start at 8 o'clock sharp with the Daily Spiral. Autumn Chisholm bringing you everything you need to know from pop culture and entertainment and, of course, sports. And Autumn gives a very, very interesting take on a lot of things. We may get into it from time to time, but we love her, and you're going to love it as well. From 8 to 9, that's Daily Spiral, right into Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. Your favorite afternoon show is Join the Evening Stream, and you're getting all your late-night news talk. Of course, Kyle has some strong opinions on the sports world and other things as well. He'll usher it in right into Inside Edge Primetime Double A. Chad B and I, Chad Bryan, we're going to rock out. We're going to do our thing from 10 to 11:30 now. We get an extra half hour. We get to cut loose a little bit, and we can't wait to get just entertaining, fun, and have a lot of great moments with you for an extra half hour. And then, of course, we hand the keys off to you. I hope you're ready to drive the Benz. But from 11:30 to 1, midnight run with an extra half hour now.
And listen, we going to be running. We going to be sprinting. We're going to be getting after it. Listen, the key to this lineup and the key to these shows, you're getting everything. You're getting entertainment. You're getting local community news. You're getting music. You're getting your top sports headlines. And if you're a foodie, I'm talking to you. You like steak. You like eggs. You like whatever. We have it all covered for you here on the Inside Edge Network across our stream. Dude, let me tell you, Eli, this is incredible to have this digital space, to do this every single night. People at night, they're looking for something to tune in, something to just watch, just people to vibe with. Are we still allowed to say vibe?
I don't know.
Oh, don't tell us we couldn't say vibing.
I don't know. And she'll answer this probably almost every night when we said that right now about vibes. But you know what? Like you said, music, sports, entertainment, mental health, community. That's what we're about. And we are going to bring that to each and every one of you every single night that's been with us since the start or is jumping on right now for the ride. We're excited. Double A, myself, Kyle, Autumn, Chad. We are so excited to rock with you for not just 3 hours this time around. We're rocking with you for 5 hours, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Where else could you be in the evening but with the Inside Edge Network?
Yeah, we hope you guys tune in again. This broadcast, thanks to all of our partners, thanks to you, and thanks again to the Brothers Lounge, of course, sponsoring us here at the Inside Edge Network. West 117th in Detroit, right on the Cleveland-Lakewood border. We have you covered. But guess what, folks? That's enough from us right now. You're going to see us. You're going to hear us a little bit later on. You got Eli Prime Time. You got me at Midnight Run. But coming up, we got the Daily Spiral. We got Unfiltered coming your way next. This is Cleveland's digital leader. This is the Inside Edge Network.
Welcome into the Daily Spiral, everyone. Eli, how you doing tonight?
Oh, I am fantastic, Autumn. I appreciate you asking. It was a nice, warm summer day. We're not going to get many more of those, so I'm going to enjoy them while we have them, but doing good. Just running around with Papa Moon, got some food. I can't really complain. And my pop intake's been lower than normal. I don't know if that'll continue, but this week, maybe like 2 or 3 cans of pop, so that's like a record. We're off to a pretty good start. It's Thursday. Feeling good. How are you?
As you can hear, I'm still sick. I'm still suffering from a cold. I forgot to tell you this off camera, but that lovely 10-year situationship that I told you is super toxic?
Yes.
Yeah, I was confirmed some information that I thought was true. Okay.
Okay. Not
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, not good. But speaking of situationships,
Yes.
James Harden. Okay. It was announced that he signed a 3-year. Let me repeat. Let me repeat what I'm about to tell you. What James Harden did today. According to Shams, James Harden has agreed to a new 3-year, $97 million contract to return to our beautiful, lovely Cleveland Cavaliers with a player option and a trade kicker via his agents Mike Silverman, Troy Payne, and Brandon Greer of Equity Sports. He then also released a training video with some of his Cavs teammates working out in Arizona. And it was also reported that his career earnings in the NBA will now reach $511 million.
Yeah.
He is the fourth player
Oof.
in NBA history to make over $500 million, joining LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and Stephen Curry. He will also be 37 next week.
Yep.
And he will become the second player in league history to sign over a $90 million in guaranteed salary at age 37. And LeBron was the other one. Whew. Okay.
Yeah. That was a lot. There's a lot of money, a lot of things going on, and I'll let you start. This is your show, but I have some thoughts when it comes to this because last night, as opposed to earlier today, my emotions on the Cavaliers this upcoming season kind of changed a little bit. But I'll let you start it off here, Autumn. This is your show.
Yeah. Okay. So last night, the Cavs acquired. Well, they got rid of one big contract that wasn't working out with Max Strus. Right.
Mhm.
I love Max Strus. Thought he did great when he was here. He just couldn't stay healthy. That was his big thing. Right.
Right.
They get younger by getting Peyton Watson. Right.
Yes.
They also get Whitmore as well, Cam Whitmore, and I was like, oh my god, like they're getting younger, they shoring up like positions. I'm like, they're preparing for the future.
Right.
And then this morning I see this James Harden news, and I'm like, what the hell happened? Like, what happened overnight to where they were like, you know what? Let's give him all this money at 37.
Yeah. And
especially after the performance he made in the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing, Autumn, and that's what's been frustrating. Kyle Cornell, obviously, host of Unfiltered, you'll see him at the top of the hour here on the same stream. We're all together now. But Kyle brought it up, you have the bird right, so the Cavs can afford to go a little bit over into that second apron. Looks like I think they were able to stay under it a hair, it appeared. I'm still doing some research on all of it, but it appears contract-wise, the Cavs were able to keep into a comfortability zone where they were able to sign Peyton Watson that deal yesterday, 4-year, $88 million deal. And then obviously signed James Harden to this 3-year, $97 million deal today. I believe $90 million of it guaranteed. So you have a lot going on when it comes to the Cavaliers and where they're at, not only this season, but in the future, because you had about $32 million. The rumors were going around yesterday. I saw a video from ESPN's Bobby Marks about, hey, they are probably going to stretch and waive Cam Whitmore. And now we're still waiting to hear what the exact thing's going on, but that was really the big move was Peyton Watson, but it was going to allow the Cavs to maybe sign one more player. I don't know how they do. I mean, this is $97 million a year, or sorry, for the contract. That's broken down a little bit, close to $30 million per year on average. I mean, that's something that's pretty crazy to think about when the Cavaliers just went on a little bit of a youth run for a half second. Last night we were talking about Jordan Tyson, Cam Whitmore. We're having a conversation about the new acquisition, Peyton Watson, who, for those that aren't familiar with his game, when Nikola Jokic was out in Denver, he was absolutely having a fantastic season in that stretch of time. I mean, 20-point games left and right. He was really efficient on the offensive side, and defensively, he was really sound for Denver. So this is somebody I was excited about, and I said, man, if I'm the Cavaliers, I was talking to Chad last night. I said, if we're the Cavaliers, if I'm the Cavaliers, if we're in the front office, I'd go look at some other options out there. There were a ton of options out there to add depth. I know it's a little bit more slim pickings than it was, say, July 8th, July 9th, whatever have you. But there was Jamal Sheed, who's still, I believe, out there as a restricted free agent for the Toronto Raptors. He's 23 years old. I believe 22, 23 years old. This is the guy that we're talking about building around somebody for the Cavaliers, Autumn. And I don't know if it's Donovan Mitchell. I think Donovan Mitchell is that appreciation Cavalier where we want to win a championship. We're always going to be competitive because you've trusted in us 2 times when a contract's been due. But I believe the Cavaliers are really building around Evan Mobley. And whether people want to hear that, whether they don't want to hear that, that's okay. But I do believe the Cavaliers are building towards Evan Mobley, Peyton Watson now in that fold. Jalen Tyson, I'd imagine, stays in that fold. And then whatever else they can add in the future. They're slim pickings on draft picks. They have traded away damn near every draft pick they have. They won't have one this upcoming draft. They have one in 28, but it's the worst of them, Utah, and I believe it was the Clippers, or Lakers, I believe, but one of the Los Angeles teams. And they have that as well. So they're lacking first-rounders, and now they bring James Harden on for almost $30 million per year, a guy that, to your point, will be 39, 40 years old by the time this contract's up. He has a trade kicker, so that means if you got to move him, and by the way, the no-trade clause is going to be a pain in the behind too, or excuse me, the trade kicker alone is going to be a pain in the behind to move him. It's basically like a no-trade clause because of how much money that bonus goes to James Harden. I don't know. I'm just not very thrilled about all of this. You see a guy that has consistently made money, and I get it. He's a great player. James Harden, I'm not going to knock him as far as a great player. But when it comes down to the Cavaliers overspending, they overspent on a guy that wasn't going to get this on the open market. And the player option scares me too, because if we're 2 years in and it's been a mess and it's a sloppy playoff run, we see what we saw at glimpses this past postseason. And then he gets to decide if he wants to stay here. That's a problem for the Cavaliers. Of course, they can look to trade him, but 39 years old, who's really going to be budging, to move for James Harden?
I'm just confused on what they looked at this offseason, right? Because you get Malik Thomas, and he has a great summer league, right?
Yeah.
You re-signed Donovan Mitchell to an extension. Okay, you shore up your big star. You get a young star, right? You get rid of Max Strus, like I said earlier. You get a big contract off your books, right? You got the players off your books that are injury prone, right? You got both Darius Garland and Max Strus, right? Those are your two big players that are always injured, right?
Right.
But you lose Dean Wade, which you got to replace him somewhere. And then you pick up Cam Whitmore and you pick up Peyton Watson.
Right.
You lose out on the LeBron James sweepstakes that would have put you as a championship contender. 100%. We all said that. And instead of saying, you know what, LeBron's contract is for a year with an option, right? Let's give it a year, see how he does in Philly, and then come back next year. And if we are still in the same place, let's probably, negotiate a contract. But instead, you say, let's give $100 million to James Harden, which makes no sense. I don't understand what Kobe Altman is doing. Like sometimes he'll have like a great thing going, and then he'll do something like this.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, but now here's the thing. First, and I understand the LeBron thing is enticing to bring up for next season, but I'm going to be so honest with you, Autumn, that ship has come and sailed. LeBron is not coming back here. And the reality, though, is the Cavaliers are in an arms race where I don't know if they have enough to really compete with the rest of the Eastern Conference. They've spent a ton, if not most of the rest of the available money they have into James Harden. So now their options are limited. Again, I would have rather elected for some depth. Talking to Kyle, talking to Chad, you had Jamal Sheed, you could at least send an offer out there. Toronto's going to have to match that as a restricted free agent. A young guy that could fit into this fold, plays the point guard position. There's other guys out there you could have looked at to maybe come in. Gabe Vincent's not necessarily the most interesting option, I guess, when you look at other free agents. But when you see that's available, 30 years old, and has finals experience with Miami, maybe you throw a flyer at Gabe Vincent and just add some of these depth pieces. Because this is a Cavaliers team that lost Dean Wade, lost Keon Ellis, Dennis Schroeder via trade, and now through this trade, Max Strus and Trey Mann, who spent maybe 4 days here. But all that to be said, we do have obviously the addition of Peyton Watson. My opinion, the Cavaliers, they may be a contender, and I'll get more into it like tonight, but I just don't know if this is the move. If the move was solely because you had nobody to run the point, because all the players you've mentioned that are on this team, the youth movement, none of them play point guard. They are wings and they are big men. So if it's the only idea is just to bring back a point guard that you at least have some familiarity with and can trust, sure. But he wasn't going to get this on the open market. And I almost would have wished the Cavaliers could have called his bluff. Make Miami or one of these other teams pay for James Harden. They already have a ton of money invested in Giannis Antetokounmpo in Miami's case, and also Bam Adebayo. make Miami go spend that much money. Go make another team spend that much money. I do believe the Cavaliers wanted to make this a 3-year deal as opposed to a 2 because they wanted to have a little bit more room to flex it out cap space wise. A 2-year, $60 million or maybe more deal could have been rough, but this isn't much better. And the fact that a lot of it's guaranteed, we have experience in Cleveland recently with a guy that comes here late in his career. In Deshaun Watson's case, spent a lot of time talking about him on the network yesterday, in his prime, gets guaranteed money, and it's almost like they forget how to be available. And when they're on the field or on the court, they aren't very effective. And that's my concern with James Harden. There's a guy who's 37 years old very, very soon, Autumn, and he can't drop the ball. He's being brought back as the expectation, hey, what you did last year, let's build upon it. But now he's got that guarantee, regardless if the Cavaliers go to the finals or they go in the first round. They're in trouble if James Harden isn't all the way there, like mentality-wise, for the Cavaliers.
I think I got it. As you were talking, I think I understand why they did this, right? Remember
that?
when they traded for him?
Yes.
And the chemistry sort of went from like, oh, they kind of know what they're doing, but like it went from like, oh, they really know what they're doing. They're hitting a second stride, right? They got a better. I think this is like, okay, we gave you half a season to show, right?
Yes.
This time we're going to give you a couple seasons to see if we can get you over the hump, because say what you want to say, after his last couple stops, James Harden actually did play some of his best ball here in Cleveland. Okay? Say what you want to say. The end of last season was pretty good. It's just when he gets into the playoffs, something happens in those game sevens where he just cannot like mentally like just check back in, right?
Yeah.
But I think if you shore up Donovan, you're probably gonna build around Evan Mobley like we say. Jared Allen, you're probably going to give him a little bit more leeway. I think this is probably his last year to sort of see what the hell is going on. But you have gotten younger, so you're building younger and older. But I think they just want to see the chemistry of like, okay, can this work? We saw that it worked in the second half. Can this work for a full year? Do I think it could work for a full year? Possibly. If James Harden shows up and he's not injured and he's not going to strip clubs and he's on his A game, I think that they could be a really, really good team. But that's him having to show up.
Right.
That's what's going to be predicated on.
Correct. And the worrisome thing is also, we're not worried about 1-82 anymore in Cleveland. The Cavaliers have showed what they look like as a 1 seed against Indiana a few years ago. They showed what they looked like, as a 4 seed in the Eastern Conference. So I think as long as they get in as one of those top 4 teams, fantastic. I agree with you. The chemistry needs to be there with Harden, and they have a little bit of familiarity from that postseason run, and they can run it back. But I'm not really worried about 1-82 anymore, Autumn. I'm worried about what James Harden and these Cavaliers look like in the postseason. And to your point, we've all mentioned it. And anybody that really follows basketball has seen James Harden's career in the postseason. It's not pretty. It's at times hard to watch. And that's what's frustrating, is if the Cavaliers signed him to see just how it looks one more time or, a couple times, and it's not what they anticipated, or maybe last year in the postseason was as far as you get with James Harden. I just feel like this is a pretty expensive mistake for the Cavaliers when you could at least fielded some other options out there and try to get younger. I know they got Watson. I understand that. But I just wish they would maybe dip their toes into the draft a little bit more. They've now moved another draft pick, and I understand 2031 for Watson yesterday, and I'm happy with Watson here. But now, like I mentioned, the Cavaliers, no first rounder in 27. They have the worst of 3 teams pick in 28, so consider that, in the 20s, if not pick 30. And then they have quite a gap again before they get the draft in the first round. So I understand maybe thinking, hey, let's be the best of both worlds. Let's have the Mobley youth movement led with him, Watson, Jalen Tyson. Let's take a look at that. And maybe Malik Thomas joins that fold. But also, we'll appease Donovan and Jared Allen, who've been here for a minute. They've believed in us. They're the veterans of this group. Let's bring James Harden back so we can be at least competitive. And the Cavaliers, they got to be thinking, well, we went to Eastern Conference Finals last year with that 4-piece in the starting unit. So maybe with, again, to your point, a little bit more time, they can get past the Eastern Conference Finals. But the thing to keep in mind, too, Autumn, is Cavaliers aren't the same team they were last year. I know they made some additions. We've seen the guys come in, Peyton Watson, Mario Hezonja, We've seen these guys come on into the fold, but we've also lost some key pieces. Dean Wade, who was a postseason starter for a majority of the run last year. We've also lost Keon Ellis, a guy who would have been he's going to be in his third year, this time though with Brooklyn. And then, of course, Dennis Schroeder, a veteran point guard. So even bringing James Harden on, you're slim at point guard. You're going to see a lot of Donovan at point guard when James isn't in there. And you're going to see a lot of creativity, for lack of better words, on the bench.
Unless they acquire somebody else via trade or they have bring someone up from the charge, James is your point guard. That's what this was. He's your point guard. Now, Eli, I'm sick of talking about the Cavs. I'm ready to talk about our favorite topic, NCAA football. When we come back from the break, would you go back to college for a fifth year after working your professional job for a year?
I don't know. There's got to be some good stakes involved.
Sit on it for a minute. We'll talk about it when we come back from the break. But you guys are watching us here on Inside Edge Network. We'll be back in just a few.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. KellyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Hey guys, awesome show today on Unfiltered. Talked about a lot. The Cavs make their move. Peyton Watson now part of the Wine and Gold team. What does that mean? We talked about that. We also got into a bunch of different topics, everything from the Ohio BMV to another incident involving a toddler with a gun, just craziness. All that and more on Unfiltered from this past show. Tomorrow, more and more to get into, more fallout from the Cavs trade. Obviously going to talk about an update to the murder in North Royalton of the city employee. We got more details about that and so much more. All that here on your source for news, talk sports, and so much more. Unfiltered, 9 p.m. tomorrow right here on the Inside Edge Network. I will see you Thursday.
Alrighty, Eli. Now, I asked you a question before the break. Would you go back to college for a 5th year after starting your professional job that you went to college for the whole 4 years for? Would you do that?
If it was, now see, that's a good question. If I was allowed to, and there was court things that I guess are allowing people to go back and make more money playing the sport that they're good at, or whatever in this case, then I mean, I can't. Here's the thing. I know what you're about to bring up, and I'll just preface it by saying I can't fault them. I can't fault them because this is what the system is allowed in other sports already, and they've been seeing it with all the extra rules coming in. So I can't necessarily fault them, but it is ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I am talking about the NCAA. College footballs. I don't even know how to even say this, but in the NCAA, you know, the governing body of college football, you know how it's completely a sham. You know, nobody has any sort of respect for it. I truly don't have any respect for them. There's now been 16, count that, 16 players that have issued a temporary restraining order and were granted it in a Louisiana court for a 5th season of college football eligibility for the 2026-2027 year. This includes LSU edge rusher Jack Pyburn, who was playing in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers' most recent preseason game and recorded 2 sacks during the game. Ole Miss defensive lineman Xavier Harris, Ole Miss safety Wydett Williams, Ole Miss tight end Daquan Wright, who is playing for the Cleveland Browns, Oregon State running back Anthony Hankerson, Notre Dame defensive lineman Junior Tuikalama, South Carolina safety DQ Smith, and SMU running back TJ Harden. Hankerson played with the Seahawks last year. He was on a football team last year, right? So it says, per the signed order in Louisiana, the 16 college football players will be allowed to enter the transfer portal. The NCAA's rule of restitution and ghost transfer rule is also adjoined. And it says the NCAA is ordered to open the transfer portal for 1 week for the entry of this order. Players currently on NFL rosters have expressed an interest in being released from their NFL contracts. And NFL teams that release them by September 1st will be allowed to join the college football roster under the TRO. Hendricks is the reigning Sun Belt Defensive Player of the Year and was in minicamp with both the Chiefs and the Browns. Yeah. It says the decision to file a separate lawsuit follows the preliminary class-wide injunction in the U.S. District Court of Colorado granted to the class of 2022 recruits last month. That order follows that former class of 2022 recruits who exhausted their 4th season of college eligibility this spring for a 5th season in 2026 and 2027. The injunction to Colorado does not allow players to enter the portal, But that spurned a whole separate suit. The suit in Colorado only grants athletes in that class a 5th year. It does not enjoin them for transfer rules, roster caps, or rev share caps. Part of the House settlement agreement. The injunction is not intended and does not enjoin any provisions of the House settlement, and the court notability did not enjoin the operation of the transfer rules. What are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be fair to these people, these guys, because they're in the wrong, but I can't fault them for a few reasons. And it may sound a little tricky to some at first. Let me explain. You know, you're looking at something that has already had a precedent set. College basketball set this earlier on last winter, around December time, if not November. You know, Charles Bediako, I believe, was one of the members. He was obviously with Alabama, if I'm not mistaken. But you had him and you had others that were coming back from G League play. Bediako played with the Detroit Pistons and then went back to Alabama this past winter. So, you know, he actually played time on the floor for the Crimson Tide after being with the G League, being with the organization, as I mentioned, with the Pistons organization, the G League team. A guy that obviously can make a pretty big impact. 7 feet tall, 225 pounds. A guy that was decent, obviously, in college and came back. You know, it was in All-SEC tourney in 2023. We're talking about a guy that was removed from college for multiple years and comes back. And then, of course, we're also seeing another thing that I think is attributed to this. And that factor is the not having to sit out once you transfer. If everybody remembers, when you used to transfer, you used to have to sit out a year typically. You transferred over, well, now you got to sit a year. That's just what it is. Now you move, you know, from the transfer portal and you're immediately on, you know, the other teams or the other school's roster immediately. You got a helmet, a shoulder pads, a jersey waiting for you. And that's, I think, something where we have to talk about it. I'm not against guys getting paid. Go get your money. For years, the NCAA took advantage of the system where they were just taking all the money. It was a monopoly. The players weren't able to capitalize off of anything while all the schools and the NCAA ate off of them. So I understand, and I'm still pro players, but there still has to be some sort of like guideline set. If we're going to do a transfer portal, maybe there is a waiting period because I feel like guys feel like they can loosely just move wherever they want. Before it was school to school only, where, hey, if you weren't doing very well at Alabama, you know, you can go to Ohio State and do well. Or, for example, Georgia, if you're not doing the best or you feel like there might be a quarterback battle, and go to Ohio State. Hello, C.J. Stroud. So you see some of these situations that have come to life on them, and that's why, again, they're in the wrong for trying to sue to come back for a 5th year. But I can't fault them because there's been precedent set, and nobody's really told them, hey, you can't do this for the last couple of years. Hey, if you want to transfer, you can do it immediately and go play somewhere else. Hey, if you want to make some money off of anything, off of your name, your likeness, anything like that, you can do that. Hey, you have that flexibility to do all this, and college basketball is now having to come back if they want. So just know, if you go there, as long as you're not too deep into it, you can come back. So it's a bizarro world. You know, I'm talking to Papa Moon about this, and maybe, just maybe, we're all on the same page because Papa Moon is disgusted to the point where it's like, hey, I don't understand what the exact point of like the G League is in basketball anymore. What exactly is the point of even having these developmental leagues if you can go back to college? So that's kind of where we're at now.
Well, okay, so we know that in one league you can get drafted and you can say, hey, I don't want to go. I'm going to forego this. Right. In Major League Baseball, they can do that, right?
Right.
Basketball and football, you actually have to declare for the draft. So that means you have to leave school and you have to declare for the draft and make it your intentions known that you will not be returning back to school, right? So that means you get disenrolled. You're essentially on your own, which is why so many guys before name, image, and likeness had to get second jobs, had to pay for their own stuff, had to like make sure they were in the clear. But now I'm not even going to say name, image, and likeness is the problem. That's not the problem. The problem is that there's, first of all, like I said, the NCAA is just a joke. It really is. It really is a joke. Instead of saying, okay, we have name, image, and likeness, now the players can get paid, let's put some parameters in place that will work with them, right? Because that's really what this is about. It's about money. It's about these players going back because they know that they can make way more money in college than they can in the NFL. In college, they can guarantee start. They can make at least $2 million right off the bat. They don't have to, go through the hell that they have to do in the NFL. they can immediately make an impact on the football field and then maybe go back to the NFL. It's all about the money. But it's just like, instead of like saying, you know what, I'm going to work with the people that I'm governing, as the governing body. Instead, no, they have made everything way more difficult. There is no more rules. It's the wild, wild west. It's literally everybody can do whatever they want. And this is not even the only thing that's happening in college football. We had Appalachian State's quarterback into the transfer portal today, and their season starts next week.
Right. Well,
yeah. TCU safety Jacob Fields was dismissed from his program because he beat up one of his teammates so bad that he ended up in the hospital. Penn State's newest QB said he is not even doing in-person classes this year. Now they have a custom online course created. Like, college football is at the point now where the bubble is about to burst.
Yeah, and I mean, and some of those you bring up, I mean, are typical college things like online courses. I mean, the big thing here is really the going back to school. I mean, you're gonna see stuff. Yeah, I get it, but that's the landscape of college football. I mean, you got guys that get kicked off the team at times. You got guys that do things. We've heard Carson Beck talk about school and that he hadn't attended classes. So that is the norm to a degree, and even guys that are in their 3 to 4 years of eligibility. You don't hear very often, anybody that goes to college and is in a class with an athlete can tell you there's a few stories to have where the athlete's not there, and maybe, a little bit more than a few stories. So I think the big thing is just the setting the boundary line. That was very in place and strong, I thought, for decades, where if you declare, to your point, you have to go and do your thing. MLB, you can return. Of course, you're high school, whatever, you can return back. But if you're in college, you can't do that. Like that wasn't the case. I'm curious what MLB, what that looks like, considering it's entering every single sport already at this point. Now, the NBA obviously set this rule into place too, where college basketball players can still declare for the draft, and if they've tested the waters, they feel like there's not enough buzz or interest on them, they can actually go back to school. It's just the moment they had been drafted by a team is the moment that the gig is up. Now you're an NBA player, and you got to work your way, whether it's G League or you're the 12th man on the NBA roster, whatever it is. You got to work your way there. But I think the thing, and I think we're in agreement here, Autumn, is that the problem is there's no hard boundary line set anymore. Now these guys, and to my earlier point, they are used to already being able to move to the news you even brought up earlier about transfer portal and news with Appalachian State there. They're allowed to move whenever, wherever, with no delay or waiting time. So why wouldn't they feel like, well, hey, it didn't work out the way I wanted to. I'm coming back for my 5th year. We're going to have a big year. I may have my career breakout year in college now, and now I can go back to the NFL, double dip, still get paid because we have NIL this time around, and now go back to the NFL and get my hopeful bag that I'm looking for, But the last 5 to 7 years, whatever this NIL, we've had this, has made it a little tricky. They deserve to get paid, but that boundary line still got to be there where you get paid till you're not eligible to get paid by us anymore, by your college play and your college brand, your college likeness. You got to go to the NFL. You got to go do that now. Like, imagine guys like, I don't know, Peyton Manning, for goodness sake, or some of these guys going back to college. It would be insane. And that's why I feel like we're in an upside down world with it.
This is, when I say it's just gotten out of hand, it's just gotten out of hand. Like, the 2022 class, okay, look, I understand the 2020 class. Anybody that was in school during that 2020 year, I understand why the class of 2020 came and got an extra year of eligibility. They literally lost their entire years. Okay.
Yep.
We understand that. The class of 2020, I don't get that. You were 2 years after, and by that time, everything was pretty much back to normal. So I don't understand this asking for a 5th year. I don't understand this going to the league, not getting the results that you want, and instead saying, you know what, I'm gonna just go back to college because at least there I know I'm gonna make. It's like you work your whole. Look, I'm going to say this. I'm going to use myself as an example. If I went to college for 4.5 years, which I did, and 6 months out, I said, you know what? I don't want to do this no more. I don't want to find a job. I don't want to do anything of that nature. And I got a good job at that. It's like, I don't want to do this. I'm instead going to go back to that college that I already left and put myself back in that mindset. I would look stupid, right? Because it's like, you got this great job, you got this good opportunity, and instead of saying, you know what, maybe I'm not the best player on this roster, maybe I can just work as hard as I possibly can to get here, I'm now going to squander whatever relationship I have with this team to go back to college? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I mean, and the scary thing is obviously I don't think it's been ruled court ordered by all states yet. So, you're seeing certain states have this advantage while others are kind of standing firm in their ground right now. So we're getting to a weird point where college football is going to need, and college sports are going to need their own court system, apparently, where they're going to have to rule for all the states in unison, because you can't have these advantages too, where, you talked about it in the college basketball world, where some schools that weren't either allowed to because of state laws, or they weren't allowed to because the school said no, or they just said flat out, I'm not doing it. I don't agree with this. But other teams had that advantage. Now, did it work out to where somebody had a guy that was a G leaguer, in the NBA and come back and they won the national championship? No. But who's to say it's not to happen in the future? Who's to say that one of these guys that get this eligibility back into college football isn't one of the sneaky playoff teams or a playoff surprise, or an outburst, whatever have you? This is bad for college football. I didn't think we'd get to this point, but just a hunch in the back of my mind said, but it wouldn't shock me if we got there, just because we've seen it in college basketball already. We've seen it kind of make its way through. And the big talk, too, is, there's going to be more to come. Again, this is just the announcement of a couple days. There's going to be more of these guys making their way back to college, getting the bag, more than they'd make in the NFL this year. And then hopefully they play themselves up a few more rounds higher and they get their bag on them. That's my thoughts. I'll definitely have more on primetime tonight, too, about that. But I can't blame them. But they're definitely wrong. They're definitely at fault.
Yeah. Last point before we go to the break.
Yeah.
I blame all of this on Brendan Sorsby. Straight up. If he didn't do what he did and didn't get that injunction to play, I blame all of this on him. Because he sort of set in motion of the let's file injunctions to play football after the NCAA says no more playing football. Straight up.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree a little bit because
this modern wave, yeah.
But I disagree a little bit there just slightly because Trinidad Chambliss was doing that well before Brandon Sorsby, and there were some other guys fighting for eligibility rules. Trinidad Chambliss with Ole Miss is fighting for his, sixth year of eligibility that he's going to get here at Ole Miss this year? So I understand. I know it's easy to rag on Brendan Sorsby for some of the things he's done, but I believe that's a Trinidad Chambliss thing and the guys that have been fighting for eligibility, because this isn't a super new thing. What's new about it is Trinidad Chambliss never touched into the NFL. He's never declared even for the draft. He decided he's going to spend his time fighting in court instead of getting ready for the NFL draft, and now he's back at Ole Miss. But I get your point. Overall, it's like NCAA, the college landscape, it's let's just go sue somebody.
Yeah, this is just out of hand, out of control. When we come back from the break, I'm going to talk about the newest UConn doc and what I witnessed and why I hate what I saw in that and why I think we need to talk about this level of coaching. But you guys are watching us here on Inside Edge Network. We'll be back in just a few.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Mosser Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Mosser Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Eli Moon here, one half of Inside Edge Primetime, and Chad Bryan and myself, we're back tonight at 10 p.m. for another episode of Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. And we have a lot to talk about. The Cavaliers, they signed James Harden to a 3-year, $97 million deal. Are the Cavs title contenders heading into this upcoming season? We'll talk about that. And of course, the Guardians trying to find a way to get into the playoffs, whether it's through the wild card or winning the AL Central. We'll talk about the Guardians' chances as well. And college football enters into the landscape it seems like we've already been kind of talking about when it comes to college basketball. Now we see it in college football. And the Browns were affected by other teams were affected as well. We'll talk about the landscape of college football and college sports as a whole tonight on Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure you like, follow, subscribe at Inside Edge Net so you know when we're going live. See you tonight.
All right, folks, tonight at 11:30, Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. We've been covering it all night long. The big news with James Harden signing his new deal. I'll have my thoughts on that and a new look starting five. My question is this team good enough, the Cavaliers, with Peyton Watson, now with James Harden back, is this team good enough to be a top 4, top 3 Eastern Conference contender? We'll get into that coming up tonight. Also, we'll react to the Browns and Bills, the first of 2 joint practices. We have post-practice, I should say, reaction to all that going on. Also, Live Golf. This could be the end of the road. Their final event is not the championships next weekend, but it's their event this upcoming weekend in Indianapolis. Did Live Golf accomplish its goal of changing professional golf to new heights? We'll talk about that coming up tonight. Also, our smash or pass mozzarella stick sandwich. They got a tall order to beat. We had a brisket sandwich last night. Tonight from Progressive Field, a mozzarella stick sandwich. We'll get into all that and so much more tonight at 11:30. It's Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Eli, I've had the joys of watching a lot of documentaries. I actually like watching documentaries. I think that watching documentaries is essential. It teaches you a lot about history and the point of view and how we may look at something, but there's something else going on. And very recently, a UConn documentary called The Dynasty was released on Apple TV Plus, right?
Yes.
This documentary not only went into the history of the UConn women's basketball program and Gino Auriemma, it specifically followed the 2025. No, yes, they were. They did win in 2025. The 2025 UConn women's basketball team, the one with Paige Beckers and AZ Fudd. Right. And there was something in there that made me say, we don't have to do this. We don't actually have to do this. So in the third episode, the team loses in the season to Tennessee.
Right.
And Gino was really, really hard on Paige. He was like really, really hard on her. Now, Paige Beckers, top recruit, Gatorade Player of the Year, coming off an ACL injury, proving herself that she's the best player in college basketball. Mm-hmm. He decided, after a loss against Tennessee, in front of the entire team, when I say attacked her. Every single thing he could think of to talk about her, whether it be professional or personal, he did it. Now, one of the teammates said it was awkward to be in there. I wasn't expecting him to attack Paige like that. He was just yelling at her and, I don't know, saying really hurtful things to her. It was really, really shocking. And Paige herself said that because of that incident, she almost left the program. Now, why I said I hate stuff like that is because Gino has this thing that he does, and he's done it for a really long time. Gino Auriemma is the greatest women's college basketball coach of all time. Literally wins everything. Has won so many national championships. But you do not need to get the best out of your players by tearing them down to the point that they want to leave the program and only stay to prove you wrong. That's the only reason why she stayed, is to prove him wrong. And I think this line of coaching in professional sports, because Gino's not the only one who does it. This line of coaching in professional sports, as in like we have to embarrass the players to get the most out of them, is the one that I hate. I hate it because there have been plenty of coaches that have come along that show you really don't have to do that.
Yeah, I think it all just depends on, the locker room and the coach. To Auriemma's point, and he has done some things that have been questionable on the course, some of his behavior in terms of, being a sore loser. But he's also a multi-time national champion. I think it just depends on who you're coaching. And maybe he didn't understand what Paige Beckers can or can't control. Now, I haven't seen full transparency. I haven't seen the full documentary. And I get it. Sometimes it can go over the line. And that's kind of the fine line you play as a coach. And also just understanding your players. Because, I'm not going to sit here and say that tough coaching hasn't worked, right? It's worked for Belichick. It's worked for a ton of guys. And Belichick just right off the top of my mind. But you think of some of these guys that have had tough love on their players in terms of, I'm going to make you better, and you may not like me a little bit. And maybe that's Gino Auriemma's point to a degree. Paige Beckers doesn't have to like him, Autumn, to go win a national championship. Paige Beckers needed a fire lit under her. So what did Gino Auriemma do? Maybe he crossed the line. Again, I have to go back and watch the full documentary. But you're going to light a fire under your best player so that you can get to where you're going to. He saw the team wasn't in the spot they needed to be in. She wasn't in the position she needed to be in terms of playing at her best to get UConn there. So, again, there is that fine line of crossing the line, but I'm not necessarily against tough coaching and essentially calling out your best player because that's what's going to make some players better depending on who can take it and who cannot.
Well, this wasn't that. This was a regular season. They lost a game. And at this point, Paige had already been through like major losses, right? They had lost in the national championship game the previous season to South Carolina. So she's been there. So for him to do that, it just reminds me of why most women college and professional basketball players like hate him. Do you know what the Geno curse was?
You'll have to film me.
Oh, the Geno curse was okay. So Geno actually used to be the basketball coach for the Olympic team, like Team USA for the women, right?
Right.
So I think this was 2016. Yes, it was 2016. And Candace Parker was the best player, literally, like the best player in the world, best player like in women's professional basketball. She was left off of Team USA, like left off completely, like wasn't put on the team. Now Geno again is the coach. So Candace was like, I think it's because like the whole Tennessee thing, she played in Tennessee, but she was like, no, I just don't like his coaching style. His coaching style is not like what it's supposed to be. It's not great. Essentially from that moment in 2016 up until 2025, Geno Auriemma did not win a national championship game and barely made it to the Final Four.
Yeah, and I think that's a pretty high standard, though, for a guy that, again, I understand your point, but this is a guy that, well, he didn't make the Final Four, but again, he is accomplished, and I think it just matters on who you're talking to and knowing the vibes of your players, knowing who can take that type of tough love, depending on what was said, and who can't. But you just said it yourself. He had lost, and Paige Beckers had lost a previous season. This is a guy that is used to winning national championships, not just getting there. That's not the Geno Auriemma way at UConn. It's winning national championships. So he set a precedent. I understand that there's some things and there's some players that don't like him. And I guess it just depends on who you ask, because you can find multiple reports of players also that have played for Geno Auriemma that love him, that credit a lot of their success getting to the WNBA. I have an article pulled right up here in front of me. I
wouldn't necessarily say most of them love him. I think they respect him, but I think they're also like Geno's annoying and he needs to like chill. But in that moment, though, again, I could say look at someone like Dawn Staley. Dawn Staley is a national championship winning coach, and she does not put the pressure on her players like Geno does, and they still win.
But are you saying that, like, and Dawn Staley's a great coach, but are you saying Dawn Staley and Geno Auriemma are on the same level?
I'm not
career-wise, because there's levels to this too. There's levels.
Look, okay, so I can tell you a coach that I consider on his level has won national championships, can win at the highest level, has been in the game as long as he does. Kim Mulkey. Every single one of Kim Mulkey's kids that have gone through her program, they love her. She goes to their games, right? She's a tough love coach, but at the end of the day, they respect her, right? I guess doesn't even yell at them. Again, she doesn't even do what Geno did. Again,
I get it, but Autumn, are you trying to love? Do you want to love your coach, or do you want to win national championships?
There's a difference between being tough on your players, but being so tough on your players to where they say, "I'm going to leave the program," and your players saying, "Oh my God," like that was one of the worst things to be a part of, is not like cool. And I think you can find ways to, of course, like give your player tough love and say like, hey, like you need to be better, versus embarrassing them in front of the entire program and then expecting them to show up. That's my point, is that I don't really like that style of coaching of, I got to embarrass you for you to get on the get in action. Like, no, you don't actually have to embarrass somebody. You can tell them, hey, you need to be better. You can show them you need to be better. You don't need to embarrass them to the point that they're like, I'm going to leave the program.
But my point is, she didn't leave the program. They came back and had a ton of success. So it's almost like that's what Geno Auriemma wanted to do, is light a fire under her. And my final point on this, I know we're up against, I'll hand it back to you for you to close this out on this point. But I just want to say, you don't think all the UConn greats that have gone through Geno Auriemma's program have had that same message articulated at some point during a tough stretch, or where they weren't playing their best basketball? You don't think that any of these girls that have come through, these women that have went through Geno Auriemma's program, they have it, that Paige Beckers was the first time he decided to go, I'm going to be a little mean. Like, this is something that is tried and true and has developed his career. Now, if you want to go play for somebody you love, then maybe there are some other options. But Geno Auriemma, to your point, is respected. and a lot of people credit their success to get. He is Autumn. You don't
He's
get the
respected-
USA. You don't
He's
get real quick.
respected by UConn players. I'm gonna say that he's respected.
But he's respected
UConn
by
players.
the game of basketball. You don't get to coach Team USA. Autumn, you don't get to coach Team USA without being respected.
And that was the last time he
he's
coached Team USA too. He is not coached
more
Team
recent than
USA.
either me, you, or anybody watching. So I'd say he's done a pretty good job of what he's doing. That's all I'm saying.
My last point about Gino is that Gino is one of those coaches where you will hear he's sort of, I put him in the Bob Knight realm of like when those players play for him, they love him. That's their coach, right? But then you put him in with other players and you're like, that works for some people, not all people, okay? But yeah, no, almost getting your star player to quit is not cool. People, be kind to your players. Tough love is not literally verbally abusing them to the point where they're like about to quit. Good spiral, bad spiral of the day. Bad spiral of the day. Once again, NCAA. I'm giving this to you. One of your players ended up in the hospital because another one of his teammates beat him up.
Yeah.
Bad
crazy.
spiral.
Crazy.
Don't go down that road. Good spiral. Not really a good spiral, but I think it's a funny story. Out of Penn State, the frat boy who was slinging cocaine, and the nickname they gave him was Pablo Pledgeskabar. Hilarious. Funny. I just Pablo Pledgeskabar. Sometimes the internet stays undefeated. Now tomorrow, Eli, honestly, don't know what we're gonna do. Don't know what's gonna happen. But just be along for the ride. Be along for the ride.
Sounds
Next
good.
up, Kyle Cornell with Unfiltered. But thank you guys for watching the Daily Spiral. We'll see you tomorrow.
Absolutely. All right, Autumn Chisholm, everybody, the Daily Spiral. Hey, I'm going to stick on the screen for just a minute. We're going to switch the old screens. Autumn's back. Autumn's back. Autumn's back. Nope. No, you don't. No, you don't. She's not feeling the best sometimes, okay? Look, she'll be back tomorrow. Kyle, look, I'm going to get out of here before things explode, all right?
Dude,
Yeah.
What are we talking about here?
I don't know. What are we talking about? What's up in the next hour?
Before you leave, I have to address the blasphemy that was whatever Autumn just said about Gino Auriemma.
I think she's still here too. I think she's still here. So I mean,
this guy went to the Final Four like 4 out of the past 6 years, and he won a championship 2 years ago with Paige Beckers, who, by the way, is one of his closest friends outside of basketball. So sometimes when you push your star players to the brink, they come back and play even better. Take it from someone who actually played college basketball. Sometimes those kind of players need that push. So, yes. And, of course, he's loved by UConn players because he's coached at UConn for 40 years. Like, if he goes and coaches at South Carolina tomorrow, it may be a little different because they're not used to his style. It's a style thing. Any coach who coaches anywhere, that's why Coach K did well in different spots because he was able to adapt. He's one of the best coaches of all time, even though I hate Duke. But, I mean, like, I put my hands up because he just knows better. Gino Auriemma knows how to coach basketball. He wins.
Look, and I get, and I won't take up too much of your time. This is your hour. I'll be back at the end of the hour. But my thing is, I understand where Autumn's point is when it comes to maybe wanting to play, maybe wanting to play for a coach that you like more. If that's what you're going for, especially.
Do you want to win?
But that's what I'm saying.
Do you want to go and play professional basketball at a high level? Do you want to go number 1 overall? Then you go to fucking UConn. That's
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Do you want to love your coach or do you want to love the title?
Do you want to scissor in the locker room? You can go to fucking South Carolina. Jesus Christ, this is ridiculous. Like this whole hold my hand shit. Like we're this generation of people, and it's sad because Autumn is in our age group, and she's talking like this, and we have to stop babying these people, babying these because guess what? NIL, they're professional athletes now. They are professional.
I know.
They're making more money than they're in the WNBA.
Well, and here's the thing, Kyle, and this is my final point, and I'll see you later on. All right, I know you got a busy show, but what I'll say is, because look, me and you, we are essentially one and the same in terms of thought process right now, because that's where we're at with NIL, and you get to choose. Do you want to love your coach and make some money? Or do you want to race some national championships, also make some money, and maybe you're not best friends with the coach, but you know what? They push you to the next level. All right, Kyle, I'm about to hit the scuba dive out of here. I'll see you later.
God, he's such a dork. Welcome back in, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. We're going to pause for a few seconds for network identification. We'll play the intro. We'll get things moving. here on your program on your Thursday, almost Friday edition of Unfiltered.
Let's go.
Welcome to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, Cleveland's digital leader for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget, follow the show on Facebook Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell and on X at Unfiltered216.
Oh my goodness, what a hot start. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Thursday, August 20th, 2026, almost to your Friday. So happy you were with us here on the program as always as we move. This is the end, getting close to the end of the first full week at the 9 p.m. slot in the full evening lineup. Autumn, great job from 8 to 9. Myself from 9 to 10. Chad and Eli going to take over from 10 to 11:30 with Inside Edge Primetime following us here on Unfiltered. And then don't forget 11:30 to 1 a.m. Midnight Run with AA Anthony Alford. Again, a reminder, guys, before we get things going on the show today, do not forget, like, subscribe, punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all the different social media platforms you see right there at bottom of your screen, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and everything else in between. Check out the website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. One-stop shop for you. Hey, something special, too. Make sure you guys check out that partners page. I know you see it throughout the commercials we play here on the network, but great chance to get discount codes. Use our links to get to sites like Fanatics, things like that, and get some discounts, get some money back on some money you're going to spend regardless. Use that partner page. Also check out, of course, the merchandise page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. You get the show rundown, schedule of when our weekly and daily shows go on the air. And, of course, you can check out personality profiles if you want to find out a little more about me and about everyone else that does a show here on the network. And big thank you to Roku. We got on the Roku app. That's right. Just search Inside Edge Network. You'll be able to find us either on your phone, your laptop, your TV, wherever you got it. Have that Roku app. Click it. Follow us. And we appreciate Roku for working with us here at the Inside Edge Network. My goodness. What a way to start the program. I've never seen, and I get this whole UConn documentary thing, I guess, came out, and the drama gets played up to the nth degree. I haven't seen it. Maybe this is cause for me to watch it now at this point. But, like, to question Gino Auriemma as a coach, I just don't. And again, is he everyone's cup of tea? Probably not. And Autumn comparing him to Bob Knight, I mean, that's not a bad comparison. Bob Knight's a multiple-time, championship winner. He did great things in Indiana, Texas Tech, all that stuff. And he was fiery, but he wasn't. I would never look at Gino and say Bob Knight. I think Gino is potentially the greatest college coach of all time. And honestly, possibly the best women's coach of all time, period. Across the board, no matter where you look. But nevertheless, here we are. And basketball is the lead today, but that is not the reason why. It is this. James Harden is back. Despite some thoughts and some concerns from one Chad Bryan and company, which we will lambast him later for automatically assuming and going on the air yesterday and saying James Harden is gone. Well, the next day, 3 years, $97 million to return to Cleveland, player option for the 28-29 season, and a trade kicker. So essentially, he's not making $43 million. He's making roughly like $32 million. So he took essentially what was an $11 to $12 million pay cut per season to come back to Cleveland. Waited, obviously, until the right moment to make sure that he had the clearance and the Cavaliers had the ability to go out, get under the cap, to make the trades they needed to get to. And James Harden is now rolling in the money. There it is. Yep. Anybody upset about this? Feel free to leave a comment on the X, on the YouTube. And I probably will put a poll out on the Facebook. We'll probably have the results and the Twitter. We'll have the Facebook and Twitter poll results maybe come Monday about how you feel about this being official now. But the biggest problem with the Cavs, despite making all these trades, these moves, whatever it was, I pointed this out yesterday after they traded for Peyton Watson, was that if you don't bring James Harden back, who is going to be your point guard? And the Cavs, for better or worse, locked themselves into this guy. The conversations they had at the end of last season with James about coming back, about being the guy who's going to run with Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, timely posting on Instagram a video of him working out with Peyton Watson and a couple different Cavaliers players here in the offseason, getting some reps in. Kenny Atkinson was there, just hanging out. I mean, this is to be expected. They literally said this was going to happen. I think the only person right now that we can look at maybe across the board when it comes to the Cavaliers and say maybe they were a bit wrong as far as major changes to the team, if this is truly it, is Brian Windhorst. And he's allowed to be wrong because he's a reporter and you report things you hear. Sometimes they become true, sometimes they don't. He's not a news reporter. He's just a sports reporter and things sometimes don't always go your way. He mentioned there was going to be multiple shakeups with the Cavaliers, and I don't think that counts as losing Dean Wade, Dennis Schroeder, and Max Strus in exchange for Peyton Watson, Mario Hezonja, and Malik Thomas, who again, great, summer league play, but it's summer league. I put as much stock in summer league as I do the NFL preseason. Who gives a shit? But it's a big deal. And it brings to the question now, with the Cavs, is this team good enough? Because this feels like this is it. There's still the lingering possibility of a Jared Allen move. You don't really, you got the wings now. You feel pretty confident, I guess, in the wings you have because you brought two in, essentially, two taller wings. The point guard spot, you feel pretty good now with James Harden being the guy, I guess. I mean, he's with this contract, by the way, he becomes, I believe, one of four players who will eclipse $500 million earned in an NBA career. Durant, LeBron, I think maybe Curry's in that list too, after his big contract he signed last time around. I'm sure Jokic will probably be in that category after next offseason when he either becomes a free agent or Denver decides to re-sign him to a crazy-ass contract. But nevertheless, Harden also 9th all-time in the NBA in scoring, 2nd all-time in three-pointers made. I mean, he averaged, I believe, with the Cavaliers, they were 21-9 with him in the lineup. And since he gets into the trade last season, postseason obviously went to the Eastern Conference Finals, averaged 19-5-5 for Cleveland in the postseason. Hey, I'll tell you what, honestly, at this point, a 25-5 guy in the NBA for $30 million, that's about what they're going for. Regardless of how many turnovers he had, regardless of how weird the fit kind of feels with Donovan Mitchell also being kind of a ball dominant guard who needs it to make plays and he prefers to step back over the catch and shoot. I mean, the fit's weird, but I mean, they did some good things. And as much as I was yelling down the pike at James Harden, I think he's one of, if not the main reason. I think Kenny Atkinson's pretty up there too, as far as why they obviously didn't make more noise and didn't at least end up being competitive in the Eastern Conference Finals. They still got them, and he was still a part of it. I still think in the long term, the Cavaliers would have preferred the big three of Darius Garland, Jaylen Brown, and Evan Mobley. If there was a way to have that happen, never trade for James Harden, find a way to move Mitchell out and get Jaylen Brown in. But just because each player does their own thing and they don't overlap with James Harden and Donovan Mitchell, they do a lot of the same stuff. Evan Mobley and Jared Allen, they do a lot of the same stuff, even though Mobley shoots a little bit. I mean, it's only a little bit. He's inconsistent. So, I mean, that's the big sports story that came down the pike today with the Cavs the past 2 days. Very active. Very, very active as far as the moves they made, the things they were doing. Is this team better than they were last season? Ironically enough, the biggest question mark, and I never thought I'd say this like it's actually going to matter, but it turns out it might be Mario Hezonja. I mean, the guy has been gone from the NBA for a couple of seasons. It's not unheard of. Guys have left, gone play Euroball, played somewhere else, and came back after a couple of years and have played fairly well. So, I mean, it's not, you know, too outlandish to say he couldn't make an impact. And again, you like his brashness, you like the attitude that he brings. It's kind of like one of the reasons why we like Dennis Schroeder when he came to Cleveland last year was because he has that kind of that dog mentality, that kind of person that's going to fight. You know, he's going to make it difficult, even if he's not always on and isn't always hitting. I mean, he's the mindset, the personality, the demeanor he brings now, obviously to the bench in the situation with the Cavs. I don't know. I don't know. Still feel light at center. Thomas Bryant's your backup at the 4 and the 5, essentially, unless you play small ball. But again, Jalen Tyson, he can rotate in as a 2 now because you have 2 bigger guys that are on the wing. Maybe this is better. Maybe this is good for the Cavs. I don't know. Still, the fit just feels weird. And I get why they did it. There's no one else out there. Who else are they going to be able to sign at the point guard spot? I'm sure they've made calls. They tried to call Dallas about Kyrie Irving. That's not happening. Dallas is pretty adamant they want to keep him in that fold and kind of have him, believe it or not, shepherd some of the younger players there, including Cooper Flag, and see that. And he likes playing in Dallas. He likes being there. He likes being in Texas. I don't blame him. Drew Holiday, apparently, Portland likes having 5 point guards on the roster that could all play, so he's just going to stay put. He's going to stay put in Portland. That would have been the guy I would have went after. But this is what you're left with. Cleveland's going to be a good team as long as everyone stays relatively healthy. And I give James Harden a lot of credit. I mean, for as out of shape as he'll show up, he still plays. He plays a lot of games. Sometimes availability will trump, efficiency in some certain situations. And the fact that he's going to be able to play all these games means that there's a chance that James Harden is, again, going to be upper teens to low 20s in scoring. He's going to, I'd imagine, with more time really running the show at point guard, probably get more assists. Is Donovan Mitchell going to be able to play off the basketball? Is he going to be able to dial it in now that he signed his extension? He's a married man now. Again, congratulations to Donovan for that. Is he able to kind of hone in and understand, like, okay, if James is going to be the point guard, I need to figure out how to be a 2 the right way, not ball dominant, catch and shoot spots. Obviously, you have moments where you still need to take over. That will save him a little. Donovan shouldn't have to bring the ball down. He should. Not with James Harden. As slow sometimes as it looks, and as challenging as it looks sometimes watching James Harden dribble the basketball. I mean, this is the bed you've made. So now we're all going to lay in it. We're going to watch. But again, I ask the question, is this team better than Philly? Is it better than New York? Is it better than some of the teams we seem to forget about? Boston is still going to be a good team next year. Miami, when they fill out the rest of that roster, it's going to be a good team. Orlando, a good young team. Detroit, the number 1 seed this past season. They won 60 games. They're still obviously figuring things out with Duren, but other than that, I mean, they've added some shooting and stuff too. I mean, they're going to be back. They're not going anywhere. Cade Cunningham's a superstar. How does this team match up? Because the Eastern Conference got a lot deeper and a lot more difficult in a matter of a little over a month and a half. We'll see. Jury's out. I don't know. I'll tell you guys. Not going to be easy. But the Cavaliers, they took the lid off. They finally did something the past couple of days. Jaden Watson, James Harden resigns. Now, we sit and wait. We see what happens. What's happening here is our first break here on Unfiltered, guys, all on the Inside Edge Network. When we come back, a couple of stories out of North Royalton. On the news side, we have to update you on an update to the city worker that was killed in the past month. We actually have more details about that whole situation. Also, another ruling coming down involving a different trio of homicides in North Royalton back in 2017. And then a bit later in the program. He's back. The one and only Jake Underwood joining the show. It's been a minute. We switched to evenings. He's had some things to juggle around, but he's agreed to come on Thursdays with us at 9:30 now. So we're going to have Jake on in the second half of the program here on Unfiltered, all on the Inside Edge Network. We are back after this. Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks. They offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, exclusively on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure to like, subscribe, and punch that notification bell at Inside Edge Net across all our social media platforms.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Thursday, almost to your Friday, August 20th, 2026, here on Inside Edge Network. So happy you're with us on the program. I want to get into the news of the day. This coming down just a while ago, involving an update on the North Royalton city worker that was killed, David Smerick, last month. And it's new details about what's been going on behind bars and some things that have been released about that man. Edward Baisiata, who is the man accused of killing the building commissioner. Phone calls being released, talking about setting up last will and testament, needing representation. Um, again, while Baisiata is pleading not guilty, one call show him doing some long-term planning, as I mentioned. Will and testament, power of attorney, currently incarcerated and needing civil representation. The Fox 8 team here in Cleveland digging some of this up. They reported earlier that Bisiaga once sued North Royalton officials over a neighbor being allowed to put up a fence, and the murder of David Smerrick came days after Bisiaga had been cited over the condition of his property. Emails now unveiling a little bit more about what was going on really for almost a decade, if not longer, involving this man. Just weeks before the murder, an email shows Baisiata wrote to a councilman about a flooding problem, and in part, he blames Smerick by citing the building commissioner's negligence and, quote, personal vendetta against me. He does not like that I have challenged him. Back in April, Smerick had written an email about a violation letter for Baisiata, saying Ed Baisiata can be difficult to handle at times. And in June, Smerick wrote an email, Mr. Baisiata appears to be a hoarder and likes to litigate everything. And again, 10 years ago, back in 2016, Smerick had said that Baisiata had come into the office after getting letters about an abandoned vehicle, and, quote, he was not friendly when he came in here. None of the phone calls are released by the county show Baisiata talking about the case, and no calls show him talking to anyone who's close to him, rather. No bond, no chance to get out of jail still for him, but planning also being done. Quote, I'm asking you to set up a time on his calendar, like an appointment. This is going to be a weird situation. Yeah, you think? And while that call showed Baisiata trying to hire an attorney for civil matters, he's told the court does not have money to hire a criminal defense attorney. For now, a public defender is representing this case, obviously, and it's something that it's been in the news for quite some time. There was the vigil in North Royalton. There was a lot that was going on. I can only imagine the thought process behind all this and how sick this guy has gotten over all these years to think that it was justified to go into a public building like that and just shoot somebody. I mean, it's just wild. It truly is. But that's an update on what's going on. Again, still no bond, still behind bars, not going anywhere. And obviously the trial will be coming in the coming months. But in the meantime, he still pleaded not guilty, even though I'm sure there's surveillance footage and everything, them actually doing it, which I get it. You're supposed to do it until it's time. Come on. It's the sense. Moving from this story, which is sad enough on its own, to a different one involving North Royalton too, because they're just in the news today. This coming down from the Ohio Supreme Court, and this man. This is a story that was around. I want to say back when I first got into news. Here in Cleveland, I've been in Lorain County and kind of dipped my toe into Northeast Ohio, into Cleveland again. That's when this all went down. But the death penalty for George Brinkman Jr. upheld by the Ohio Supreme Court in the case dating back to June of 2017, when Brinkman murdered his friend, 45-year-old Suzanne Taylor, and her two daughters, Taylor and Kylie Pfeiffer, in their North Royalton home. In details announced this morning, the court rejected 22 objections from Brinkman made to his convictions and sentence, with the Supreme Court majority ruling that, quote, a Cuyahoga County 3-judge panel properly considered the evidence and circumstances and sentenced George Brinkman Jr. to death after he pleaded guilty in the case. Again, quote, Brinkman murdered Suzanne and her two daughters in their home, to which he had gained entry under the pretext of his longtime friendship with Suzanne, and from Justice Patrick Fisher. in the court majority. After brutally murdering 3 women, he fled the scene and he was taken into custody only after a dramatic 8-hour standoff that placed his friend as well as law enforcement officers in danger. Chief Justice Sharon L. Kennedy and Justices Patrick DeWine, Joseph Dieters, Daniel Hawkins, and Megan Shanahan joined the opinion. Justice Jennifer Brunner, however, concurred and dissented in part with the majority opinion, saying she would uphold Brinkman's conviction but reverse his death sentence. Quote, Justice Brunner wrote that she would hold the 3-judge panel abused its discretion when it declined to qualify the 2 doctors as experts in the fields of pharmacology and neuropsychology, according to a press release. She stated that the 3-judge panel's primary objection was to the substance of what the doctors said and not how they reached their medical conclusions. She stated that the 3-judge panel abused its discretion in affording no weight to the doctor's conclusions that Brinkman's mental state was significantly impaired at the time of the murder. Justice Brunner cautioned that the majority opinion would, quote, disrupt the well-settled practice of allowing expert witnesses to base opinions on reviews of records alone. This obviously coming on the heels of Governor DeWine basically saying not too long ago he wanted to kind of nix the death penalty. Sometimes it's warranted. And remember the story? I lived in North Royalton at the time. This was rough, and it shook the community almost as bad as what happened. Just a few weeks ago, a month ago, whatever it was, city employee as well. So, but nevertheless, it's upheld. The decision is still there, and that means he's going to sit around for another 20 years, right? That's how the death penalty works. It's just insane. Oh my goodness. All right, we're going to take another break really quick. On the other side, the one, the only, incomparable Jake Underwood going to join the program. We have a lot to talk about. He hasn't been on the show in a few weeks. He's been on vacation. He's not doing anything. I don't know what he's doing. Just kidding. He's been hosting a show. It's been pretty good. So we're going to have him on. Yeah, I love you too, buddy. After this, here on the Inside Edge Network, make sure you guys stay with us.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
Let's go.
Welcome back to Unfiltered, your destination for all things news, talk, and sports. Don't forget to check out our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com, to learn more about all of our shows, personalities, and buy some merch too while you're at it.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell here on your Thursday, almost to your Friday, August 20th, 2026. It's time now to welcome into the program. He is the host of the Jake Underwood Show over on AM 1420 The Answer, and you can find him on Rumble, as well as all the different social medias as well. The one, the only Jake Underwood joins the stream. Hopefully. He froze for half a second. Let's see if he's... We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're almost there. I'm actually going to take him off for a second. Oh, wouldn't it be a bummer? Let's try again. He's loading. There we go. There we go. Okay.
1 2 1 2.
Yep, I got you
Hello?
now, buddy.
Hello. 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 Can you hear me? Hello. Hi.
Little laggy on this Thursday evening.
Yeah, I think I got some internet problems going on.
It's okay. Well, hey man, listen, I appreciate you making time. I know it's a different time. How do you like the rebranding of the show?
I mean, it's a rebrand. That it is. I think it's interesting that AEW is terrible, except for when you have to use a Kyle chant.
Oh, don't worry. I used 3 of them, and because it was the only match where I was like, "Wow, this really applies to me," because it was Kyle O'Reilly versus Kyle Fletcher, and Seattle would not stop chanting just the name Kyle. So it's kind of low hanging fruit, but what are you gonna do? I mean, it is. Yep, he is definitely having internet problems, guys. May have to have Jake disconnect and reconnect with us here potentially.
Yes.
Unless he can get through. Hold on, let's see if he's. Yep, you're back now.
Maybe if I don't move, it'll work.
You don't move, I'm really gonna freak out.
I won't move, but my mouth will.
Maybe that'll.
I'm gonna try. Hold on, wait.
Oh.
Maybe.
Oh. So
Yeah,
what's been going on, man? We haven't talked in a couple weeks here.
Well, what? It's been a week, right?
2.
Has it been 2? No, it's been 2.
Yeah, because last week we moved. Last week was the official first week we moved into the 9:00 spot. We were leading off because Autumn was on vacation. Now this
Okay.
week we're second week in the 9:00 spot, and last week we had some prior commitments we had to take care of, and it's a different time, man. It's a whole different time of the day.
Oh, yeah.
5:00, 5:30 is
Right.
I can probably get some things in before the night. This is kind of like, hey, I'm usually about to go to bed, but I'll still jump on with it. But
Right.
well, not
Yeah,
you because you stay up till God knows how long. But,
Man, yeah, it's all over the place. I don't know. And then I can't fall asleep because then I'm scared that I won't wake up on time. So
Dude,
then
of
when I
course,
do
yeah.
sleep, when I do sleep, it's 2 or 3 hours. And then like if I fall asleep before 10:30, I'm waking up at 2:15 every time. Every single time I wake up at 2:15. And then I have to do all right, well, I need to get up at 5. Do I go back to sleep or do I not? And then there are sometimes I'm walking in to do a show on 3 hours of sleep.
It's gonna hit me now with having to get Colton to school because he starts up next Wednesday.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, that's and I got in a really good rhythm for a while. I think I was only late to get up maybe once or twice last school year, all year, which is pretty good,
Okay.
all things considered. I mean,
Yeah.
at this point, he's gonna be 9 in October. I feel like I got this down.
Yeah, I mean, I have yet to arrive late. Here's the thing though, Seth, given the predicament that he's in, where he's learning how to not lose, he's done that. He's not learning how to do that. Use his legs. Um love you, buddy.
Oh,
He I gotta help him in and out of the car. So if I'm late, my producer can't even get in the building on time. So I gotta make sure so I got to make sure that I'm on time and moving right along. But yeah, no, things are good. I mean, we had Robert Sprague on today. We had Frank LaRose on. 2 really good interviews. I always like talking to Frank LaRose. I know there are some people that don't like him, and I don't know why. He's like a very genuine guy, and he has the passion for it. Like he genuinely wants to help people, and he listens to people, and like he's just good at what he does. But we had Secretary Burgum on again, the Secretary of Interior for the Trump administration.
Dougie.
Right. Now, I'll tell you, it was weird because, I know somebody, in the White House from when I was working out there and doing all that. And they actually went through the company to get a hold of me. And I was like, you could have talked to so-and-so. And they're like, oh, all right, well, we know that from now on. I'm like, yeah, no, it was really cool. And it looked good to my bosses that the White House and they were reaching out, looking for me. And I'm like, me? Really? Okay, let's.
Yeah, you, man.
Good.
Never tell you about the first time I interviewed Doug?
No. Dude, I love that guy.
He's not a good speaker because he has to clear his throat every 5 seconds, but like he's really knowledgeable and knows a lot.
Not anymore. He doesn't
clear
he doesn't clear his throat. I'll tell you, the first time we spoke, I only had 15 minutes. We easily went 22. We could have gone another 45.
Nice. That's good.
Yeah,
man.
no, it was good. It was really good. And then he was in Toledo. Ohio's in line to be like one of the top producers of natural gas. And they're actually bringing in some of the stuff from North Dakota, and they're bringing it to the refinery there in Toledo. They're putting a lot of money into it. It's going to create some new jobs, different things. And they're saying that that's part of the reason why we're seeing the gas prices kind of go down a little bit, because we're starting to use the oil and the barrel. So here's the thing. We've had barrels upon barrels. When President Trump says that, he's accurate. We do. We have a bunch of barrels. The problem is we can't refine the oil into gasoline because of the green policies and how they go back and forth. 4 years it's this, or 8 years it's this. It takes 5 to 10 years to make an oil refinery. And they shut a lot of them down. So to bring those back up to speed, that's going to take 5 to 8 years. So the issue is that we have all these barrels. They're just kind of hanging out. And because you have to go back and forth with the Green New Deal, no deal, deal, no deal. It's Howie Mandel in D.C. They're going back and forth, back and forth. We didn't have any refineries, but now we do have the refineries, and they're starting to build them back up. So we're going to start seeing it's actually our gasoline. I think the only state that brings gas in through like the Strait of Hormuz and things like that. The last I spoke with the secretary, he said that it was basically California is the only one. Yeah, well, and look at their gas prices. That it reflects that. I was talking to somebody today. I'm like, $4.29 for gas is insane, and she's like, it's like $6 out here, and I'm like, no, thank you. So, yep.
No, the first time I met him was I got hired out to WDAY and Flag out there in North Dakota and Fargo.
Mm-hmm.
And my first trip within a few days of being hired was to Bismarck because I had to cover the start of the legislative session.
Nice.
And one of the first interviews, we got ushered down into his kind of like his bunker little space he had, like a little conference room, and sat down for I think about maybe a half hour with Doug Burgum and some of his people and all that stuff, and just talked. And
yeah,
it was very informative. Like you could tell right away, like it felt like he was meant for more. He was going to bring more to the table than what you thought.
Yeah, he's big on the transparency. You ask him, he has an answer, and if he doesn't, he goes, I'm not sure about that, but I think this is what it is. And I told him last time, I didn't get to talk to you about North Dakota. So yesterday he comes on. I go, we're still not going to be able to talk about North Dakota. He's like, you let me know, man. I'll come back on. I'll talk North Dakota. I'm like, dude, I love Theodore Roosevelt National Park. It's one of the most beautiful parks out there, and people just don't know about it because it's not Badlands or considering all the parks that are in that area with Yellowstone Estate over, and then you have what's the mountain park in Montana, Mount Glacier. That's a beautiful park too, and yeah, Theodore Roosevelt National Park, very underrated. I saw wild horses there and I felt like I was a cowboy. So that's why I like it. So, stopped by Waldrug, got a cowboy hat, put it on, and I went there and I looked at little prairie dogs running around and I saw wild horses and bison. And I said, give me a home where the buffalo roam.
And on the way back, you stopped at Casey's and got a breakfast pizza.
Oh, brother, let's talk about the best. Like, listen, I got a friend of mine. She lives in Atlanta. She's from Philly, and we constantly go back and forth about what's better, Sheetz or Wawa. The answer is Casey's. Casey's is by far. Man, you walk in there at like 6:30 in the morning, and you smell that fresh breakfast sandwich, and you're going, oh, yes, this is it. And they make it there. It's not like it's just, just some prepackaged thing. At least the ones I've been to, they actually make the sandwich there. You walk in there, it's the actual egg they cracked and they made it, and it's toast, and it's real food, as Bobby Kennedy would say. And that's why it tastes so good. There's no preservatives in it. It's just good food, Kyle, and they do a great job.
They really do, man. It was great. That's one thing I miss about Dakota for sure. One thing I happened to notice, you had a T-shirt that came out, a couple T-shirts recently involving flock cameras. Please
get the flock out of here. Yeah,
educate the people on what the fuck's going on with flock.
So man, they're going to have a new update. So right now, your digital fingerprint, when it comes to flock, is just your license plate. Well, now with the government, what big business is deciding to do, because it's all the same now. What they're deciding to do is if you drive past a flock camera, now there's a little server inside of the flock camera there, and it's going to pick up every electronic device in your car. So this is where the issue comes in. If your kid's sitting in the back seat, your kid's tablet's going to get tracked. So now your digital fingerprint is now not only your license plate, but it's going to be your tire sensor, tire pressure sensors. It's going to be the Wi-Fi, the hotspot in your car. It's going to be the diagnostics in your car. It's going to be your cell phone, your wireless headphones, your kid's tablet. If you have a tablet, your laptop, all these different things. And the craziest thing about it is not one person got to vote on this. Not one person voted to get these in to allow them to do this. So they're just going to do whatever the hell they want to do. That's what government does. But so I put it bluntly, get the flock out of here. At $24.99 on the JakeUnderwoodShow.shop. And I don't know what proceeds will go to making sure that the show continues. That's what that's going to go to. We're going to be completely honest. I just want to break even at this point. But yeah, no, because it's really funny. I spoke with his name is Alex Mortensen. I had him on the show last Friday. He's the president of the Wham Young Conservatives. And down in Worcester, the Democratic Socialists were having a flock camera meeting, and he went. Isn't it crazy to think that a young conservative, 30 years old, would go sit with Democratic Socialists in a meeting? It's almost as if we all could get together and no one could die. It's really weird. It's
what?
As if, yeah, I know. It's as if when we all see that there's an issue, and the craziest thing is he said the reason they don't like the flock cameras are the same exact reasons we don't, except they have different solutions. Which it's like I've always said that. I have always said that. We all want the same things. We just got different ways of getting there. So when we actually are able to sit down and talk about it, I don't know, maybe come up with a compromise instead of sitting there and calling this person a fascist and then you're a commie and then now we can't talk to each other at all. And then we wonder why we can't get anything done in this country. Well, congratulations, you did it. This is what you wanted. You wanted a division. You wanted to live in your little echo chambers and not talk to people that think differently than you. You're stupid. I don't know what to tell you. Because, if we continue to do that, here's the real problem with it all. And this is what people don't realize. If it's bad now, if we don't try to stop it, what's it going to look like in 10 or 15 years? And that's also my thing with the flock cameras. You're going to tell me that 20, 30 years from now, I'm going to be walking with my kids or my grandkids, which is a crazy thought. And I'm going to go, yeah, I know there's a camera on every corner and there's microphones listening for gunshots and there's drones flying overhead, but isn't this freedom? Isn't this freedom? The land of the free and the home of the brave? No, no. And I'm not going to stand for it. I'm not. I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight every way that I can to make sure that those future generations have the same chances that we do. And in fact, I want them to have more chances than we do because we know just how bad it is and we know how it can be better. We see what needs to happen. And I think we're moving in the right direction here and figuring it out. We just got to talk to each other. And that's what's so cool about having the show that I do, because that station, if you know, it's a very, very conservative station, very conservative. And that's why for the first like 7 months, 6-7 months the show was on, I mean, I was getting death threats and everything. Hey, 6-7, I was getting death threats and everything else, to the point like I would take alternative routes home just to be safe. And I notice people, it's starting to click for people. And it's starting with this flock camera stuff where they're going, oh, okay, no, we can talk to each other. I mean, we have lefties, we have righties, we have all of the above that call in. And I let them all talk, because you're allowed to do that. We're allowed to disagree. It's a right that we have, and you're allowed to say and believe what you want to say. And if it's completely ridiculous, I'll tell you that you're dumb. I'll say it very politely, but
You're stupid.
Right. But you're allowed to have your opinion. The main thing we have to remember, and not to go all like, you don't know my experience, but you don't know why somebody feels the way that they do, and why they believe what they believe. And when we just automatically dismiss it just because we want to go, no, not what I think, and stupid libtard, fascist, like you both are stupid at that point. If you're not willing to sit down and talk to people to come up with a compromise, well, then it's all going to fail. So yeah, don't worry. You could stand there and grandstand, but it's all going to fail. Don't worry. It'll fail. We'll be speaking Chinese in 50 years. So yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. But you won. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we got a little down that path as far as being able to just like bridge the aisle. Last night we talked about the Ohio BMV and the gender stuff that's changing and all that, and I had a little heart to heart with the listeners and the watchers. And again, almost 600 live right now, so we appreciate you guys hanging out with us. But like, yeah, it's like, hey, this doesn't even need to be a thing. Just be okay with being what you're born with, and understand that you're allowed to have different likes, and it doesn't mean you have to cut your dick off. Like, it's okay.
Right. What? No, but honestly, well said. With that said, though, I want Enos Cantor to wait a year and get drafted first overall by the Sirens. I'm just saying. Then we trade for Caitlin Clark. Come on, dude.
2028 free agent Caitlin Clark. Just saying.
We're winning every championship. That's how that works. My hair is crazy right now. 950. I know. I got to get a haircut, man. I got the fluff in the back going on.
You gonna keep the lettuce, or what are you gonna do with it?
I don't know, dude. Because I mean, usually when I get it cut, I keep it pretty long on top, but I get it trimmed. I don't know. Do I keep it a little longer on the? See, the thing is though. All right. So here's the thing. We got an old engineer, and when I say old, I mean like he was born in like 1812. And he's Greek. So he's one of these people that, my nationality determines everything about my life. Oh, I'm Greek, so I get hot. So I can't, I'm sorry, he gets cold. So I can't, here's the thing. I'm going to vent. Thank you. Welcome to my TED Talk. Hey. The problem is that there's no air return in the studio. Now I'm on camera. So we're on X, Rumble, YouTube, and TikTok now. So TikTok, you hear everything during the break, to the point that somebody, because I serenade my producer during the break, they have made a list on Spotify of all the songs they just start randomly stimming. And they even said, came for the content, stayed for the stimming. Just to let you know how it goes. Because I just start randomly singing the Seth. And which is crazy, but it's really accurate. I mean, it's my show wrapped up. It just a nice little bow on it. Put it in a box, pass it off. But
okay, Ray.
Wait, okay. But yeah, so my engineer, he's like nice and cool in here today, huh? I go, it's 78 degrees. I go, plus there's no way for the air to get out of this room. We have 4 computers in here. No, it's not nice in here. You sound nuts. No, I have to wear a suit because I'm on a stream. It's not nice in here. I'm sweating. I don't want to sweat on camera. So I got to dab. I got to do this. Like I'm about to start wearing makeup. I look like I just got out of a pool. I look like Michael Phelps.
That's me all the time.
Right. But I forgot where. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk about how hot the studio gets. But it's hot, man. It's hot.
I got a fan on me right now because it can get a little toasty in here. When you start yelling, doors closed, things get a little crazy.
Seth got me a little fan that I put in the corner. So
when that spritz water on you too, so you can get refreshed during the break. You can look at the Rumble stream dead in the eye. You'd be like, shh.
Look at me. Don't
what
forget.
The flock are you looking at?
Don't forget to subscribe. Yeah, no.
Speaking of which,
boy.
we have to get moving here too because we got to show up after us after this. But before we go, again, I want to make sure everyone knows exactly how and where to find you, Jake, for the Jake Underwood Show, which is an awesome program that happens from 9 to noon every day.
Yeah, so the best way, I mean, just look up the Jake Underwood Show, jakeunderwoodshow.com. You can find all of it there. On X, I'm Jake Underwood 92 because I was born in 1992. The same on TikTok. You can also find us there. We go live 9:30 to noon on TikTok. You see behind the scenes. There are a lot of people who will watch the YouTube, and then when we go to break, they switch over to the TikTok. And we get, I mean, what was it? Yesterday's live got like 9,000 likes. We had almost like 1,500 people in there. So it gets fun. And, you know, you get the people that get mad because they just assume what my political leaning is. And then they like to freak out a little bit. And I'm like, I just don't want to pay taxes anymore. That's basically where I'm at. Like, I'll pay some taxes, but not all of them. I don't want to pay them all. The government's like, if you remember anything from this, remember the government is like a crackhead. When you give the crackhead $20, what are they going to do? They're going to waste it. They're going to go buy crack. So when you give the government money, what are they going to do? They're going to waste it, especially if you live in California. Oh, Kyle, real quick. Did you hear what they're going to do for the homeless in California? What's being proposed? I'm going to talk about I'm going to talk about it tomorrow. They're going to find ways to assist them to, how do I want to say this? Release themselves sexually and safely.
What?
So they're gonna open up little like I guess you call it a wellness center technically.
That's
Hey,
way to put it. Yeah.
But yeah, so they're gonna open up these centers where unhoused peoples can go in there and play crank yankers and then 5 minutes later walk out. Government.
Sick reference.
Right. Hey, I'll tell you, that's a way to get votes. I don't know that that's technically illegal, but I mean, that's government money hiring people to go in there and just turn them out.
That's honestly insane.
So yeah, that's being, I believe it's being proposed. I'll send it to you. Somebody sent it to me earlier and I went, this is for Open Lines Ohio. Oh, also Friday, Open Lines Ohio. We talk whatever you want, whenever you call. So literally we'll talk anything. And we're going to start talking Browns too, which I talked to AA about potentially getting some people from the Inside Edge Network on Mondays to recap Browns games.
Wow. Hopefully it doesn't pick me.
No. I want it to be you.
Oh, fuck.
One of them. Yeah.
Hope
so
you're ready. Get the bleed. Tell Seth to get the dump button ready.
Yeah.
Go.
Well, we can only press it twice. So good luck.
Oh shit. All right.
Yeah. No, we almost got in trouble when Bernie Moreno decided he wanted to start cussing to try to get a clip online. So you laughed. That's what it was. That's all it was. It was for a clip. Congrats. You did it, bud.
The one and only Jake Underwood with us here on the Inside Edge Network. Jake, man, always a pleasure. I will catch you next Thursday, man.
All right. Sounds good. We'll see you then.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Again, it is 9:55. Quick break on the other side. The viral video of the night and Inside Edge Prime Time. Don't run away.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Eli Moon here, one half of Inside Edge Primetime, and Chad Bryan and myself, we're back tonight at 10 p.m. for another episode of Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. And we have a lot to talk about. The Cavaliers, they signed James Harden to a 3-year, $97 million deal. Are the Cavs title contenders heading into this upcoming season? We'll talk about that. And of course, the Guardians, trying to find a way to get into the playoffs, whether it's through the wild card or winning the AL Central. We'll talk about the Guardians' chances as well. And college football enters into the landscape it seems like we've already been kind of talking about when it comes to college basketball. Now we see it in college football. And the Browns were affected by other teams were affected as well. We'll talk about the landscape of college football and college sports as a whole tonight on Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure you like, follow, subscribe at Inside Edge Net so you know when we're going live. See you tonight.
All right, folks, tonight at 11:30, Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. We've been covering it all night long. The big news with James Harden signing his new deal. I'll have my thoughts on that and a new look starting five. My question is this team good enough, the Cavaliers, with Peyton Watson, now with James Harden back, is this team good enough to be a top 4, top 3 Eastern Conference contender? We'll get into that coming up tonight. Also, we'll react to the Browns and Bills, the first of 2 joint practices. We have post-practice, I should say, reaction to all that going on. Also, Live Golf. This could be the end of the road. Their final event is not the championships next weekend, but it's their event this upcoming weekend in Indianapolis. Did Live Golf accomplish its goal of changing professional golf to new heights? We'll talk about that coming up tonight. Also, our smash or pass, mozzarella stick sandwich. They got a tall order to beat. We had a brisket sandwich last night. Tonight from Progressive Field, a mozzarella stick sandwich. We'll get into all that and so much more tonight at 11:30. It's Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network.
Welcome back to Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, right here on Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health, the Inside Edge Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. We are just about out of time, but with that, want to bring into the program young one Elijah Mooningham, one Chad Bryan. Gentlemen, unmute yourselves. Welcome in to the show here. How we doing?
Oh man, so good. You know what Kyle did so well this time? I forgot.
I gotta do the thing.
Oh my
goodness. Gotta do the thing. Hold on. Gotta do the thing.
Doing the thing. Got it. Doing the thing.
Here we go.
Thing real quick. Doing the thing.
Now we're going through like 8 different Bluetooth speakers in his place.
Yeah. You got us on the surround sound yet? All right, sick.
No. I had to go computer route because I couldn't hear you guys. But it's okay. We do this every night.
Yes.
This will change tomorrow because obviously with high school football, we're going to be pre-recorded on Fridays. Oh my God, I'm breaking the fourth wall. But I'm going to be busy in a different location, so I won't be able to do this live on Fridays.
Yes.
There you go.
But we're still going to have a show for you guys, and we appreciate all 700 of you for hanging out with us throughout the show today as we go. But it's time for the viral video of the night. No rhyme or reason for this, guys. Just sit back and enjoy the ride.
I swear to God, I swear on everything I believe in, I swear on everything I love. If you drop my fucking Frank Ocean CD, I will not bring a single thing to game night this Friday. Do not test me, Phil. That's fine. No one invited you anyway. It's at my tree. Yeah, you just got the biggest tree. That's all. We had to invite you. You fucking pigeon. Give me my fucking CD.
Well, I actually don't have any CDs. I'm kind of on that Spotify premium life.
No, not you. You evolutionary failure.
That was rude.
Hey, don't you talk to him like that. Fuck you. Fuck you too.
Kyle, that was incredible. Did you voice over some of those birds?
No, I didn't. I wish I did.
I mean, you could have. I mean, you might have a future with videos like that. I was like, my first thing that came to my mind is why didn't they reach out to Kyle? If you needed F-bombs and some witty, humor from time to time, Kyle's got you, man. That was a good one. You know what? That was a nice change of pace.
F-bombs flying around. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, my goodness.
They're censored, so Chad doesn't have to have an aneurysm. It's all fine.
My stream deck doesn't work anymore. I'm so mad about it. I can't even censor you anymore, man.
What happened was Kyle dropped 18 F-bombs the first time you used it, and now we broke the sound. We're screwed. But
you got to use them before you lose them, though. So good job, Chad. Way to get those reps in.
Hey, do you have any thoughts on any college basketball coaches by chance before we get out of here? We transition to prime time. Okay, all right, we're gonna switch to Ruski.
Listen, this network's full of shitty takes, and that was one of them.
Oh my goodness. Kyle Cornell, everybody. As you heard, he will be in the football world tomorrow with AA, of course. AA gonna hit the gas pedal as fast as he can under the speed limit, of course.
Yes.
And he's gonna get back home.
He's used to being under a lot of things because of his height, so it's totally fine.
Ooh, oh man. So AA will be back from Midnight Run. Kyle will still obviously will have Unfiltered tomorrow, but as you mentioned a little bit earlier in the day, but you'll still see his face tomorrow, of course, here in the evening stream, 9 to 10 p.m. Monday through Friday. Kyle, we appreciate you as always, and yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll have some more fun takes.
Oh, I'm sure you guys will enjoy it.
Yes. All right, Kyle Cornell, everybody. We appreciate him very, very much. All right, Chad, look, dude, we really got to do something with the place. I am so tired, and I don't understand. I mean, every single time we... All right, let's see.
See what happens.
What?
Hey, look at that.
Okay.
We're not just on white lines anymore, man. That's pretty fun.
Dude, look at above us.
Not bad.
Inside Edge Pride. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, you gotta look up. Dude, look at that. Oh my goodness. Hey, cool. Everybody. We're here. We're with you. We finally did something with the place. We got a little bit of some bright colors your way. The name of the show above us. We did some things here. But we're gonna take a quick pause for station identification, our pretty cool intro, and then it's time for Inside Edge Prime Time with Chad B and myself. See ya in just a sec.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all the leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams.
And welcome in, everybody, to another episode of Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right, your right, everybody's right, which means I'm Eli Moon. We're back in the saddle, on the saddle, saddle adjacent here for your Thursday edition of Inside Edge Primetime. So happy to be with all of you. My goodness, there's a ton of you in here, and we appreciate the support all week long. Since September 5th, 2025, we've appreciated the support. Coming up on that 1-year anniversary, Chad and I started this show. It once was called Thursday Topics, and now we have topics and angles and discussions with all of you every single night of the week, Monday through Friday. We are blessed that you rock with us. You've chosen the Inside Edge Network as, your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. Make sure, of course, you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials. That's YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. Smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live across all the socials. Of course, you're going to want to know because 8 p.m. Daily Spiral, Autumn Chisholm, you saw me on there earlier. 9 p.m. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell, 9 to 10, and Kyle always keeps us entertained. And then Chad and I till 11:30, and then Midnight Run with Anthony Alford till 1 in the morning, 11:30 to 1 in the morning. AA getting the run through the finish line to 1 a.m. So a lot of great stuff there, a lot of great weekly programming for you as well. Papa Moon, Real Talk with Papa Moon, Saturdays at 5 p.m. We have Illegal Formation Mondays at 6 o'clock now. We're aiming for 6:30 range, and we'll kind of keep you updated on things as we continue to make announcements throughout the next few weeks here. But of course, the voice of land you heard earlier today, Ryan Mosser, Kevin Arnold, great stuff there. And main event, Rob Ruzicki, AA, and myself on Sunday nights. We're still trying to figure out a time. We're working on it, folks. Of course, InsideEdgeNetwork.com is where you're going to want to go. Read about your favorite personality of Inside Edge Primetime, Chad Bryan, and everybody does a great job here across the Inside Edge Network. Go check out your personalities that you love, you've come to know and love, or if you're getting familiar, read a little bit more about us and get to know us. Of course, go to our partners page, couldn't do without them. Our title sponsor, the Brothers Lounge on 11609 Detroit Avenue, the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. Great live music all week long. They had happy hour on the patio earlier. Chef Wynn got the grill out, was doing $7 barbecue bites and $2 off your drink. So check that out. Keep an eye out for happy hour on the patio at Brothers Lounge. And of course, live music all week, all weekend long. I mean, we're talking Sunday to Sunday, folks. There's a lot of great stuff. Karaoke there as well on Sundays. Comedy in the concert hall with Bill Squire on Tuesday nights. And then, of course, in the wine bar in the front stage, you have Poor Duncan running open mic. A lot of great stuff and great food from Chef Wynn and Winning Bites, from burgers, nachos, fries, wings, you name it. Chicken and waffles. There's so much great stuff. Couldn't do without our partners. And, of course, our other partners as well, Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, Mosser Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, W Energy, and Omega Video Marketing. Appreciate them and appreciate you at home. So we'll grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And of course, near or far, here we are. Take us on the road. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. We want our travel points. We need our reward points so we can start hitting the vacation trail as well every now and then when we get a day or two. But we are so happy to be with all of you nonetheless. A lot to get into. Cavaliers later on. We'll talk about James Harden. He signed a 3-year, $97 million deal. Shams Charania of ESPN had that reported here earlier today. What this means for the Cavaliers, are they a true title contender? I had Peyton Watson and inked him to a 4-year, $88 million deal yesterday. A lot to talk about Cavaliers. And, of course, we'll get into the landscape of college football. Autumn and I talked about it earlier tonight on the Daily Spiral just a few hours ago. We'll dive into it again. Chad and I will have some opinions on where exactly college football is heading and maybe a little college football talk in general in terms of the season coming up. Well, we'll keep you on your toes here, but we're going to dive in right with a team that keeps you on your toes, especially if you know them here in Cleveland. We're Cleveland's digital leader, so we'll start with our Guardians. The Guardians have been able to win a series, Chad B. I can't believe it. Yeah. They have done something I've never thought they could do past the deadline. And all jokes aside, this has been something that we would hope was going to be a little bit sooner out of the deadline. A team that came out and looked sharp. They did their thing against the Mets and were smooth sailing. Well, that wasn't the case. They got swept by the Mets, and they kind of went on a tangent, or a trail here where they lost multiple series out of the deadline, losing to the Mets, as I mentioned, losing to the White Sox, as I mentioned, Tigers, Padres. I mean, just a very disappointing run for the Guardians. And I understand a lot of those teams playing in playoff runnings are already in the playoffs, or at least comfortable, as some would say, comfortable in that playoff spot. Yes. But, this had to be that series that finally either you win this series and you have some fight left in you, or this is it, man. Like you just are ready for either next year or if there's a lockout 2028. The Guardians showing just a little bit of fight, beating the Giants earlier today, 5-2, and I feel a little better, but I don't know exactly how quite to feel going into Colorado. You have a away series, 3 against the Colorado Rockies, then in LA against the Angels, and you come back home against the Royals. Chad B, what is your temperature check right now on the Cleveland Guardians' playoff chances?
Well, I mean, they're running out of time. It's August 20. Luckily, the American League stinks right now. It's not just the Central; it's the rest of the American League. There's a couple good teams, but they're only a game and a half out of the wild card. So, and they're just, I don't know. It's like they just don't want to. They're not consistent. They can't be consistent, right? They don't have consistent offense. One night the bullpen is lights out, right? And then the next night they'll give up 5 or 6 earned runs, trying to close out a game or just trying to get a game to the late innings and keep it close. Yeah. Starting pitching has been pretty good overall. I mean, Gavin Williams is fantastic. Another double-digit strikeout game for him. But like you said, 5 series losses in a row. It's their first series win since the end of July against Cincinnati. So, I mean, that's almost a full month. That's a long time to not win a series when you're trying to compete for a playoff spot. Even with how bad the American League is. So I guess they're just a game out of the wild card now that I'm looking at the standings. The Tigers are half a game behind them. I guess that's what I was thinking. But they're lucky that they've only got 2 teams in front of them right now, 2 teams from different divisions. So they don't have that, that kind of sense of where the 2 teams are battling each other and one of them's going to win a bunch of games, whatever. So they're in an okay spot. Like I said, they got to overcome the Tigers, who are right there on their heels. Even the Orioles, the Mariners, but you got Julio Rodriguez throwing the ball into the stands with 2 outs or whatever. And it's funny how much was made of that mistake the other night. By the way, that Julio, they were down. They lost 22-0. I don't think that made the difference in the game. I think what that made it 21-0. But yeah, at 20-0, it was definitely they were going to come back, right? But then that one extra run that put it out of reach. So that's no problem. Yeah, I don't know. They've got to be consistent. They've got to find a way to. And I know it's hitting with runners in scoring position, but you've got to get runners in scoring position. That'd be nice too. They just have to find a way to be more consistent. That's all they have to do. They're a good team.
Exactly. And Reese Hoskins on the injured list right now. They obviously brought David Fry up, yesterday. So a lot of moving parts. Slade Ciccone, injured. We're trying to get him back into that bullpen role, strengthen the bullpen. Bullpen's been a little bit sharper than it was when we were hitting the panic alarm a week ago. So we can at least be positive for that for the most part. In the offense, it's just like I said, had guys kind of going in and out of that lineup. They never really had consistency all year. That's kind of been the thing. Jose Ramirez with the hamate injury, dealing with that. Angel Martinez, at the same time, DeLauder, they all went down in the IL at the same time. And, a few stints, I believe, for DeLauder and, for Martinez, that was when he finally started catching the momentum offensively where, okay, we got something here. And then they all go out a crazy run. I'll never forget it. It was a middle of June day. Evening when we got the news, because AA and I were out at Cliche's EP release show, and we were rocking out at the grog shop, and AA goes, "What in the hell is a hammock?" And I go, "Brother, you're asking me, the doctor? Yeah, I got you. Hey, let me."
I thought that was going to be something on the Smash or Pass on Midnight Run. I thought that was like a hammock sandwich. I didn't know what that was.
No, but did you see that brisket yesterday?
That was ridiculous. I don't want to talk about it. We can't do that.
Right.
It's too early in the show. We can't talk about food right now.
We're locking on the Guardians. All right. So with the Guardians here, this is a team that now is to Chad's point. They don't have any teams that are in front of them that are really jockeying for position to get further away from the Guardians. Now it's about the Guardians starting to climb up that ladder and start creating some distance themselves. Now the thing is, they have about a little over a month to do so, and now is the time to do so. Rockies, as I mentioned, Angels, Royals. That is a stretch of games. That is over 10 games where you can put together a really good run here, a 9-10 game stretch, really maybe jump back up into the AL wildcard discussion. And the White Sox, watching the White Sox earlier, there were no hit into the 7th inning by, I believe, the Braves earlier today. So just an interesting thing where maybe, just maybe, you were right on your prediction, Chad B. Maybe the White Sox.
I appreciate you giving that to me, but I said they wouldn't be here in August. We are firmly into August, man. I think that ship has sailed, but I appreciate you giving the benefit of the doubt.
Now here's the thing: it could all change in a heartbeat, though. A 9-10 game stretch, Guardians, 3.5 back of the White Sox for first, or 4.5 back. So you see this right now. This could be a stretch where if the Guardians play perfect baseball, they're 2-3 games above the White Sox. And that in September feels like 5 to 6 games up, because every game truly means a lot because you're running out of time. It's not, hey, 100 left in the season, this many left. No, you got, 30 games? 30 games maybe left in the season?
And it's funny to me because you say like the games mean more right now. And people always say, well, you can't, you're not going to lose the division on a series in May. Well, it's the same weight, right? The games aren't weighted more heavily in September and October. I mean, you absolutely can lose the division on a series in May. But yeah, that's the thing. They just have to be a little more consistent. And maybe the White Sox will start to fall off. Who knows? I mean, I feel like they're a good 2 years ahead of schedule. But this is what happened with the Braves when they won the World Series in 2021. And you have to see how they handle if they can stay on top of this division, or if the Guardians are going to get back to, there just really hasn't been much. We call it guards ball, right? They haven't really done that well. I mean, that's all the little things, the base running, the fundamentals, right? Good defense, not throwing the ball around. They haven't done those things very well. So that's not really all of it adds up to what you see. They're below 500 and they're in a little bit of trouble right now, but they can still get it done.
Yeah, and they've been aggressive. I will give them a little bit of credit. I know I'm very tough on them, probably one of the more tough ones on the network, on the Guardians at times. And I get that. And it's because I get frustrated, not only for me, but for Papa Moon and a bunch of baseball fans around me that have wanted to see a World Series, and we've been clamoring, just wanting to get back to the spot we at least were in 2016, at least in competition, one of the last 2 teams standing. We haven't been close to that point. The closest we've been was, 2024, I believe, with the ALCS. I mean, we're thinking about a team that really hasn't achieved what we want to see in Cleveland since 1948. And I know not this rendition. It's hard to put it all on them, but when you see some of the plays you mentioned earlier in the season and not getting the offense together, going cold for months at a time, and then when the offense finally gets some jolt in it, you got the bullpen slipping because they've been holding the offense up and trying to preserve, tight games. I mean, so it's kind of like you have a teeter-totter, and we just needed to be balanced. We just needed to be a balanced teeter-totter. Everybody get along, everybody's looking eye level, and the team's on the same page. That's kind of the best analogy I can give because, again, the Guardians are in a spot where not only are they in the AL wildcard contention, but yes, the AL Central is definitely still a grasp. You asked me a week ago, asked Chad a week ago, probably say, the Guardians may be ready for their vacation after the season, but they have some life in them, folks. They're going to keep playing, and the pitching has been lights out. You mentioned yesterday, I know they wasted, of course, Parker Messick's incredible outing, and that's been the norm for Parker Messick when you talk about starting pitchers. But Gavin Williams, another phenomenal start for him. 11 strikeouts today, as you mentioned. A guy that just consistently, night in and night out right now, him and Parker Messick are guys you can count on. And if the Guardians can provide some offense, just consistent offense, then they might really be a team to look out for come October, despite all the adversity and everything. If they can get in the door, and I know usually I'm like, don't get in the door. I hate hearing that. But if you can get in the door, and you're starting the season popping the bat from Joe Adell, the 6 RBIs yesterday or 2 nights ago, you're starting to see some of these guys starting to get a little bit more of their footing in Cleveland. Chad, I feel like this team could be a dangerous, sneaky type team that we talk about when we're talking about other teams coming in and surprising the Guardians. Like, you may not want to play the Tigers in the first round, or you may not play this team. Like, that could be the Guardians going into October if they play their cards right. And it's a big, big stretch here. I had Padres and Giants included. Padres came in and kind of took care of business, and they were on a heater coming in. Literally, at the same week, I kept saying, well, the Padres are a team they can get their momentum against. Padres got on a heater. Now they're in the wild card discussion more than they were when I was saying that. So now you, of course, took care against the Giants. They got to take care of the Rockies. And the thing is, if you want to find your offense, Colorado is the place to do it because that stadium, the home run ball flies. So if maybe guys find some confidence in a hitter's ballpark. Yes. Maybe they find some confidence, Chad B, in a hitter's ballpark and can kind of beat up on the Rockies. And we talk about momentum. It's a dangerous thing. And it could be very, very dangerous for the rest of the American League if the Guardians find their footing out there in Denver or wherever the hell in Colorado.
We know it's a mile above sea level. That's all that matters.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and you were talking about Gavin Williams. It's his 9th double-digit strikeout performance. One more will tie him with Trevor Bauer for the most for the Guardians since 2018. Bauer had 10 in 2018. So good to see him dominating on the hill and the Guardians putting some runs on the board behind him to get the win. Again, series win, first one since the end of July. That's good. Those are all good things. But yeah, they've got a lot of winnable games, a lot of winnable series. Not unreasonable to think they could go, 7-3, 8-2 coming up over the next 10 games and get right back in this thing, both in the division and in the wild card. So see what happens.
Now I asked you a month or two ago, Chad B. I'm curious what your thoughts are now. I'm going to ask you this. Yeah. Ralphie Velasquez, one of the top prospects for the Guardians. Yeah. He is the only one damn near that hasn't been brought up. We've seen Khalil Watson, Cooper Ingle, Travis Bazana doing pretty dang good. Angel Hanau. We've seen, guys called up left and right. Juan Brito, came and went. We've seen damn near anybody you think of. Petey Halpin's been up a few different times. But the one guy that really stands out that hasn't gotten that call is Ralphie Velasquez. Now, the Guardians obviously are trying to protect their future at first base. You see right now they're playing a platoon, and that's kind of been the thing for the Guardians last couple of years because Kyle Manzardo has not stepped into what we'd expect out of Kyle Manzardo, which is a guy that can mash the ball and get on base and just play a little bit of defense. I mean, unfortunately, the bat just has not picked up in AAA. It's not been super great for him either since he's been sent down and is playing for the Columbus Clippers at the current moment. You see now Nathaniel Lowe, Reese Hoskins on the IL, but he helps out with that as well. Velasquez is a guy, it seems like they have a lot of expectation on, and they believe his promise could be to fulfill the first base full time. You're looking at an infield in the future with him and Bazana on that first, second base side of the diamond. Chevy, would you call Ralphie Velasquez up if you're the Guardians? If you win this series in Colorado, do you call Ralphie Velasquez up and try to go all hands on deck prospect-wise to try to win, get into the playoffs, and then go on a run?
This is not a prediction. This isn't. I'm not going to. There's no source, no trust me, bro, or anything worse than that or better than that. But I mean, I would think about calling him up maybe before you head out there. he's shown some pretty excellent power numbers at times in the minors, especially the last couple of seasons. Why not let him get out there in Colorado and hit the ball around the park a little bit, right? I mean, like I said, the ball flies there this time of year. And it's just a big, even with gap to gap power. I mean, you know, doubles and triples. I mean, just get him out there. I know he's another left-handed bat. I get it. I understand. You know, and everybody's obsessed with the big right-handed bat. You've got Joe Adell. I know he was nursing a little bit of a knee contusion yesterday. That's why he was out of the lineup. He actually wasn't supposed to play against the Giants today. He ended up pinch hitting or whatever and going to that DH role. So I think they're just keeping an eye on him. They must have been successful. They said they were trying to get some, you know, just some inflammation out of his knee, which means he was probably doing a lot of icing, a lot of heel slides. I've been there. Trust me, I've been there many times. But yeah, I just think why not? Why not call Velasquez up and let him hit the ball around the park a little bit? See what he's got. Why not? What's the hurt at this point?
I guess I'm hesitant, right? Because we've seen it work out with prospects like Chase DeLauder, you know, brought up last, you know, the end of the season and the run into the postseason. DeLauder getting those reps, you know, and it worked out because Chase DeLauder's been sound. I mean, he's had a little bit of slumps. He's a young player. Going to have some slumps, but we've seen the promise and we've seen him play pretty well for most of the year. And then you have the cases where it doesn't really work out. I think of guys that came up halfway through the year or near the end of the year, like Tyler Naquin, who was good for a moment and then gone. And other guys that come to mind, you know, it's that are essentially brought up to fulfill a postseason run, but maybe it just wasn't like what they were ready for. You know, maybe that's, you know, and I'm not saying Velasquez isn't ready for it, but that's a lot of pressure to put on.
But what better time to find out, right? What better time to find out?
Sure, but I guess like, and that's why I'm torn, because it's like if I'm thinking about the long-term future of Ralphie Velasquez, wouldn't you almost rather wait and try to get him up here like you did Bazana this past year? Brought him up in May, you know, May, June range, and you bring him up and then you go, all right, you're going to build with this team for the majority of the year. We need you to get a few more reps in Columbus to start the year off, and then we'll bring you up. Yeah. I guess like that's where I'm torn, because then there's the other part of me that's like, go win the freaking thing. Go push as much as you can. And if you're having Nathaniel Lowe that's doing all right at times, him and Hoskins platooning, but Velasquez can put, you know, bat the ball at an efficient rate and can provide that offense and bring runners in, which is something the Guardians have struggled with, then we're probably having a different discussion. So I'm torn right now. I'm like that, there's a song, and I cannot think of who sings it right now, but it's like, nothing's fine, I'm torn. And I can't really sing it in the exact same tone or we'd probably be shut down. So that's why I said it like that. But that's kind of what I feel like. I feel like I'm torn right now when it comes to Ralphie Velasquez, because I'm just scared because as the baseball fan, I don't want to see offensive prospects be brought up too early, destroys their confidence, and that's it. Because I'm going to be honest, Cooper Ingle at this point appears to me like damaged goods. And we got to see what happens, but, I mean, moving him from catcher already because of the trade earlier in the season for Patrick Bailey with the San Francisco Giants, and then having, of course, Austin Hedges, who's just, I mean, a constant professional, a guy that, over a decade of service time in the major leagues, a guy that, hey, he's going to provide that defensive prowess, and he's been a little bit better offensively. But when you have that, I understand why you bring Ingle there to left field, but then you see what he did in left field, and Chad, that's tough, man. Your first week or two out in the bigs, and you're dropping balls in left field, and the fans aren't too thrilled with you. You're out of position. So I just don't want that to happen with Velasquez. Not that I think they'll bring him up and go, and you're playing right field tonight. Like, no, he'll play first. But I just don't know. I don't know, man. Because also the other concern, too, is Jose Ramirez, right? Like, that is a true concern to have as Guardians fans, because Jose, this has been a very injury-plagued year for Jose Ramirez. And I believe if the Guardians were smart, maybe looking into DH in him at least a little bit during that postseason run, preserve him. And this is me hypothetically, and I'm speaking it into existence. I get into the postseason. But DH him and preserve him. Preserve the bat for the postseason run. Put all hands on deck. You have guys that can play third too. And now maybe move him over.
I feel like Jose's the kind of guy that needs to play the field. You know what I mean? Like, some guys have to be just all in. Like, it's hard for some guys to DH unless they're fully engulfed, entrenched in the game, playing defense, playing in the field, whatever. I feel like Jose is one of those guys. I feel like he'd rather be in the field, and you want his defense out there. But I get your point. I understand.
Yeah, but I guess my thing, Chad, is I'm not saying Jose doesn't want to be out there. But can his body hold up now? He's in mid-30s, going on mid-30s. I mean, can his body hold up for the rest of this run, which is going to be a very pressure-filled, stress-filled end of the year? The Guardians don't have a ticket punch, and they may not have a ticket punch in the last day of the season the way it could be. This is going to be a lot on Jose Ramirez and this team. And I remember these deep playoff runs the Guardians have went on in the past where they're down to, we talked about in the World Series back 10 years ago. Michael Martinez taking the last at bats because they literally could not hold up health-wise. So I know that's an extreme for some, but to me, I think there's enough prospects and guys that have showed a little bit of promise. Hanau, of course, Bazana, you have DeLauder, you have guys that you're like, okay, maybe we bring Velasquez up. We toy around with the infield. Yes, you put Jose in. You still put him in the field. But some, maybe one day out of a series, a potential playoff series. And of course, folks, we're manifesting playoffs here. So hopefully we have something to talk about in October. But long term, you're looking at maybe putting Hanau over to third. And then you keep Rocchio at short. You have Bazana at second. In this case, you either have Lowe or Hoskins, or maybe you look at Ralphie Velasquez. We just talked about him. And then Jose could play, be DH. And then the days that Jose's in the field, you could still either utilize one of those guys or whoever's not playing on first, right? Like if Ralphie's at first in this hypothetical, you put Nathaniel Lowe at DH, a guy that gets on base, that makes contact. I just think there's a little bit of ways to get creative when it comes to preserving Jose Ramirez and also getting as much pop as you can in this offense. Because if you put Jose at third, sure, I'm not against putting one of the most legendary Cleveland baseball players of all time. I love Jose. I mean, makes sense to put him there at third. But just remember, you're going to have to leave Hanau probably off the field then. He's been providing some pop every now and then.
Yeah, I mean, if they're lucky enough to get enough versatility on the bench, you can do a little bit of a rotating DH situation and give a guy, not a day off from the lineup, but a day off from the field every now and then going down the stretch. I mean, that helps going into the playoffs too. But I don't know. I just think, if Jose Ramirez were out there getting hurt playing defense, I'd say, keep him off the field. For sure. Preserve him. But, everything's happened at the plate. So that's where you want him. You're going to want him at the plate. So I don't know. I mean, I just think maybe you've got a situation where you maybe give Joe Adele some rest. I don't know how the knee contusion is going to play out. I don't think it's going to be anything serious going forward, but that kind of stuff it can bug you for a few days, and when you don't have your legs under you, it's really hard to do much as an athlete, really in any sport. I was going to say in baseball, but really if you don't have your legs, it's hard to do anything in any sport. So they'll want to get him healthy. Maybe you might see him DH a couple of days over the next week here or so, this weekend as well. I don't know. It's just they've got a lot of options right now. Like I said, they've got some versatility on the bench. I don't know that they've got enough to, plug and play guys all over the field and do the rotating DH. But, I mean, we'll see what they do. The biggest thing they have to worry about is just getting guys on base and putting the bat on the ball when they get guys on base. I mean, they've got to start getting runners in the scoring position and hitting with runners in scoring position. They have to do that.
They do. I agree. You know what? I've had an idea. I've had an epiphany. We are doing an impromptu segment. We're going to do this every Thursday, Chad B. It's called
Donovan Mitchell's going to sign with the Guardians. No, that's not it. Did you see today? He said he could play Major League Baseball as a pitcher.
I'm sure he could have. I mean, maybe.
He's the bullpen help. Hey,
whatever. Maybe. I mean,
all right, that's not your pitch. Fine.
We're gonna do Thursday temperature check, and it's gonna be Guardians edition for the rest of the year. And maybe we'll change it to Browns when the Browns are when the Guardians are done. Whenever the Guardians are done. But for now, it's gonna be Guardians edition for the rest of the season. Thursday temperature check. 1 being and 0 actually being ice cold. No chance. 10 being it's a lock. It's hot. They got postseason. This is our Thursday temperature check for tonight. Are the Guardians, and it'll be the same question every Thursday to you, Chad, 0 to 10. Where are you on the temperature meter with the Guardians making the postseason? It doesn't have to be the essential, but just getting into the postseason.
Because they're playing a little bit better, and by that I mean they've won 1 out of the last 6 series. But they're playing a little better lately. Just a little better. It's okay. Pitching's better, bullpen's better. They're starting to show signs of maybe coming out of the funk. Joe Adele had a really big night. They've got some winnable games coming up. It's a big one. We talked about that. I'm going to give them a 6.5 right now.
You wanted to do 6-7. I saw you.
I thought about it. My kids watch. I thought about it, but I didn't do it. Sorry, kids. 6.5.
We'll try next time. All right. Well, you could say it was in between 6
They've got to learn disappointment early on. I think that's important. Yeah, I think that's important early on.
Yeah, I love it. I'm going to say right now, based off everything I've seen, a 5. I got to see more. Now, when we talk, next Thursday, and we'll be talking about obviously Monday through Friday. So we'll obviously have some days to talk about it before then. But when we do our temperature check next Thursday, Chad, keep this in mind. We'll have 3 already played against the Rockies. That series will be done. We'll have 3 against the Angels done. They'll have the off day, and then they'll go into the series against the Royals to start that weekend. So we'll have 2 series to break down: the Rockies and the Angels. and we'll have this thought of kind of where to go from here, a little bit more concise, a little bit more clear. So maybe it changes. They go put, as I like to say, belt the, usually I swear after midnight now. So belt the behind, if they want to put belt the behind, the Rockies and the Angels. Yeah, get your rear end kicked. Yeah, I mean, then maybe we have a different discussion. So we'll keep an eye on all of it, of course. Yes, a lot of baseball left, but not a lot of baseball left at the same time. We'll keep an eye on it all, of course, with the Guardians. But when we come back, we are going to talk about the Cleveland Cavaliers. If you didn't know, well, now you know. The Cavaliers are back in action in terms of making some moves to better their team. Did they get better? Better than they were last year when they were in the Eastern Conference Finals. We see some familiar faces rejoining. James Harden back. Donovan Mitchell earlier this offseason re-signed an he got an extension from the Cavaliers. Evan Mobley didn't go anywhere. Jared Allen didn't go anywhere. A few guys did, though. We'll talk about that. The new acquisition, Peyton Watson, what James Harden looks like on this team, where exactly the Cavs are mindset-wise in terms of building this roster, and if they have a chance in the Eastern Conference and even against the dreaded Western Conference and the Spurs, the Thunder, and all those guys out there in the West. We'll talk about all that, but that's Chad B to my right. You're right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This is Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. We're back talking Cavs right after this.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our Partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. So guys, awesome show today here on Unfiltered. We got into a lot of different things, including the James Harden trade. We also had Jake Underwood on the program. Fantastic talk with him. It's been a little bit, so we had a chance to talk about everything from the state of current politics, block cameras, and everything in between. Even former North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum came up in conversation, believe it or not. So we didn't get to a lot of overall topics. We'll get there tomorrow, Friday. A bunch to get into around the news and talk landscape. And it's the unveiling. Chad Bryan, he gets it tomorrow. It is the meme of the week, picture reveals. We got all that and more coming up 9 p.m. tomorrow night, Friday night, Unfiltered, right here on the Inside Edge Network.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right, you're right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. We're back in the saddle on the saddle adjacent. Talk some Guardians. There's some hope still here for the baseball team in Cleveland as they make their way to possibly a postseason run. If you missed our new impromptu segment, Thursday temperature check, will the Guardians get into the playoffs? How do we feel about the Guardians getting into the playoffs? Chad had it at a 6.5, and I have it at a 5, so we'll keep tallies on that. Keep our records and see how we were feeling throughout the season. If we were right, maybe we just need to believe a little bit more. This is Believe Land after all, right? All right. All right. That's right. All right.
Should make a document.
Yeah, Chad. Yeah. No. All right. With all that being said, of course, make sure if you haven't been here before, hello, how are you doing? If you have been here before, welcome back. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net. If you haven't already, on all the socials, YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live across all the socials. 4 daily shows with you in one big happy family evening block for you from 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Of course, you have 8 p.m. the Daily Spiral with Autumn Chisholm. She has from a rotating co-host, guest, whatever we are to Autumn. We keep her company. Chad Bryan, AA, and myself, of course, we're with her throughout the week. Then 9 p.m. Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell. A lot of, from entertainment and pop culture and some sports discussion with Autumn to your local, national news, your community talk, and, of course, some sports as well. He just had, of course, Jake Underwood from the Jake Underwood Show. They're on 1420 a.m., The Answer, with them on Unfiltered, and you'll see that. That's usually a weekly thing for Kyle on Thursday, so we'll see. That should be returning back as a weekly thing. Very exciting stuff there. Of course, 10 to 11:30. That's Inside Edge Primetime, Chad and I. We're holding it down for you. Then 11:30 to 1 a.m., Midnight Run with Anthony Alford, our program director and our bro. And he's got a lot to talk about when it comes to the Browns. They had their joint practice earlier today. So AA later tonight, we'll talk about what happened earlier today. Of course, smash that notification bell so you know when we're going live Monday through Friday and on the weekends. A lot of great weekly programming for you. Real Talk Papa Moon, Saturdays at 5 p.m. You have, of course, The Voice of the Land. That's a Thursday show that happened earlier today and every Thursday. Ryan Mosser and Kevin Arnold, they do a great job. And, of course, Sunday nights, main event, Robert Zicki, AA, and myself. Still working on a time. We're figuring it out, people. Stick with us. And, of course, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. You read about Chad Bryan, your favorite Inside Edge Primetime host, and I think I do all right. So I'm there as well. And, of course, AA, Papa Moon, Kyle, Autumn, everybody. TK Andrews, go read about him. Go read about Ryan Mosser, Kevin Arnold, everybody. Check it out. We appreciate everybody. And we want you to know more about us. So go check out the personalities page. Go to our partners because we couldn't do without, of course, our title sponsor, the Brothers Lounge. They're on 11609 Detroit Avenue, border of Cleveland and Lakewood. Great live music, great food with Chef Win and winning bites from burgers, nachos, fries, and even wings. A lot of great stuff there. Go check it out. Voodoo Pasta, AA had that the other night. A lot of great stuff there. Great live music all week long. Comedy mixed in there. Karaoke. So much fun. Line dancing even there for you. So much to do at the Brothers Lounge. We appreciate them. Of course, the title sponsor of the Inside Edge Network. And all of our other sponsors that we appreciate so much as well. Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, Monster Moments, W Energy, sportsmemorabilia.com, and Omega Video Marketing. Appreciate them so much, and appreciate you at home. So go grab something from the merchandise store. I'm so excited. I got to say it so fast because I just got to tell you, you got to grab a shirt, a hat, a mug, a polo, a windbreaker. Rep it all. Cleveland's digital leader and your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. And make sure, wherever you are, near or far, here we are on the Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Take us with you. Chad and I want to know where you're going. Don't, we don't always need to know, but we'd like to know every now and then. That'd be fun. So, with all that being said,
everywhere you watch it. Yeah, you don't have to tell us everywhere. Just the highlights.
That's fine. Something to keep to yourself.
We don't even know.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you. You know what? Great minds think alike.
There you go.
Look at that. All right, Cavaliers are in the news, of course. James Harden, he's back in Cleveland. Chad and I are wearing a little bit of egg on our face because we were very confident that he was not going to be a Cavalier, and I've been updating on Midnight Run and Prime Time that the percentage has been going down. And the percentage.
In fact, I said near 0% just last night, and then we got the breaking news today. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
I mean,
add a 1 and a 0 back to that 0%, and that was dead on, right? 100%.
You didn't even have it at like a 0.10 chance that.
No, it was pretty much 0. I said 0. I'll eat that one. I'll take that one right. That's an L.
The lowest I got was last night, ironically enough, where I said 15%.
Yes, I went lower than single digits, and it didn't work out for me, so that's okay.
It didn't happen. But you know what? James Harden did get paid. That happened. ESPN Shams Charania announced that earlier today, James Harden signed a 3-year, $97 million deal with the Cleveland Cavaliers to come back to Cleveland, and $90 million guaranteed from this contract. So a lot of it, but $7 million, of course, guaranteed for James Harden. And the Cavaliers get their point guard for the starting unit. They bring back James Harden, get some familiarity there. And then, of course, last night, the news that hit us as right before we got on the air with the Daily Spiral, when we had Peyton Watson traded in what ultimately became a 5-team trade. The Cavaliers sent out Max Strus, Trey Mann, and they also sent out a first and a second rounder in 31 and 32, respectively, over to different teams. Denver got the picks. The Clippers got Strus. Trey Mann sent over to Washington. We got Cam Whitmore. We don't know what's going on with Cam Whitmore. He may be waived. Maybe he sneaks through the cracks with all this other news, and maybe they're like, oh, well, you're here. Hey, welcome to training camp. Who knows? Who knows? But a lot of news.
In Major League, when the guys are walking in, they're checking off. Like, I don't even know who half these guys are.
Yes. Well, a lot of news. I'll be honest with you, Chad B. It's been a lot to intake. And, two completely different moves, it feels like, if you're looking at the trajectory of this team. James Harden today, that's a move saying, hey, this is for Donovan Mitchell. This is for Jared Allen. This is for these guys that we believe we can go win a championship. We were in the Eastern Conference Finals. Let's get some more gelling together between the four of you, Mobley, Allen, Harden, and Mitchell. And you know what? That's for Don, for signing that second contract extension, for doing this. But it also feels like when we were talking yesterday that the Cavs are also appeasing Evan Mobley, who, let's not forget, is not even 27 years old yet, and is a guy that now gets Peyton Watson in his early 20s. You get a guy in Jalen Tyson that's still in his early 20s that the Cavs, I feel like, have struck gold on in the late first round. And then we talk about Malik Thomas from here, a little bit here and there. He may join the fold here. He's been electric in Summer League, and we'll see what that translates to in terms of maybe some regular season play. But it feels like the Cavs are kind of in a weird crossroads. It may not be a bad thing in terms of injecting the youth into this team, but it feels like they haven't decided entirely who they want to invest in. I know that sounds funny to most, saying, well, Donovan just signed a contract extension. Sure, but let's just keep it a buck. NBA players move on those big deals still nowadays. I know the second apron makes it a little tougher. Donovan Mitchell still could look in a few years and go, okay, you guys are moving towards the Evan Mobley era. And then, of course, it could switch the other way where, you just buy in on the win-win now mode. But the moves they've made and having Tyson, having Mobley there, now having Peyton Watson there, it feels like they're going towards a youth movement as opposed to all in. Because if you're all in, I feel like you do give up Mobley for one of these stars. You do give up Allen for one of these stars. You are a little bit more aggressive towards other players, but it seems like they were like, we're going to essentially run it back, except for some of our depth at the bench position. And then we're going to add a young wing, something that we've been lacking since DeAndre Hunter. What were your thoughts, or what are your thoughts on the last few days? Watson in, and then Harden, and now what this Cavs roster looks like. They've done something, Chad, but is this enough? I mean, what are you thinking in terms of everything, the trajectory in this season alone?
I mean, as far as whether or not it's enough, we're going to see. They got younger. I think they got a little fresher. That's good because the rest of the East, I think they gained some years, right? Some of the better teams in the East that added players added a little bit of age. So maybe that's good, if you want to get out and run a little bit. But I'm intrigued to see the way that Donovan Mitchell, specifically Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and Peyton Watson kind of play together. Donovan Mitchell, I'm looking at some numbers from David Lee here. Donovan Mitchell passed on, it says 53.8% of his 1,155 playoff touches, which is the third lowest passing ratio of what David Lee considers to be high volume playoff drivers since 2014. That's a long time. For it to be the third lowest. And it makes you wonder, what was the reason for that, right? It's one of a couple of things. It's either Donovan Mitchell doesn't see the floor very well. That's not true. Or it's maybe in the back of his mind, he didn't trust the shooters that the Cavs had, kind of out there on the perimeter. Can Peyton Watson develop into that guy? He's not going to be a volume 3-point shooter, right? He shot about 4 threes a game last year in Denver. So,
right.
But he shot 41%. So, 1 or 2 out of 4 a night is what you're going to get, which is okay. But what I'm not concerned, but what I'm, I guess, excited, maybe is the word, cautiously optimistic to see is he's a little bit of a slasher, and he's a big guy, right? 6'8". It kind of gives James Harden another guy. James Harden in the regular season, not so much in the playoffs. I didn't really find it in the playoffs again. But remember when he first came over in the regular season, that pick and roll, the alley-oop game to Jared Allen, to Evan Mobley, it looked really good. We were really excited going into the playoffs. We're like, we might have something here.
Yeah.
Peyton Watson gives him another guy that he can kind of, use in that little bit of a role where he can, get out there on the perimeter, draw some attention out, use his athleticism, his quickness to slash and get open, near the rim. He's got a decent pull-up jumper.
Yep.
So there's options there. There are a lot of things. And again, he's not going to be a volume 3-point shooter, but you just wonder if Donovan Mitchell didn't maybe trust some of the shooters that, and we saw guys go cold for extended periods of time in the playoffs last year. So maybe that plays into it as well. But I guess it just can I want to see if Watson can continue to kind of progress at the rate that, from year 2 to year 3 was a huge jump. If he takes another jump like that, the Cavs are probably, at the very least, contenders in the Eastern Conference to get to the finals. But if he doesn't, if he just has another, they're going to be okay. And I said it last night. This isn't really it's not a rebuild, right? It's not even a reload. It's just sort of like it's a remodel. They're building on a little bit. They're just putting some newer materials on the house. So it's not a total tear down and tear it down to the foundation, studs there, whatever. They're just maybe adding a new room, something a little bit newer. And I think that, like I said, getting younger in this Eastern Conference could be an advantage for them, as a lot of the better teams in the Eastern Conference got a little bit older this offseason. So we'll see if that works out.
Yeah, you do want to see if they can obviously run up and down the floor. You saw the Knicks being very efficient at doing that this past postseason. That's why they ended up NBA champions. One of the reasons, that depth, that youth movement. A lot of those guys are in their prime, if not entering their prime. So you're kind of seeing that in terms of the last few NBA champions, for the most part, have been full of depth. And that is, I guess, a little bit of the concern I have with the Cavaliers is they lost key pieces in Dean Wade, Keon Ellis. Dennis Schroeder played some important moments in the postseason. But then, of course, you get the influx of youth, Peyton Watson. You see, Mario Hezonja. I know he's not anybody's first thought this offseason, but he's still young enough to where, okay, he entered the league in 2016, 10 years, okay, early 30s. We'll see. What I'm saying, he's not ancient. And I guess, that's what the only problem I have, and no disrespect to James Harden, but basketball terms, you usually don't give a guy that's about to turn 37 years old north of $30 million per year. And it's guaranteed. And I brought this up on the Spiral earlier. We've already seen one guy that was in his prime, and, there's questions still about him, got guaranteed money, and now he's caused a lot of pain and suffering in terms of Cleveland sports. And that's Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns. Now you see, and I know there's two different guys. James Harden doesn't have nearly the off the field, off the court problems that Deshaun Watson has. But he got guaranteed 90 of the $97 million. He's going to be 37 by the time the season starts. That means, by my accounts, he'd be 40 entering the third year of that deal if he takes his player option. That is a lot of money to be paying a 40-year-old in a few years. And, of course, you hope a championship happens in the next year or two. That's why you sign, so you at least know contractually he is here. Contractually, James Harden is a Cavalier, and we get the balls in our court to be able to make a move if we want to get rid of him. But
until he dribbles it out of bounds.
Yeah. But the problem is, that's a lot of money to unload on another team. So it almost makes it a little bit tougher. Plus, he has a trade kicker in that deal. That was also reported. I mentioned the player option. So it's going to be a tough task for a team to want to take on James Harden. I feel the Cavaliers have essentially said, James Harden, you're finishing your career in Cleveland unless things get crazy bad. And obviously, that's not what you want. So I feel like they've kind of accomplished two things by basically not choosing. We've talked all offseason about they need to choose. Are they going win now with Donovan and moving off of Mobley? Are they deciding Mobley and maybe even entertaining trading off Donovan Mitchell? Well, both guys are here, and they've decided to appease a little bit for Evan Mobley in that future and the win now, and they brought back the running mate for Donovan Mitchell and those guys in Cleveland and for the Cavaliers, and that is James Harden. How it pans out, 1-82, I'm not too concerned. I think they will have a lot of gelling together. I think the pick and roll will be back in action. I'm just concerned because a lot of these guys have had shaky playoff runs from time to time, and that's what I want to see. I told Autumn earlier tonight, we're not worried about 1-82 anymore in Cleveland. We saw what a first seed, Cleveland Cavaliers team looked like. We've seen what a fourth seed looks like. We've seen it from different, obviously those are two different teams to what this current rendition is, but we've seen them in different spots. Just get a top four seed in the East, gel together, and make some noise, man. There have been teams that just put it together at the right time. I know basketball is usually like a trend thing, and the top teams come to the surface very early.
Yeah.
But lately, we've seen some of these sneaky teams, these sleeper teams get in there. So I think the Cavaliers have a true opportunity to see what they have in the future while still being competitive. Do I think they're the top three team in the East? I don't believe so still right now. Yeah. I believe you still have Philadelphia that is, in my opinion, the top dogs. You have the New York Knicks right there with them. If it's not Philly, it's New York, the defending NBA champions. Their real only true loss, I would say, is Mitchell Robinson so far this offseason. Yeah. So this is a team in New York, and then, of course, Philly with the acquisitions they have. Those are the top two teams in the Eastern Conference. And I still got to give respect to Boston. I know some people may give me a lot of whatevers, and, you're tripping. Jason Tatum can lead a team. They have depth still in Boston. They didn't give up anything in that Boston with Philly trade. It was really Paul George and Jaylen Brown. And I know Jaylen Brown's not nothing, but obviously he's a star player. But what I'm saying is they didn't have to give up other assets. Yes, they gave up Jaylen Brown, but that was a marriage going to a divorce real quickly between him and Jason Tatum, him and the Boston Celtics. And now he's in Philadelphia. Now you see an opportunity where, okay, now you have the depth around Jason Tatum. You still have some pieces around him. You brought in Mitchell Robinson. You're hoping for this big outburst from Peyton Pritchard. What is this team going to look like? So I believe Philly, New York, Boston, those are the top three dogs, but that leaves the Cavs to jockey around with Miami, who added Giannis this offseason. It has them jockeying with Washington, who I think is going to be a sleeper team. Orlando's going to be healthy. So I think they're in that mix, and I'm okay with that as long as they gel and look good from a night-to-night basis. You can have a few off nights, but you got to look good from a night-to-night basis, and then I'll feel a lot better about this Cavaliers team going into the postseason, regardless of what their plans are the following offseason. Let's just get through the season first and see what they look like.
That's fair. I mean, you mentioned Philadelphia. To me, it's the age there. I mean, obviously with LeBron James, and not so much the age of Joel Embiid. He's not, nearly, but just the ability to stay on the court. If those two are down, that experiment doesn't work next year.
Right.
They're still a good team, but they're not a top team in the East if those two are down most of the season or at the wrong time. I think, I don't know. I look at other teams in the East. I just think the Cavs, they showed some fight last year, right? They got to the Eastern Conference Finals. They had a horrible start, right? So I don't think we need to pay attention so much to how they start out of the gates this year. Like you said, not so concerned 1-82. It's just taking the regular season to learn from your mistakes, right? And figure out the playoff rotations. I don't know. Sometimes it feels like, and I know the NBA is two completely different games from regular season to postseason, but I think when there's a reasonable expectation for your team to get to the playoffs and to be a top 4 seed, I think you got to start using that last, 25, 30 games, maybe more in the regular season to really start like ramping it up and really start playing like it's the playoffs, right? Doesn't mean you're going to have a playoff caliber opponent every night. I understand that. But that's when I think you got to start like narrowing down the rotation a little bit and just kind of start, if you're Kenny Atkinson, get out of the mind of analytics. I don't want to hear that I don't care about that. Just like figure out what gives you results on the scoreboard, like up above when you look up and you're winning, that's good, right?
Yeah.
Analytically, I don't care if you're winning. If you're not winning on the scoreboard, who cares? So I think that's the time of the season where they really need to like kind of bracket it in. Hopefully you're healthy, right? At the end of the year and just figure out, hey, if start looking at matchups, right? If we see Philadelphia what's our most advantageous rotation look like against Philadelphia? If we see Boston, if we start to figure those things out, and I don't care who the opponent is, just play them like you know what I mean? Like it's not gonna be 1-to-1, but at least you can get an idea of what that looks like, what it feels like, so that when it comes around in the playoffs, it's not so foreign. You know, it seemed like they were running groups out there of guys last in the play, and it didn't click, it didn't gel well, because they hadn't really played together much in the regular season. That's a thing. Harden's going to be here all regular season for as much as he can stay on the floor. Really start to figure out that playoff rotation and have an idea of what you want to do. And I don't think that Kenny Atkinson doesn't know what he's doing, but I just think have a better idea of what you want to do against each opponent going in, because sometimes the Cavs look completely lost. And then other playoff games, you're like, all right, they finally figured it out. Here we go. But it's like the Guardians, right? There's no consistency. They just really weren't consistent in the way they attacked. So I think that's important too.
Absolutely. No, it's gonna be important and interesting to see how this team moves and how they gel together, you know, the new acquisitions and the guys that are gonna have to step up with some of the losses off the bench and the depth. A guy like Sam Merrill that did get his contract extension. I'm curious to see what he looks like. You know, already some talks about, you know, and I brought it up here on Inside Edge Network about, you know, Strus and Merrill. It's a little tricky because they kind of are both 3-point shooters. Strus gives you a little bit more in terms of can move with the ball, can create a little bit more spacing for you, and I think he's definitely a better rebounder. So we're going to be missing that a little bit, but we'll gain that back, I believe, with Peyton Watson. The point being, Sam Merrill now. You are the 3-point guy. Like, you are the 3-and-D guy. We're going to expect some better defense out of you, some grit. And I know he's provided it at times. We're going to expect that for an 82-game run and then the postseason. That's what we're expecting out of him, to knock down some important threes, to lead the charge, and really be a guy that steps up. I'm looking for a big step-up season for Sam Merrill after the departures I mentioned earlier. Wade, Ellis, Schroeder, now Strus via trade. What's Sam Merrill going to look like? What's the young guy's going to look like? What is this Cavs unit going to look like? We'll find out. We only got about a month and a half or so, roughly, and we got some Cavs basketball in the fold. Man, we are getting all of the sports back. Look at that, buddy. Look at that.
Hey, one quick thought about Peyton Watson, too. I think I meant to say this. I think they're going to probably move him away from defending larger players, right? I think they probably want him defending maybe point guard, shooting guard, rather than small forward and the power forward. He seems to be a little bit just more adept with the size, you know, if there's a size advantage there. He obviously moves well enough. I think he can stay with a lot of point guards, a lot of shooting guards. So maybe that's the thing. I'm just trying to think of like the way the defense is going to look. I'm brainstorming way ahead. Like I'm looking ahead to the playoffs already, but that could be a thing with him too. Maybe we'll see.
I love it. We're thinking playoffs for everybody. Everybody in Cleveland gets a playoff. You get a playoff and you get a playoff. How about that?
Easy. The Browns exist. Easy.
Okay, well, good news is AA's got that covered on Midnight Run. Of course, that's coming up at 11:30 in just about 32 minutes. But Chad and I have one more thing we got to get off our plates, off our chest, and maybe onto the plate, chest to the plate.
Sometimes it comes off the plate right onto my chest if I miss them now. Never know. Yeah.
College football is in a weird spot right now. They entered the weird landscape of college sports in general when it comes to pros not being pros anymore and then maybe being pros later on. We'll discuss that. We're also going to talk about if that's maybe the biggest issue in college right now, or if there's something else that prevails over that. I mean, we've talked about realignment with conferences. We've talked about Ohio State not getting a damn night game. We've talked about everything under the sun. We're going to talk about, of course, this really interesting story, and maybe not for a great reason in terms of what it means for sports in the future. We'll talk about the college kids trying to go back to college and play some more NCAA football, and we'll talk about what college football's biggest problem is right now. But that'll be in just a few moments. Of course, when you hear a few words from our partners, this is Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad B to my right, you're right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. Grab your drinks, grab your caffeine, grab your dinner, grab whatever you need, and we'll see you on the other side in just 3 minutes. See you then.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prize sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health.
All right, folks, tonight at 11:30, Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network. We've been covering it all night long. The big news with James Harden signing his new deal. I'll have my thoughts on that and a new look starting five. My question, is this team good enough, the Cavaliers, with Peyton Watson, now with James Harden back, is this team good enough to be a top four, top three Eastern Conference contender? We'll get into that coming up tonight. Also, we'll react to the Browns and Bills, the first of two joint practices. We have post-practice, I should say, reaction to all that going on. Also, Live Golf. This could be the end of the road. Their final event is not the championships next weekend, but it's their event this upcoming weekend in Indianapolis. Did Live Golf accomplish its goal of changing professional golf to new heights? We'll talk about that coming up tonight. Also, our smash or pass, mozzarella stick sandwich. They got a tall order to beat. We had a brisket sandwich last night. Tonight from Progressive Field, a mozzarella stick sandwich. We'll get into all that and so much more tonight at 11:30. It's Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network.
And welcome back to Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to my right, you're right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. Got to fix the old microphone here a little bit. It's been hot and heavy all night long. We've had a lot of stuff to talk about here all stream long. Of course, Autumn Chisholm started it off with the Daily Spiral. If you need your entertainment fix and you haven't been catching it all week, don't worry, you have tomorrow. I'll be back with Autumn tomorrow. for my second day of the week. So excited. We're going to talk about a lot in the entertainment, pop culture world, everything, and some sports, of course, as well. And then Kyle Cornell, as he told you earlier tonight, Friday, of course, AA and him have some high school, AA and Kyle, that is, have some high school football to take care of. So Kyle will be pre-recorded, but he'll still be here with you. So you hear all your local, your national news fix, your community fix, all that great stuff. With Kyle Cornell, 9 to 10 p.m. Chad and I are with you every night, 10 to 11:30 p.m., including tomorrow. So we'll be with you Monday through Friday. We'll be rocking out. We'll have our Friday free-for-all, I believe, will return tomorrow. So we're excited for that. Yeah, Chad.
Never know what that's going to be.
Dude, well, that's why it's a free-for-all. Of course, we're with you until 11:30, and it may be a minute or two after 11:30 just because AA will be making his way back from the high school football game. It's the start of the year for football, and AA will be making his way back for Midnight Run. That's right. He's still going to do Midnight Run, his football edition. You know, he's going to go around the football world tomorrow, and I can't wait. Cannot wait for that. That's, of course, 11:30 to 1, Monday through Friday. And, Chad, here's the thing. We got a lot of people in here. If it's your first time, hello, how you doing? If you haven't been here before, hey, how are you doing? You know, we appreciate you. If you've been here before, we welcome back. Welcome back. We appreciate you so much. I am running on about 2 Dr. Peppers this week. So you know what? This energizes me just as many as like 12 Dr. Peppers right now. So I feel pretty good. I appreciate you all tuning in. We appreciate you. Make sure you like, subscribe, follow at Inside Edge Net on all the socials. YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitch. So you know when we're going live. Smash that notification bell. You heard about the daily shows. Great weekly programming as well. InsideEdgeNetwork.com, where you can read about your favorite personalities like Chad and everybody who does a great job. Autumn, AA, Kyle, Papa Moon. I'm on there, of course. Everybody's on there. InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Read about your personalities of the Inside Edge Network, and go to our partners page. Couldn't do without our title sponsor, the Brothers Lounge, on 11609 Detroit Avenue. They're on the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. Great live music every single night. You have comedy there, of course, on Tuesdays in the concert hall. You have, in the same night on Tuesday in the wine bar, the front stage, open mic with Poor Duncan. Bill Squire obviously hosting the comedy there in the concert hall Tuesdays. Thursdays, keep an eye out for on the back patio. You could have happy hour. Chef Wynn's out there doing his thing as always. And Chef Wynn with Winning Bites. You can't go wrong. Burgers, wings, fries. I mean, my goodness, nachos, chicken and waffles, voodoo pasta. You cannot go wrong with Winning Bites. And, of course, the Brothers Lounge. Live music, great food, and great hospitality from everybody there. Billy does a great job, and everybody. We appreciate the Brothers Lounge, the home of the Moon Bash here in Cleveland, Ohio. 3rd annual next year in July 31st. And a lot of great other events going on. Cannot wait to be back at Brothers Lounge. I think this weekend. I think I'm going to step in there this weekend and get some grub. I think that's the plan. Absolutely. All right.
Never a bad plan.
Absolutely. And, of course, our other partners as well, Chad. We'd be remiss without mentioning Fanatics.com, AlleyRoseFragrances.com, Moss Moments, SportsMemorabilia.com, W Energy, and Omega Video Marketing. Appreciate all of them. Appreciate you. So go grab something from the merchandise store. Rep Cleveland's Digital Leader, your source for sports, entertainment, mental health conversations, news, and everything in between. We appreciate you so much, whether it's a hat, a shirt, a windbreaker. Wear it proudly as you're repping your source for everything I just mentioned in Cleveland's Digital Leader.
You could be like me.
Yeah, that's right.
Just like me.
And, of course, near or far, here we are. Inside Edge Network app on Roku. Put us on the big screen. And put us wherever. In your phone, on the road. We are going with you. We're excited. We can't wait to share all of our takes as you travel wherever you need to go. All right. Got about 20-ish minutes left here.
Wow.
And I say that because time's flying.
Fun, Eli. Yeah, we must be having fun.
Dude, great minds think alike, bro. Come on. Virtual high five. Should we try it?
I don't know. Are we allowed to do that? High four. Think of Jaden Daniels. It's a high 4 plus.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Boom. Dude, we did that.
Really fast with mine. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to
go in slow motion. I'm the old guy. I'm supposed to.
All right, we'll work on it. We'll
get back.
All right. We did not do that.
We'll try next Thursday.
Yeah.
Temperature check on the high 4 and a thumb. Gotta be careful. Don't want to run afoul of Jaden Daniels' camp.
So it's interesting you bring up 4 and a thumb because if you add those fingers up, that's 5. And that's what some players in the NCAA are looking for to go back to college. Yeah. They are looking to sue, and they are suing the NCAA, players from all over, suing to go back to college. Why? Well, there's a few different reasons, I'd imagine. Sure. You know, you found out when you got there, first off, you're a late-round draft pick, and you're having a tough time through training camp getting reps. So you may not make the team, potentially. There's other reasons where maybe you just aren't happy with the money that you're getting as opposed to if you were to go back to college and get NIL money, make a big run and go on your 5th year, and that's your breakout year, and then guess what? You go to double dip. You get your college 1 more year of NIL money, and then you go to the NFL and you get your big contract and maybe a few rounds earlier. Who knows? A lot of things could change when it comes to college football in the landscape. Now, Chad, this has been something we've seen with Charles Bediako earlier in college basketball with Alabama and a few other players, where G Leaguers, guys that were on NBA, organizations, they were going back to college. And there was a big hoopla about that. Teams weren't comfortable with it. Either whether it was, I said this earlier tonight on the Spiral, whether it was state law saying you can't do it or coaches just saying it's not right to do it. Yeah. Some were revolting against it. Others were embracing it. Nate Oates of Alabama, like I mentioned, and other coaches as well. It's a scary thing. We talked about it then and said, well, it truly cannot travel into the other sports. And here we are. We have now entered into the college football landscape where we were talking about guys that could be anywhere from 22, 23, 24 years old, depending if they redshirted, whatever, coming back to college football. One of them being Daquan Wright, who was one of the Browns tight ends they had picked up last week or the week before throughout training camp. They brought him in, and he had been absent the last couple of days from practice. Now we know why. And it was brought up multiple reports on Twitter, and hey, the answer is there. He is going back. He's actually going into the transfer portal, and he was the first one to start this off. One of the first ones to start this off, former Ole Miss starter. And now not only do the Browns lack tight end depth now, on top of Alex Wright going down on, you'll hear Double A talk about Browns, of course, at the bottom of the half hour, 11:30, with Midnight Run. He'll have some Browns news. But Alex Wright being carted off, the defensive end, not great with the depth there. But not great tight end depth either, losing Daquan Wright. And a lot of teams may not be feeling it as much as the Browns, but they're feeling it in some way in terms of the landscape changing. Are guys that are late round picks or whatever going to just go, all right, this ain't for me, man. I had fun for a few weeks in camp. I'm out of here. I mean, what is the landscape of college football now at this point, Chad, now that the courts have been involved yet again?
Well, okay. Remember when they changed the rule? The NCAA said, okay, now you have 5 years, right? It's either from when you enroll or the year you turn 19. You have 5 years. You have 5 years of eligibility over 5 calendar years to play. And they said, we have made this, it makes more sense now. It's easier players understand it. Coaches and fans can understand it. This is what it is. It's bracketed. This is going to keep us from having any more lawsuits brought against us. You can still file an antitrust lawsuit, but that's something different, whatever. Right. But this is going to, nobody's going to sue us anymore for playing time, for eligibility, for, whatever. And here we are just a couple of months later, we've got this, 33 athlete lawsuit or whatever. Again, I thought this was going to eliminate the lawsuits. I thought this made it easier to understand. But these athletes, and I kind of understand where they're coming from a little bit, mindset, just not right. Actual functionality of what they're trying to do. But I understand the mindset. They're kind of in the middle, right? Because this the new rule doesn't pertain to players that enrolled at a certain time and to players that will enroll. It's going to in the future. So they're kind of in limbo a little bit, right? Right. We're like, well, we won our 5th year. We didn't. That's crazy. Like we left because we used up our 4 years of eligibility, whatever. We kind of won our 5th year, but here's the problem. And I haven't looked up signing bonuses, and I know that these Daquan Wright, Wyatt Williams, Anthony Hankerson, whatever, undrafted free agents. I get it. Mm-hmm. Here's the problem. If you've received a signing bonus, you've gotten a check now from the NFL. My first question is, now you're a professional athlete. And I know the lines have been blurred on this a little bit. You can go get a draft grade and then step back, to college. That's not for me. So you can declare, and then you can say, okay, they gave me a 4th, 5th round draft grade. I can come back and do better, right? Right. But these players had used up their eligibility, so they went on, right? They're signed as undrafted free agents. Now, if you've gotten a signing bonus, like I said, you become a professional athlete. That's the thing. So my first question is, where does that money go? Like what happens to that money that these organizations have now spent on signing bonuses for these, however many players that have, there's 3 guys on the rosters right now, or at least that are affiliated with NFL teams. I know that Daquan Wright was officially listed as a part of the Browns roster. Again, the roster cuts are coming up. He may not have been a part of their long-term plans. We don't know. But how does that work? That's my first problem. Right. And my second problem, again, I get where they're coming from. It's like, well, we kind of got left in the middle of this. Like, we're in this gray area that the NCAA said there wouldn't be any more of, right? But you created a gray area by saying, hey, there's no more gray area. So the whole thing's a mess right now. I think, unfortunately, and it's crazy that the restraining order it went through. Like, they're allowed to do this, right? And the dates coincide. As long as they're, released from their NFL contract by September 1st. Well, it just so happens that the date is August 30th for roster cuts. So that's going to coincide well. I mean, that works out. Probably not a coincidence there. But I'm all for NIL. I'm a champion for the players, for the players. I think the players should absolutely be able to cash in on whatever it is that's available to them during their time. You don't go to college and play football or play a sport at any Division I school without working really, really hard. And they're athletes and they're students. They're most are student athletes, I should say. You never know. There might be North Carolina basketball had a thing a couple of years ago. Well, that's fine. Things fall through the cracks, but for the most part, they're doing a lot of work, right? It's 40, 50, 60 hours a week on schoolwork, on practice. Absolutely, they should be able to make money on their name, image, and likeness. No problem with that at all. Love NIL. Don't love this. I'll be honest with you, Eli. I think once you've moved on, and then for Daquan Wright to come back and enter the transfer portal, it's like, okay, well, you think he's going to go back to Ole Miss? No. Is he going to go to LSU? Is he following, Lane Kiffin? What's he going to do? Is anybody going to really want him at this point? I mean, he put up some decent numbers for Ole Miss. He had 5 touchdown catches last year, whatever. I don't like this. I don't like this. And it's a weird precedent. And I know that we're in that gray area. It won't matter in a year or two. I get that. But I really don't like the idea of these guys were gone. They were professional athletes, yes. Especially these 3 guys specifically. To be able to come back to college now is just a little, I don't know, man. It just seems a little it's just, I don't know, man. I don't know what the word is. I just don't like it. There's something I can't quite put my finger on that I'm just not a fan of.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's like, this is not what you anticipate when you're signing up for college sports. Like and I mean more so as a fan of college sports. Yeah. First off, we've dealt with the transfer portal becoming a thing. We've already seen coaches be on loyal. Now we've seen there's no waiting period. The players can just go, be on USC 1 minute and then they transfer through. Georgia picks them up and the next day they're in Georgia's pads and their helmet and everything, and that's what we're looking at. So you have that, and then of course you have the NIL. Let me be clear. NIL, I'm all for the players getting paid. But when it becomes now it's a bidding war essentially throughout colleges, it's like, what is the difference between pros and college, especially now when you have guys that have tasted the NFL for just a moment, and now they can come back, double dip, get the NIL money, have a breakout year, have at least a few weeks of NFL competition, have a little bit of a leg up, because that is a advancement. You got to see what the league, get NFL experience, coaching from NFL coaches, executives, things like that. And now you're coming back to college. So it's just a wild, wild west. And that's, at the top of the list. This includes an offseason where we've talked about conference realignment. And if the SEC is going to say, we're our own conference, we're our own thing, if the Big Ten is going to join them, what exactly that looks like, if the Pac-12 survives another 5 years, let alone 2 or 3, and it seems like ages ago, decades ago, that we talked about Brendan Sorsby. You remember that?
Oh, yeah, that was a huge deal. Now that's by the wayside. That's gone. Yeah.
I mean, crazy. Now, I ask you this. Of course, we're coming up against, we got a little bit of time left here in the show, so I want to get to this question before we get out of here. What is the biggest problem in college football right now, in your opinion? Is it the conference realignment issues and conferences being essentially built into these big 18-team conferences? Is it the transfer portal and the lack of waiting period and on loyalty there? Is it still coaches leaving and going to other schools without fulfilling the rest of their contract? What exactly is it? Is it this right now, what we talked about, the going back after this? The NFL experience? I mean, is it Brendan Sorsby and a potential gambling sports issue that continues to go throughout different sports, no matter the level, professional and collegiate? What is the biggest problem in college football right now, Chad?
I mean, it's such a loaded question, because you could really take it. It could be 10% of this, 15% of that, 20% of that, whatever. To me, I think the biggest problem right now, and maybe you wouldn't agree with me or whatever, that's fine. I think it's the way the NIL is used for a recruiting tool. I don't think that NIL should be used to listen. And now with most states allowing high school athletes to kind of garner their own NIL deals locally or regionally, whatever, depending on how big of a prospect you are. Maybe it's national. Who knows? I don't necessarily think that the answer is stepping in and look at let's just use Bryce Underwood. I hate to use him as an example. He's a young kid. What was the $10-13 million, somewhere in that range? We don't know. I don't know the exact number. It changes all the time. But they've given him, as a high school senior, basically they've agreed to, let's just say, at least $10 million, right, to come to Michigan. Plays as a freshman, doesn't play overly well, didn't play terribly, right? He wasn't terrible. Had his moments, right? Flashed a little bit, better runner than a passer right away. That's to be expected. I mean, it's not easy to transition from high school to college football. We saw a little bit with Terrell Pryor, speaking as an Ohio State fan.
Right.
Phenomenal prospect, right? Came in and had some trouble adjusting to the college games with passing specifically, right? So Bryce Underwood hasn't played well. Now there's rumblings that he might not even be playing well, at their preseason, whatever you want to call it, college, practices right now. He might not even be looking good enough to be the QB1. But you've committed $10 to $13 million to him as a high school kid. I just think this should be a little bit performance based. It should be maybe based on creativity. If you come in and you're an athlete and you have, whatever it is, the charisma, the personality, the whatever that, the X factor, sometimes it's the thing you can't really put your finger on. And you've got this ability to come in and broker your own deals or get your own NIL deals through whatever. That's great. That's fine. I just don't love the idea of because it's all the haves. And I'm an Ohio State fan. I trust me. If it's an argument between the haves and the have-nots, I feel like I'm winning as a fan. My school is definitely one of the haves, right? But I just don't think it's right you've got 10 or 15 schools in the country that can basically get anyone they want if it comes down to offering NIL money to a high school kid or offering NIL money to someone in the transfer portal. I don't love using it as a recruiting tool. I think that throws off. It just kind of skews the competitive balance a little bit more than it should. NIL's fine. Like I said, if you are able to, and I'm fine with schools having collectives, I think it should be a little bit performance based. Maybe there's a cap on it for freshmen and then sophomores, juniors. And if you're there for whatever 4 or 5 years, your earning potential can go up. I think they need to look at something like that before it gets too out of hand, before you have a situation like Major League Baseball, where the players are never going to agree to a salary cap because contracts are so out of hand. That's what worries me with college football, where you're really going to have 10 or 15 teams every year that are, vying for those 12 spots in the playoffs. And that's about it. That I think is the biggest problem right now.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's hard to argue that. It's very hard to argue that. I believe the biggest issue, though, when it comes down to everything, it is the lack of loyalty in college football. And I guess it comes down with the NIL, but it's, the transfer portal has created the biggest issue. The wide open, wild west. I'm not saying there shouldn't be a transfer portal, but do you remember when there was a little bit of a waiting period you had? If you lift to a team, I believe you had to sit out an entire year. So you had to sit there and wait. I'm not saying an entire year,
right?
But there should be some sort of waiting period. So it teaches these guys you can't just leave. Autumn was mentioning earlier tonight about Appalachian State's quarterback going into the transfer portal. Their season starts in 2 weeks?
Yeah. So can you imagine you tailor your whole offense around a guy, as a coaching staff, and then he's gone just a couple weeks before the season starts. That's wild.
So that's why I'm saying I think there needs to be either a waiting period if you get almost like a deadline. If you go through the transfer portal and you get in there before camp or, the first week or so and you're like, all right, I'm not rocking with LSU. I'm going to go, over to Georgia. Okay, I'm okay with that. But there's got to be some sort of a waiting period, especially if you get in late, like a deadline. Like we all are used to deadlines. You've had, all of us out there listening, whether you've had a job that you had a deadline at or, a family get together and they said, I promise you, do not forget the potato salad. And, if you forget the potato salad, then you're in trouble, we've all had deadlines out there. And if these college kids miss a deadline and they decide they're staying at LSU and then last minute they're like, but Ohio State sounds so good. Well, now you got to wait out 3 weeks, a month. You have to sit out and you have to kind of get yourself acclimated. You can still go maybe to practice and whatnot, but you cannot play. You cannot be on that field for any of those games. I just think that there has to be some sort of loyalty. And then, of course, you got to couple it with the coaches, right? Because coaches can't just get away scot-free where, hey, this looks good over here. I got them to the playoffs. I'm going to go over and get ready, get the recruiting process going earlier, a la Lane Kiffin from Ole Miss to LSU. And others that have done this already since NIL has been a thing. So I just believe that's the biggest issue. It's a lack of loyalty in college sports. I remember the days of, and I was young, but Reggie Bush out there for USC. Could you imagine Reggie Bush in a Texas uniform? Or, a UCLA uniform? Yeah. If they paid him some more money. I don't believe that would be the case. You've seen guys. Jack Sawyer, even 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago, Michigan planting the flag and ready to go to war. A guy that spent his entire year, all of his collegiate career at Ohio State. Yeah. We've seen it at other places too. I don't know how you fix it because with more money being infused into college football with, sponsors, from NIL, and then the schools having, of course, all the, these guys that Mark Cuban can drop an entire bag on Indiana for Kurt Signetti to go get Fernando Mendoza. So, I mean, if you're looking at all this, how do you fix it? I don't know.
But it's a money grab everywhere. You've got Disney and ESPN. They use some streaming service every year, or a cable provider or whatever. They hold them hostage for more money because, hey, everybody wants to watch college football. If you don't do this, they're going to leave, right? That's ridiculous. But yeah, the problem with loyalty, do you think that, like, I don't know, do you think some of this is kind of killing the brotherhood or the family vibe in a lot of these locker rooms? Do you think it's sort of like, well, hey, I mean, I showed up here for $8 million in NIL money, like whatever, I'm going to do my time and get out. I mean, do you think it kind of kills that? I don't know. I haven't really seen we've seen teams that spend a lot in NIL still win. So I don't know that obviously you put really talented players on the field, you're going to have an advantage, but I don't know. Do you feel like it? I think some people, that's where the problem lies for fans. I think that fans want to watch and I don't know, they want to see an Ohio State roster that's, for some reason filled with 60 or 70 or 80 guys from Ohio. I don't think that's necessarily so important as getting the best guys that you can get out on the field.
Correct.
But I bringing hired assassins, basically. You're bringing in hired guns every year. Here comes a quarterback from wherever. Let's just use Indiana. Here comes a quarterback from TCU, right, to replace Fernando Mendoza. I don't know. Will Hoover perform? Will he play well? Who knows? I don't know. Because there's no real. Is there loyalty to the Indiana program, or is there loyalty to that money that they offered him to come there? I don't know. I don't really have such a problem with that. I don't mind the players moving around freely. But I think there should be a little bit of a limit on that as well. Like you said, you shouldn't be able to transfer now. That's crazy.
It is.
Unless you get there and you can prove that there is a remarkable reason, right? Something that is so bad there. Whether you were promised something, I don't know. Who knows?
Like a number.
Jaden Daniels is number 5 or something,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
No, not that. That's not a bad reason. That's not a reason to transfer. But if you were, let's say it's hey, a quarterback, wide receiver, whatever. Hey, we promise you, come here. We'll throw you at the quarterback spot. We're going to develop you as a quarterback, right? And then you get there day one, and they're like, what about wide receiver, tight end? You're a big guy. Well, it's like that's not what you promised. Like, there's a thing that you said would happen if I came here, and now you're going back on that word. If you can prove that, then sure, you could transfer out, whatever. If you're leaving, that's fine. Obviously, if they're gonna change your position, you're not going to be the starter at quarterback anyway. But Appalachian State, the starting quarterback transferring before the season is wild, and we've seen that before. And I think that's the problem with some of these smaller programs. They can't compete with the big guys. I mean, all the big guys have to do is come in and flash a couple dollars, and these guys are gone. And I don't blame the player for that. That's where I think NIL is a problem. I think it's just the way that NIL is being used is a little bit of a problem. That's what's causing the problem with loyalty, I think.
Yes, I agree with you. And throughout all the problems we've discussed in college football, one thing we haven't brought up, Trinidad Chambliss, in his 6th year of college. We're talking about 5 years of eligibility for some of these guys, and the guys suing to go back. Trinidad Chambliss spent an entire month-long, 2-month-long case going over, can I get a 6th year of college eligibility? So what happens when these guys that just fought for their 5th, and these other guys that are getting their 5th year, do the new rules and whatnot, what happens when they fight for their 6th and their 7th and their 8th? I mean, we're not going to be talking about NFL greats. We're going to be talking about college greats. You were a 13-year Alabama Crimson Tide. I mean, great job.
He had to retire as a 9th-year sophomore. Like, you know what I mean? He was 31 years old. Yeah, I know. Like,
he started with Saban, and he had Kalen DeBoer to finish his career. He's a legend. I mean,
with Bear Bryant. I mean, for that matter, geez.
I mean, my goodness. Careful talking about Bears. I get nervous.
You know what I'm back.
Yeah, I know. We're all good. All right. Hey, that's going to do it here for Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. We had a lot of fun talking to you about a ton. If you missed the stream, well, hey, you'll have to go watch it after 1 a.m. You're going to have to stay locked in here now, but when you get done, if you missed any of the Daily Spiral earlier with Autumn Chisholm at 8 o'clock, Unfiltered with Kyle Cornell at 9 o'clock, you got to go get your pop culture, your entertainment, your sports news, your news, information, all of that. A great interview Kyle had. Of course, he'll be bringing that back. With Jake Underwood from the Jake Underwood Show on 1420 a.m. The Answer. Again, 1420 a.m. The Answer for Jake Underwood. Joins Kyle. They have a lot of discussion on news, politics, everything there. And then, of course, we take the baton, and we'll be back tomorrow from 10 to 11:30 p.m. But it's time, Chad. I love what you did with the place, man.
Little remodel never hurt anybody, right? I figured that, hey, the Cavs are doing it. I thought I would do it too.
Well, you
I'm
know
glad
what? I
you
was
like it.
I was so excited. I ran out of breath. I was like, oh my God.
Got a little
Look at the
choked up. I
lights.
saw that.
Look at
Yeah.
the lights. Oh my goodness. Hey, you know what? We're going to get out of here. It's 11:30. We're going to do a little switcherooski here. Does Double A join us? No. Oh, now we're in his studio. Oh, now I feel a difference. Okay.
Old in here.
Little skyline. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. That's going to do it here for us. For Chad Bryan to my right, your right, everybody's right. I'm Eli Moon. This has been Inside Edge Primetime here on the Inside Edge Network. We're back tomorrow for our Friday edition, Friday free-for-all, and a whole lot more to discuss when it comes to Inside Edge Primetime. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you from time to time on Midnight Run. And Double A, Anthony Alford, Unhinged Behavior, Midnight Run with Anthony Alford, right here after station identification.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
And hello, everybody. Welcome to Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network, folks. We came right down to the wire. I had to get myself ready to go, ready to tap in. So excuse me for 2 seconds while you look at my toned stomach. I'm only kidding. Welcome on in, folks. It is Midnight Run here on the Inside Edge Network, here with you until 1 a.m. My name's Double A Anthony Alford. Glad to have you along here on the Inside Edge Network, here on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the TikTok. We are here with you at Inside Edge Net. We got you covered. You know, like and subscribe, follow. You get all of our alerts. A lot of great content that you've been seeing throughout the night and every night here on the Inside Edge Network. Again, we're live every night, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. On our Twitter and YouTube. Let me make this note real quick, too. For those of you watching us on YouTube, right underneath this video, there is a little bell. Hit that bell. You're locked in. You're locked in. And again, we're all based here in Northeast Ohio, grassroots here in Cleveland. You're supporting a local grassroots organization. We all started this from scratch. Coming up on a year, our 1 year anniversary coming up on September 5th. Cannot believe it. Also, we have a website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. You can see all of our partners and programming schedule and personality profiles. And I have to take a new photo. I don't look professional. I'm drinking a beer, and I lost weight since. So I got to take a new photo. I have to apologize to Eli. I criticized his photo, but really it's my photo that is the worst on the network, on the website. Also, if you own one of these, you know this remote, it's a Roku. Hit the search and type in Inside Edge Network. And we have an app. You can watch us anytime we're on the air live or even our replays. You could tune in, whether it's this evening stream, earlier tonight, Ryan Mosser and Kevin Arnold with Voice of the Land. Tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., new edition of the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast for myself and Kyle Cornell. We're going to talk Bloodline. We got a Solo Sikoa. It's one of the top baby faces of wrestling. Yeah, we're going to get into that coming up tomorrow. But glad you're with us. Glad you've been with us throughout the night, really throughout this week here on the Inside Edge Network. Sometimes you really can't speak. You speak success and things into existence, and you pray on it, you pray on it, you pray on it. But it's been unreal. We have had record viewership throughout the week here on the Inside Edge Network, and this is turning into a record-breaking night for us. So, again, we thank you guys for tuning in. And our goal is for us to be informative, entertaining, and for you, hopefully, to come back and make this a habit. So, again, thank you guys for joining us. Let's start. As promised, as advertised, the Browns and Bills had their joint practice today. It's the first of 2 days of joint practice. And let me just say this before we get down to the analysis of the practice. Eli, if you can, I want you to play Todd Monken 01, because this is how all of us, no matter what level, no matter what, how we all feel about practice and finally getting the opportunity to face somebody in a team in a different uniform. This is courtesy of Daniel Oifuchi of ESPN. Take a look.
A lot of fun. Holy shit. It's not fun to compete against someone else. Their guys, our guys, got a lot of respect for the Bills. And they got a little edgy, but not over the top. And that's exactly what you're looking for. Guys want to compete, right? Got a lot of pride in the way they perform. And I thought our guys, I can only speak to one side. Obviously, the field I was on, but it was awesome. And commend the Bills and our guys for, like I said, taking it to the line and not going over the line.
I will never come down on Kyle Cordell for cursing on these airways ever again. It won't happen again. Listen, let me just say this right off rip. It feels good to face another team. It feels good to finally face another team in practice. I wish these practices were on television. I understand why I can't. You're giving away game tape and strategy and things like that. Man, I'd much rather watch these practices than the preseason games, to be perfectly honest, because you get all the ones, and you mix in, your backups in there as well, but you really get all your ones. You see how you stack up. The one benefit of the Browns schedule, the one benefit we have in this preseason schedule, all three teams we're facing were playoff teams. Of course, last week with the Bears, we got New England next week, and of course today or this week with the Buffalo Bills. So, Todd Monken, the big question coming into today, and then I'll get into the nitty-gritty details that our fine journalist that covered today's joint practice got into some notes. But Todd Monken, the big question that we had as Browns fans and everything else, did it look like we belonged on the field with Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills? Again, courtesy of Daniel Oifuchi here from ESPN. Here is Todd Monken on whether or not we belonged on the field.
Do you like to turn it over in the red zone? No. Do you like to miss an open touchdown? No. But again, we got a lot of good work going against someone different looks, right? So that was really good. I'll have to look at the film. The one thing I would say, maybe it was just me, it didn't look like we were out of place. It looked like we belonged. That's all we wanted to see, right? Do we belong? I mean, does our first 11 give us a chance to move the ball and score? And I felt that way today.
There we go. It's one of those things, too, where, it was showing on my computer. I had to unmute myself. My bad. But, no, it was one of those things, too. The perception around the Browns is very interesting right now. People are not feeling the quarterback room for a lot of reasons. Did you see my show yesterday? Oh, man, people were not feeling it. But it's interesting. The other perception of the Browns, do they belong on the field with these guys? And at least on day one, yes, a little bit of shimmy, a little iffy. We'll see if they belong. All right, let's get into some details of what went down, again, courtesy of all the fine beat reporters. Shout out to my guy, Spencer German. This is some of his notes that he took. He does a great job. Follow him at Spencito. But some of his notes that we took away from the media here. Both quarterbacks, at least in the first, 11 on 11 sessions and, a couple of the early ones, look good. Nothing spectacular, but was able to do what they needed to do, move the ball a little bit down the field. And, both quarterback, nothing. If you walked in with a certain expectation of Deshaun Watson and you walked in with a certain expectation of Shedeur Sanders, at least through the 11 on 11s early on, nothing will change your mind based on what happened. But couple of interesting observations. In the red zone, Shedeur Sanders, he looked pretty good in the red zone. Deshaun Watson did not look good in the red zone. Apparently, he missed Harold Fannin in the end zone, and also he threw his only interception, which was a red zone interception. However, when it came to the 2-minute offense, Deshaun Watson he outperformed Shedeur. Now, I will get into the nitty-gritty details of this. According to our media reports, Deshaun looked better at the 2-minute drill. However, it was mostly running plays. Again, going back to the expectation with Deshaun Watson of we got to build up his confidence. We're going to have a mostly conservative game plan with Watson on the field. They're going to try to run the ball as much as possible with Deshaun. Meanwhile, Shedeur Sanders did not have a good 2-minute operation. Shedeur took an unnecessary sack. I believe he had a situation where he took a premature knee and took about a field goal range in the 2-minute drill. Again, with Shedeur, issues in terms of getting plays to the teammates, getting plays in. Todd Monken did admit, or at least took the fall, that one of the plays that he entered in for Shedeur was the wrong play. So that's Todd Monken taking accountability on his end, whether or not he's telling the truth or not. He took cover for that. A balanced attack. Again, 2-minute or red zone, Shedeur looked better than Deshaun, but in the 2-minute, Deshaun with mostly running plays looked better than Shedeur Sanders. And again, this goes back to what we've talked about offensively with this battle, where right now neither guy is really on paper ascending. I think if you did ask a good chunk of people, players, there are moments where Deshaun, even no matter how we feel about Deshaun. Matter of fact, Eli, do me a special favor. In case you missed the show yesterday, let's replay what I had to say about Deshaun Watson yesterday after his I don't care comments. You can't hide your $230 million investment. You can't hide him. He is the most unlikable athlete in the history of Cleveland sports. His play doesn't justify his contract. His actions, whether alleged or not, doesn't justify his worth here or anywhere. I'm not upset that he took the money. He took the contract that was offered. I'm not upset about that. I'm upset that he sucks. And I'm upset that he doesn't care about what you think about the fact that he sucks on and off the field. So I was a little heated. Actually, I was very heated. Not a little heated. I was very heated yesterday. And I still stand by those comments. And ultimately, Deshaun is going to have to face the crowd, face the home fans. Again, we'll see cards subject to change. He's scheduled, according to Todd Monken, to take the field during the third quarter of Saturday's preseason game. Now, we heard reports from Todd Monken that the older starters are going to sit, or could possibly sit on Saturday. I'm about ready to mark down Deshaun Watson and consider him that older. Oh, man, I just gave you that fake Chris Collinsworth laugh. Come on. If I had to guess, he ain't playing on Saturday. If I had to guess, the first time you're going to see Deshaun Watson in front of the home crowd will be in week 3 against Carolina. That's just me taking an educated guess on what I believe is going to happen, despite what the plan is. But you take emotion out of everything that I mentioned right before, from yesterday, you still got to put it together on the field. Deshaun Watson has moments where I think he wows his teammates and wows the other team. He has moments, but it's not consistent. It's not putting it together, and you're hiding behind what Deshaun. Again, I think they know. I think they know what he can and cannot do. It's just you're trying to stretch it as far as you can, and that becomes a problem because you're going to lose games. Listen, you cannot solely depend on running the football, 40, 50 times a game and think you're going to win the ball game. This whole Deshaun Watson, we're going to depend on Deshaun Watson to be our game manager quarterback. And listen, game managers throw the ball more in situations and take a little bit more shots than Deshaun has so far. And it looks like it's continuing to do. So if you think, all right, we're going to win football games 13-10 and just hang on some of the garbage we saw last season, you got another thing coming. Not a good idea, ladies and gentlemen. Not a good idea. But again, it goes to show you our QB room not ready. This is what you have. But again, Shedeur Sanders, he ain't doing the things you need to do for him to ascend in this QB battle anyway. So again, you got to start somebody at quarterback, and it looks like it'll be Deshaun. Couple other news and notes too, coming out of Browns Bills, the joint practice. Alex Wright, he injured his ankle in practice. We did not hear an update from Todd Monken, so we'll be following up on Alex Wright. Hopefully we hear something tomorrow with him, but obviously depth with the Cleveland Browns is an issue. Now this is where things get interesting. When we come back from break, I'll tell you how the defense did against Josh Allen. It ain't all sunshine and roses. And the bigger point is, if you have to overcompensate for a weak point at quarterback, other things will eventually fall apart, and you're not going to get the results that you want to get in 2026. How did the defense hold up against Josh Allen? We'll talk about that on the other side, plus my reaction to James Harden. Here's what I'm thinking. You can thank James Harden, but you could also say, boy, Cavaliers gave him a terrible contract. We'll be right back.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prize sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. So guys, awesome show today here on Unfiltered. We got into a lot of different things, including the James Harden trade. We also had Jake Underwood on the program. Fantastic talk with him. It's been a little bit, so we had a chance to talk about everything from the state of current politics, block cameras, and everything in between. Even former North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum came up in conversation, believe it or not. So we didn't get to a lot of overall topics. We'll get there tomorrow, Friday. A bunch to get into around the news and talk landscape. And it's the unveiling. Chad Bryan, he gets it tomorrow. It is the meme of the week, picture reveals. We got all that and more coming up 9 p.m. tomorrow night, Friday night, Unfiltered, right here on the Inside Edge Network. I'll see you then.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
Man, I love all of our promos and stuff. Kyle's going to have the meme of the week results coming up later tonight on Unfiltered, 9 o'clock Friday night. And he's like, Chad Bryant, you get this. You get this. Oh, man. It's just like, I love it because Kyle is so professional. And then ever so slightly, he slips into unprofessionalism that I see as a friend and also as a co-host of the Side Hustle Wrestling podcast. So I love it when it slips in on the serious show, Unfiltered, and it kind of did there. Coming up at exactly midnight, we talk James Harden and what's going on with that. Sam Quinn of CBS Sports has some interesting comments about his contract. We'll play that for you coming up at midnight. We've been recapping day one of the Browns-Bills joint practice. First, before we talk about the defense, let me bring in Eli Moon, the host of Inside Edge Primetime. You saw him earlier today. Actually, hosted 2 shows today. This was his turn on the Daily Spiral. Yes. He's on Thursdays and Fridays at 8 o'clock with Autumn Chisholm. I got Monday and Tuesdays with Autumn. First off, if you just joined us, both Shedeur and Deshaun did okay early on with the full team, 11 on 11s, but Shedeur had a better red zone operation. And Deshaun, he didn't look good in the red zone. Let's start with the red zone. When you hear the comments of Shedeur had a better operation with the red zone than Deshaun Watson, what do you think of that?
I would imagine his cadence is getting better, and that was a big talk about earlier on in the training camp here for the Cleveland Browns is cadence importance, operating the offense and cadence. And are you going to be able to draw the defense off sides? Are you going to be able to run, hard counts? Are you going to be able to do things like that, especially in the red zone? When you're trying to get every 5 yards you can for the defense jumping off sides or whatever the case may be, you're able to move the ball down the field different ways and get closer to ultimately 6 points, and the extra point makes it 7. So that's something encouraging if you're a Shedeur Sanders fan and rooting for him to win this job. The fact that he's had 2 strong days in a row, AA. I believe he had 3 touchdowns, and I know they weren't playing the Bills in the joint practice. I get it. But, a strong day yesterday, 3 touchdowns, didn't throw any picks, looked strong. I mean, a guy that, okay, he's got some momentum. And now today, another strong day for Shedeur Sanders. I'd be curious to what it looks like, obviously this weekend, against whoever he's got out there. But it seems like Deshaun Watson, as we get closer to the regular season, the real Deshaun Watson is standing up. The guy that we've seen since 2021 or haven't seen for bits and pieces and long periods of time since 2021 here in Cleveland. And it seems like the more and more we're getting there to this Saturday, to the regular season, that Deshaun Watson's starting to fall apart at the seams. And it appears on those days, AA, that Deshaun's running with the 2s. He doesn't look very good. We talk all the time, about Shedeur and how he looks, but let's keep in mind, Shedeur at least has looked all right in camp with the 2s, and his first preseason game was with the 2s. So the fact that he's looked all right, I know the interception wasn't great, but these last few days have me a little bit more pep in my step about Shedeur Sanders. Now, his attitude still got to be locked in. Like, you got to feel some sort of pressure. Maybe don't say whatever. If you don't want to say it to the media, that's fine. But what exactly is your thoughts? What is your mindset going into Saturday? Because I'd argue this is the most important game NFL-wise for Shedeur Sanders since he's entered the league.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, and with that being said, AA, so Deshaun Watson, man, I know it seems still likely that he's going to be the starter, and I've seen social media posts and reaction from even around Cleveland, some of the personalities all over the place. But my thought is there's still a chance. There's still a chance. When you're talking about Shedeur Sanders having the better day between him and Deshaun Watson, and then you're talking about even Taylon Green was out there throwing the ball out there a little bit, looking good. If everybody out there in that quarterback room is looking better than Deshaun Watson, there might be a shot. And maybe, just maybe, Deshaun put his foot in his mouth yesterday by saying, I don't care. Well, your actions on the field sure showed it. If you don't care, man, you're showing more and more. Your words are matching your actions. And that's what we've actually asked out of Deshaun Watson for years, for him to match his actions, And finally, we've asked for 6 years, he's matching his actions. He doesn't care. It appears in that game, this joint practice against the Bills. I know Deion Dawkins, longtime lineman for the Bills, was like, Deshaun's still that dude, to paraphrase. Deion Dawkins, I respect your NFL career. You've been a great lineman for the Bills. You are one of the leaders and the veterans on that team. Deshaun is what dude? Because he ain't the Houston dude. He ain't even the Cleveland dude that got traded here. Deshaun Watson is damaged goods, AA. You've used a lot of comparisons. I think of it like the couch you go to, you have this couch, and you love this couch when you first got it, but you knew that, one of the corners was kind of, tearing up, so you knew you were going to have to staple that thing down or something. And then you didn't address it, so now the middle cushion has now become, from a separate incident, a dog ripped it open, and now you got the cushion sponge showing underneath, and now the section was a little creaky, you're sitting creak, and then, you had a recliner on this couch, this sectional, but now it only goes up about halfway, and now you kind of just look stupid, like you're in a pedicure spot, and you're trying to get a pedicure instead of reclining your legs. I mean, this is what Deshaun Watson is. He's a busted-ass sectional.
Hold up, man. Hold up. Let me put my notes away for a second. Hold up. What defines a good couch? What defines an elite sofa?
I mean, so Pops and I have a couch like this. You've been over here, the sectional, and we have 2 recliners. We have one on each end. Like you have one, the way we have positioned, we have one in the corner, kind of angled in. We have a reclining, a recliner, and then we have a recliner on the other end. And then you have this like 3-piece. You can sit there. I mean, it's all in the eyes of the
Talk with Papa Moon. We are well aware.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But if you wanted, those seats recline. Papa Moon just doesn't do it during the show. But I mean, it just depends on the eye of the beholder, but you don't want it to be falling apart, creaking, and the creaking is more so the comments he made yesterday. Yeah, I don't care. Creak. I don't care. Like, what? What? So the fact that we're, sitting here and watching it, I obviously
it ain't creaking for good reasons.
Yeah. Nope. And
creaking for those reasons.
And my final point on this, I know we got some chaos stuff to get into for you, but my final point on this is I'm not going to mince words. Deshaun Watson, the football player, we were all trying to be like, okay, well, if he does get the job, at least the offense can hopefully look a little bit better. But at this point, I'm not even worried about Deshaun Watson getting the starting job and looking all right with the offense if he can't get through a joint practice with the Buffalo Bills. I think it's time the Browns are opening their eyes to other options that are in that room.
Yeah, and I think a few things to unpack. They're obviously Saturday. We're going to talk more in particular about Saturday's preseason game tomorrow here on Midnight Run, our first edition of Football Friday, because I want to pin what you said about Shedeur, this being his most important game of his NFL career coming up on Saturday. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. My concern with Deshaun, among other things, if you're struggling to process in the red zone, that goes back to him not being able to quickly process the defenses. And you can, because of the speed of the game, you're not going to get away with that at all between the 20s. You really won't get away with it, when you're in the red zone, when the defenses are more collapsed. And the coaching staff clearly doesn't trust that you can lead a pass-dominant drive down the field. As we mentioned, like the second part of the report, Deshaun, he looked better with 2-minute offense, but an over-dependence on the running game. And I'm concerned about that too, because shut up, fantasy football. My concern there with the running offensive line, if the percentage is like 70-30 running versus passing, I didn't like what I saw last Saturday. With that, and I love Jenkins, but he's not the type of back that you just hand the ball off to 60-70% of the time in the backfield. A lot of their operation and Samson's operation is in the passing attack in the backfield. So you do have concerns there. I do want to mention quickly about the defense. Lots of chunk plays given up.
Yeah.
By the defense versus Josh Allen. Now, yes, let's again point out you're facing Josh Allen in the Buffalo Bills. So we're not going to go overly crazy with this, but it is. You try to pick up trends and trying to see, all right, you as the starting defense, Eli, you were facing, no offense, you were facing Deshaun Watson and Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. Now you're facing Josh Allen. Exactly. What a wake-up call for this Browns defense.
Exactly. And, and just to make it rain just a little bit more on the defense, so they did have a little bit of a rough day. We need defensive end help, AA. Did not get to Zadarius Smith in here. And now Alex Wright carted off earlier today. Kind of keep an eye on that. They need defensive end help because behind Jared Verse, and really it was going to be Alex Wright and then a mixture there. They don't have too many guys that they can line up and go, all right, go make a play. Or just be on the field, for that matter. I mean, they are literally lacking in defensive end. We talked on prime time on the offensive side just a moment. Daquan Wright going back to college. He's deciding to go back, obviously, with all the ruling there. So the Browns have some answers at not only tight end, I believe, under Harold Fannin on the offensive side, but also they have some questions, about tight end and then about defensive end as well. So pass rushers and, the safety blanket of the offense. They got some questions.
Like I said, I wish these were on television. I know they can't, but I would consider paying an NFL Plus subscription. If you want to put it behind a paywall, fine. I would pay just to watch these practices. I think you get more out of these practices. Now, again, Todd Monken was right. if everybody played in the preseason, you know, you would get more in the preseason, but they don't. So we'll follow. Go ahead, Eli.
My final point is, what if they did Hard Knocks? But the Hard Knocks, instead of just doing what they do now, they just taped all the practices and then they aired it the following week. And they did like, here's your 5 or 6, 7 teams. You have 15 minutes to look in on the craziest moments of their joint practices, mic'd up and stuff.
You know what? Even if I would take that. Even if the teams came back and said, we don't want to give away, our actual coaching, right?
Right.
So we can't be mic'd up. I would sit there on mute and watch it.
Heck yeah, I know you would.
I would. I would sit there and just, because these guys, at least especially day one, is full speed. I mean, you want to take care of each other. There were no fights and stuff. So, but, so this wasn't Saints Cowboys. We didn't find our next WrestleMania main eventer tonight.
Yeah.
What a disappointment. I'm kidding. When Scott Steiner, when his son is ready to go in WWE, we will be transitioning to talking about him on the Side Hustle podcast right here. I mean, this is...
Dude, are we getting old? Umaga's sons are in WWE. We got Scott Steiner's kid and Rick Steiner's kid going to be in the WWE, together eventually. Are we getting old? I hate saying that.
I think so. And here's how you know. I'll give you a perfect example of what happened.
Okay.
Of how you're like getting up there.
Okay.
So what was it? A couple weekends ago, I was over at the Rizicki household.
Yes.
And on one of the TVs, he had up there Bash at the Beach 98. Because Karl Malone and DDP was in the main event against Dennis Rodman and Hulk Hogan. Hollywood Hogan. Now, earlier on the show, Eddie Guerrero comes out, cuts a promo, and the first thing I said, he sounds like Dominic Mysterio.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I'm like, what?
Oh, no.
Oh, man, the disrespect I just showed to one of my favorite childhood wrestlers, Eddie Guerrero.
Man.
But I think that's what it is, though. It's just like, and then I'm watching a clip of Scott Steiner. Scott Steiner has two of the very best promos that have lived on for ages.
Yes.
Number one is the Steiner math, from TNA. We all know that, they say all men are created equal, but you look at me, you look at Samoa Joe and Kurt Angle, that's simply not true. See, you got a 33rd chance of winning. See, but Kurt Angle knows that he can't beat me, so he doesn't have a chance. So you take your 33rd and third chance, and you take your 50% chance, and you take my 75% chance, but percent chance of winning.
And I got 133.
133. You have 133.
Oh man, double A.
Chance of winning. And then the second one, the second most famous Scott Steiner promo was him calling Samoa Joe fat. And it's not nice. It's not nice at all. But he's like, how come Samoa Joe's messing around with Main Event Mafia? It's like he should be around, talking to us. He ain't champion. I hate him. He's fat. It's terrible. It's terrible. And now I'm listening to Braun Breaker. I'm like, Scott Steiner sounds like Braun Breaker. I'm like,
oh no.
I'm not respecting my elders.
Well, hopefully you're respecting this elder. The new rejoining the Cavaliers. Maybe you respect that elder.
Yes, and James Harden and yes, he's just signed a deal. He's back. 3 years, $97 million with the Cleveland Cavaliers. He waited for us to make moves, and he made that move with Peyton Watson. Now, I'm going to play for you real quick here, Eli, if we have it ready. Tim Alcorn joined me a week ago, and we were like, discussions internally around the network was about the status of James Harden. And particular people who have brought it up have identified themselves here on the network as we speak. Tim Alcorn, the radio voice of the Cavaliers, he joined me last week on Midnight Run and had this to say about the James Harden situation.
Absolutely. Again, I read and hear the same things you do, but every indication is that they have agreed, meaning the Cavs and James Harden, they as plural, have agreed in principle to this deal. But James Harden, to his credit, has said, I'm not putting pen to paper until you, meaning the Cavaliers, have completed the work that you want to do. It gives you more flexibility as far as the salary cap and as far as the apron is concerned. So, no, James Harden isn't going anywhere. The Cavs want to see him in a preseason, throughout a regular season with Donovan Mitchell. As much as they appeared to be comfortable with one another, and I certainly thought it went well from the trade deadline forward, I think the Cavs, Kenny Atkinson, heck, Harden and Mitchell, they're intrigued to say, what can we do together for 55, 60, 70 games going into the playoffs?
And I think what Tim Alcorn brought up, and again, thank you to the voice of the Cavaliers, Tim Alcorn, for joining us on the show, because his comments ring true. You know, Inside Edge prime time, y'all should have listened. But no, it rang true, though, that, okay, James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, the core four, I hate that term so much, but whatever, that's who they are. The core four, they deserve 50 to 60 games together. They only got 7 regular season games heading into the playoffs. They did get playoff experience, but playing every other night, tired legs. And let me make one quick point real quick, then we get back to James Harden. You know, if the NBA cared really hard about player safety and cared about wanting to see teams play at an elite level, why are we playing conference finals games every other night? Why is there not a rest day, like a travel day or a rest day between the games? Playing every other day, you're not resting. That's not rest. So that boggles my mind. We ran out of time with Tim Alcorn last week, but I wanted to bring that up. I'm like, can you imagine? I know what was it? Spurs and Thunder. They slugged it out. Boy, I wish they could have been able to like legitimately throw haymakers towards the latter half of that series. But, you know, we give the NBA finals all these rest days and stuff, but like the conference finals, which just as many people watch the conference finals as the NBA finals. Oh, we're allowed to play every other day. Like, it is absurd that the Cavaliers played in the month of May 16 games. That is absurd. And we want to talk about we care about player safety. Look, I'm not here to make excuses. You know, I know the Cavs looked the way that they looked talent-wise, but dang, I mean, come on. Give your team's players an opportunity to put out a successful product night in and night out. So, among other things I want to complain about with Adam Silver and the NBA owners, that's one of them. NBC will live if they miss a day of the conference finals. ESPN will live if they miss a day of the conference finals. Everyone will be okay. Add a rest day. All right, back to James Harden. We should thank James Harden, but also look at the Cavs and say, what the hell are you doing? Not because James Harden is back, but because of the contract. More on the contract in a second. James Harden, though, is reported by Chris Fedor and others. Sources said Harden helped recruit Peyton Watson to the Cavaliers, trying to convince him to his fit alongside the current core group. That is straight out of the Cleveland.com article with their beat reporter, Chris Fedor. So, yeah, listen, James Harden a man of his word, and we thank him. Man of his word. He's like, look, I'm going to make things easier for the Cavaliers. I had to, the contract that he had previously wasn't going to fly. Cavaliers had to get out of that second apron. And he sat back while trying to get Peyton Watson and successfully recruited Peyton Watson to come here. There is a world where Eli Moon's theory could have been correct and that James Harden could have moved on. But, man, would that have been a bad look on his end, James Harden's end, had he moved on. But at the same time, the thought was going into the summer, yeah, I'll take a pay cut as long as we land LeBron James. They didn't land LeBron James, obviously. But through the help of Clutch Sports, remember, we talked yesterday on Midnight Run about the importance, even if you don't land the star player, the importance of still working with agencies, working with agents and things like that. Still having a positive relationship with Rich Paul and Clutch Sports, and with the combination of James Harden, voila, Peyton Watson is here. So that is a good thing. Again, Peyton Watson, what he adds to this team, we need younger players. So Peyton Watson, I would imagine, honestly, I wouldn't be off base in saying he's probably starting. Wouldn't be off base in saying that. He's probably going to start. 23 years old, fourth year in the league. You need a three. He's that three. He fills that wing position. All career highs last season. Last season was when he shined. And he's 41% from downtown. So there's opportunity with Peyton Watson. Now, with that being said, as much as I want to thank James Harden for, being generous out of the kindness of his heart, to go out and recruit, and now your team is pretty much, they're locked in. They're a little too locked in for my liking. And when we come back from break, we're going to play a clip explaining why this contract, you should be a little worried about this contract, because if this team is not championship contenders, they won't be championship contenders at all, because this contract is kind of untradeable. We'll play Sam Quinn when we come back from break. What do you have to say about the contract? A lot of interesting details. Plus, Big Cat, you know him from Barstool Sports. You ready for him to potentially be your offensive coordinator for your college football team? A podcaster? I'm only saying let's root for him, because one of these days, one of us here at the InsideEdge Network can take the next game. So, you know what? We're going to speak some things into existence. We got all that and so much more. You're watching Midnight Run with me, Double A Anthony Alford, here on the InsideEdge Network.
Looking for an iconic Cleveland music venue that features premier entertainment, spirits, and food? Well, look no further than the Brothers Lounge. They offer a variety of live entertainment acts weekly, along with a diverse selection of beer, wine, and fine spirits, not to mention Chef Wynn's food menu, which has been crafted with traditional American fare with a modern twist. So come on out and enjoy the warm hospitality and make some new friends right here in your backyard. For more information, head over to brotherslounge.com and check them out for yourself at 11609 Detroit Road. That's right near the border of Cleveland and Lakewood. The Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Please support the new Inside Edge Network by liking, subscribing, and following us on your favorite social media platforms. That's at Inside Edge Net across Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, X, and IG. And don't forget to download our new app over on Roku. And as always, thank you for supporting your favorite shows on the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans, dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to InsideEdgeNetwork.com under our partners section to find our link to check out all of what Fanatics has to offer. Fanatics, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Clean energy, bold flavors, no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. Over 15 different flavors to choose from. Order Dubby Energy right now and find out more information by checking out our partners page on InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Also, use that promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles made with clean, minimal ingredients. Every product thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks to offer long-lasting burn and rich fragrance. Find out more about Alley Rose Fragrances by checking out their link on our partners page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. And if you're a first-time customer, use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Oh, hey everyone. It's me, Autumn, here from the Daily Spiral, your main host from the center of the chaos. And all week, I have you covered. We will be covering Love Island USA, the Lindsay Clancy case, everything I missed on vacation, because as you guys know, I was on vacation for a week and a lot of crazy stuff happened. The Lakers getting sold, and maybe potentially could they move to Vegas? I don't know. We're going to talk about it. D23 and all the Disney and Marvel news. And of course, you know, I'm going to give you my good spiral and bad spiral of the day. But we also have the Daily Spiral at a new time, 8 p.m. here on the Inside Edge Network. Please tune in to the Daily Spiral Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m., and you won't regret it.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, so real quick before, during the break, Eli and I were discussing the rest of the show and the rundown. And Eli, he's like, so we're scrapping back to school week? And I realized we should have been back to school week like at the end of July. Because all these kids, why does school start so early these days? Oh, what? You got teachers, you got kids now in school like the first Monday of August. Oh, like, what are we doing? All my parents always, we started school back on Labor Day. You know, the day after Labor Day, that's where we started. I'm like, well, that's long gone. But maybe tomorrow, if we have a little bit of time at the end of tomorrow's Football Friday show, we'll get into our final back to school topic. By the way, shout out to Avon. Avon, a winner tonight believe they face St. Ignatius tonight, and they won. They went for 2 at the end of the game and won the game. So how about that? Shout out to Avon for getting the job done here tonight. Incredible stuff. What they were able to do. Reminder: the Keon Sport in 22-21 final. With that, thank you, Eli. Remember tomorrow. A couple games to look out for. Myself and Kyle Cornell, we will be back on CVC TV for the Chagrin Valley Conference. You can check out Chagrin Valley Conference on YouTube. We will be at West Geauga for Fairview versus West Geauga. Both teams coming off of playoff appearances. So very intrigued how that game is going to go. Also, Dominic Cleary of Keon Sports will join us tomorrow night for Football Friday. He will be on the call for Avon Lake versus Strongsville. So, again, make sure you tune in tomorrow. We'll have Midnight Run. We'll be live. So, I'm going to do the game, and then I'm going to come back. Myself and Eli, we're going to do the show, Midnight Run, live at 11:30. So, we'll be locked in, ready to go. High school football scoreboard in the 11:30 half hour, and then that midnight hour, our NFL roundtable. We'll go through the preseason games. We're not breaking down the scores of the preseason games, but what we will do is some of the battles, some of the things kind of to look forward to. By the way, Fernando Mendoza threw a pick 6 earlier tonight, so he's off to a great start, and he said hello to Mr. Buck. No, not Uncle Buck, Joe Buck. He says, say hello to Mr. Buck. So that's actually pretty cool stuff. All right, back to James Harden. James Harden, again, he's locked in for 3 years. He's a little too locked in for my liking. Here is Sam Quinn of CBS Sports. Now, again, be mindful. This contract, 3 years, $97 million deal. But Sam Quinn of CBS Sports explains why this is kind of a bad contract.
Yeah, it's that third year that really gets me. If you were to do a 2-year deal in that $60 million range, something around what we expected given what they could afford financially after getting Peyton Watson, I might have been okay with it. Paying him over $30 million in his age 39 season seems very, very irresponsible to me. Obviously, his playoff track record speaks for itself. I'd be very scared of how that contract is going to age. I kind of chuckled to myself when I saw the trade kicker because nobody's trading for that contract. 3 years, $97 million for somebody who turns 37 next week. I just think that's a little bit irresponsible.
So, again, courtesy of CBS Sports with that cut. So, I looked at that contract. I'm going to say something that might make a few of you guys uncomfortable. James Harden's going to retire as a Cleveland Cavalier. I just want that to sink in. James Harden, by agreeing to this deal, and again, I'm not mad at James Harden. It's the contract he negotiated. He's getting paid. He's going to get paid. But Cavaliers essentially guaranteed that James Harden is going to retire in their uniform, because that's an untradeable contract. Especially you get into year 3. Who wants to pay for that? Who can pay for that? Nobody's going to look at James Harden 3 years from now, or 2 years from now, I should say, and say, man, he's that missing piece that we need, and we will take on that contract. Nope. So he's locked in. And this team is locked in. This team is pretty much locked in. You may see some other potential small trades, with some rotational pieces, but Evan Mobley, Jared Allen, Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and now Peyton Watson, this is your starting 5. This is the team that will either get you to the NBA Finals or may struggle to crack the top 4 in the Eastern Conference. This is the team. right here, right now. My question with Kenny Atkinson, how's he needs to identify who he wants this offense to be ran through. He needs to make that decision, make that call. He has a bit of time, obviously. It's August 21st. Season starts, October 21st-ish. So he has a little bit of time, but he needs to figure out, now that you have Harden for 60, for your season, who's going to run the offense, what are you going to do ball handling wise. And me personally, even with the weapons in the backcourt and now with Watson, I still would be a little disappointed if you're not running the offense through your big guys. If you're not running the offense through Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. And to be brutally honest, it's about, I would look at Evan Mobley right now and say, be prepared to have the ball a ton. Beef up right now. Beef up. Take the next 2 months, beef up. Because we're running this offense through you. So be ready to have the ball in the post down low early in the shot clock. That's when things worked with James Harden when he was at his best. Getting the ball down low. So I'm looking at Evan Mobley and saying, hey, beef up. You got to beef up because we're running the offense through you and stuff. So I think you do have that. All right, let's move on to Big Cat. This story is very fascinating to me. So the University of Akron, they have, and again, remember, like and subscribe at InsideEdge Net, midnight run, every weeknight, 11:30, night stream, every weeknight starting at 8 right here. There you see the link at InsideEdge Net. This is a crazy story with Akron. So the University of Akron, their football team, let's be real about the Akron Zips. And I'm a Northeast Ohio guy, but I went to BG, so it might be a little jab in there a little bit somewhere. Don't take offense. The Akron Zips are not really known for football. Football is not really their bread and butter. They've tried to have people in who, there's history with football and things like that, but it's not really their thing. So they've been running a contest, a promotion. For their first game, I believe they faced Robert Morris in their first game. Enter in this contest. I believe you got to become a season ticket holder. But if you do that, you could become the offensive coordinator for the first series of the first game. So here it is. I have it on the side here for you. But offensive coordinator of the game. At the bottom, it says with the head coach, of course. So one lucky fan will be able to script the opening drive in our home opener. Extra chance to win with every new season ticket holder you refer. A random drawing among season ticket holders. The drawing it took place on August 19th. The University of Akron nailed down their top 9, or excuse me, yeah, they nailed down their top 10. There were 10 finalists. One of them pulled out. How could you pull out of that deal? Come on now. So they're only down to 9. Now, one of those 9, you know him. He works at Barstool. Big Cat. There he is right there. Look at him. Professional. He oozes professionalism right there, folks. I know. When I saw this morning, at first, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Now, I'll be perfectly honest. I am not the biggest Barstool fan. I don't hate what they do. I like what they do. Honestly, again, we're not where we're at without entities like Barstool opening the doors for digital space like us. So we appreciate what they have done. Barstool, Pat McAfee started, with digital podcasts, and now obviously doing this thing at ESPN. And now Pat McAfee works like 3,000 days a year now. Work is all 7 days. But the more I thought about it, it's actually pretty smart. He is a season ticket holder. He became a season ticket holder back on August 4th. And I'm like, what other reason why would I care about Akron football if it wasn't somebody I knew to help call the plays? Like, for example, no offense, would I care? I'm looking at some of the other names of regular citizens. I hate to say it like this, but do I care about Tim or Steve or James or Jack Rooney? No offense to Jack Rooney. Jack Rooney might be a viewer of this show. And if you are a viewer of this show, we thank you for tuning in to the Inside Edge Network, and you are more than welcome to hop on at any point in time. But no offense, I don't think we want to see these guys help draw up plays. Mike Beck Jr., again, I'm sure they have qualifications. This could be your ticket to becoming the next Nick Saban. You could be the next Nick Saban. Hey, I drew up plays for the University of Akron. We scored on the first drive because I called for a Hail Mary on the first play, and they converted. Come on now, it could work. But Big Cat, a notable podcaster, he's somebody who you could buy into. You know what? Now I'm going to pay attention to Akron. I got to sit down and figure out when Akron is playing that first game. I got to figure it out, and I'm going to dedicate time. In fact, I'm looking it up right now. When does Akron play their very first game? Because now I got to see this. If this happens, now I got to see it. So, and I believe it's a home. Yes, the home game for Akron. So I got to see it. We got to see this play out and go from there. If it's any one of these other guys, forget about it. But September 12th versus Robert Morris, 3:30. I don't care what else I'm doing at 3:30. I'm going to find a way. If it's Big Cat, I'm going to find a way to watch that first drive. So, you know what? Good promotion, great promotion for a team that's just trying to find their footing, try to, make a case for themselves and go from there. Good for them. Seriously, good for them with Akron. All right, real quick, Live Golf, their season and I guess their tour is about to come to a close pretty soon if things don't turn around. Their final event was supposed to be next weekend in Michigan. Instead, it's this weekend in Indianapolis. Now, it's been a little interesting with Live Golf, like kind of what their status, what they've been able to do, what they attempted to do. The PGA Tour right now is a little stale right now. Guys are not making the money that they need to make, that they deserve to make. And Saudi Arabia, they're going to pay you a ton of money. And a few jump. Of course, Bryson jumped, and, Brooks Koepka, he jumped, and a few others jump. But for the most part, Live Golf, the Live Tour is top heavy. not a lot of not a lot of talent beyond the top level guys. And the 54 hole concept never caught on here in the States. It just didn't catch on. Now, what's been interesting, can those who deflected the PGA Tour, are they welcome back? Roy McIlroy had this to say about that earlier today.
Roy, Scotty was asked about the possibility of live guys coming back and whether they bring value, in your opinion. Are there guys, if it goes away, that should be allowed back?
I mean, I'd argue, have they brought value to live? You know, I think PGA Tour is in a really good spot.
All right, Bob.
And yeah, Roy McIlroy, like he's been on the front lines in terms of he's been anti-live. Like, what value do they bring to the table? Now, listen. Also, Jim Nantz, voice of PGA Tour, basically for CBS. You know, he pretty much same kind of tone, essentially. It's like, you know, legacy and things like that, and partners, all that stuff matters. But there were a few things that came out of the Live Tour that now hopefully will be implemented. You're going to see it be implemented now. The PGA Tour now, they have implemented signature events. And I like this because sometimes when you watch the PGA Tour, you don't know when you're going to see the top golfers, because sometimes, you know, they take time off too. But now having the signature events locked in, that's huge. When you have competition, one other thing, when you have competition come to town, guess what? You look at the PGA Tour and say, hey, you need to pay more. And now there's the prize money is larger. The purse, I should say, is larger now in the PGA Tour compared to what it was 5 years ago. And now there's more of an incentive. So sometimes competition, even if it doesn't last for as long as they would have liked. And again, we don't know if the Live Tour is shut down, done. That's it. We just know that they had to shut down their final event. And now this Indianapolis event is it. But sometimes a competitor, while they don't last too long, you see changes for the better. The biggest example is the old USFL. The old USFL back in the 80s, they only lasted for 3 to 4 years. But you saw the NFL evolve from the USFL. Even the stupid XFL. And I say stupid because I watched it, okay? So I was one of those stupid fans who watched the old classic XFL. The NFL didn't take much from the XFL, but you do have Skycam. A lot of the technological elements of the way we watch and cover football was from the XFL. You learn what not to do. We're not going to do the quarterback scramble. Okay, we're not going to do that. But no, I mean, guys took a chance. They took a shot. The company won't be around, but was it successful in the fact that you saw the changes? Yes. And I know the tour people, they're very territorial about, you know, Roy McIlroy is like, oh, I don't think they made any change or made any impact. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Because every major, you needed them there. You needed the top guys there, you know, for the majors and stuff. And the tour, the PGA Tour changed their operations because of the presence of Live Golf. So, again, I don't know if they'll live on. They may not. This might be it. But the Live Tour, they did their thing. And it was something different, something that we very much enjoy. All right, Eli, come on the screen real quick as we about to go to break because you're a part of this. So yesterday, we had I felt we had an emotionally charged smash or pass.
Yeah. I mean, I still disagree, but okay.
Okay. So We'll run it. We'll run that. So what we have tonight is going to measure up. Can it measure up to yesterday with the brisket sandwich? We're going to find out, because coming up next on Smash or Pass, it's a food item that you can get the next time you're at Progressive Field in downtown Cleveland. And it involves a sandwich, but what if the main attraction of the sandwich was mozzarella sticks? Smash or Pass comes your way next on the Inside Edge Network.
Dine, drink, and dance at the premier spot in town. It's time to check out all of what our friends over at the Brothers Lounge have to offer. Everything from weekly live entertainment, a wide variety of different beers, wines, and spirits, and an expertly crafted American fare menu with a twist courtesy of Chef Wynn that'll make your mouth water. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to the Brothers Lounge at 11609 Detroit Road, or check out their website, brotherslounge.com, to learn more about what you've been missing out on. Brothers Lounge, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autograph by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at sportsmemorabilia.com, the web's leading source for authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease, thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Check out sportsmemorabilia.com by heading over to the partners page on our website, InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Sportsmemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. They offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances, perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you and your special someone. Learn more about all Ellie Rose Fragrances has to offer right now by clicking the link on our partner page at InsideEdgeNetwork.com. First-time customers use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. EllieRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Monster Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife, Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northeast Ohio, but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more by checking out Monster Moments Photography's link on our partners page at the InsideEdgeNetwork.com website. Monster Moments Photography, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, we have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Thank you for your support from all of us here at the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader for news, talk, sports, entertainment, and mental health. So guys, awesome show today here on Unfiltered. We got into a lot of different things, including the James Harden trade. We also had Jake Underwood on the program. Fantastic talk with him. It's been a little bit, so we had a chance to talk about everything from the state of current politics, block cameras, and everything in between. Even former North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum came up in conversation, believe it or not. So we didn't get to a lot of overall topics. We'll get there tomorrow, Friday. A bunch to get into around the news and talk landscape. And it's the unveiling. Chad Bryan, he gets it tomorrow. It is the meme of the week picture reveals. We got all that and more coming up 9 p.m. tomorrow night, Friday night, Unfiltered, right here on the Inside Edge Network. I'll see you then.
Oh, hey everyone. It's me, Autumn, here from the Daily Spiral, your main host from the center of the chaos. And all week, I have you covered. We will be covering Love Island USA, the Lindsay Clancy case, everything I missed on vacation, because as you guys know, I was on vacation for a week and a lot of crazy stuff happened. The Lakers getting sold, and maybe potentially could they move to Vegas? I don't know. We're gonna talk about it. D23 and all the Disney and Marvel news, and of course, I'm gonna give you my good spiral and bad spiral of the day. But we also have the Daily Spiral at a new time, 8 p.m. here on the Inside Edge Network. Please tune in to the Daily Spiral Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. and you won't regret it.
This is Midnight Run on the Inside Edge Network. Here's your host, Anthony Alford.
All right, folks, welcome back in. Final segment of the show as we are inching close to the top of the hour. Want to remind everybody, Brothers Lounge, great place to be. In fact, that might be where I spend my Saturday. I'm going to be there. The Brothers Lounge, of course, they're open every day. Great shows, great music, great performances, phenomenal drinks, food from Chef Wynn. I will be exploring more options on that menu. In fact, by the end of the season, that entire menu will be consumed by AA Anthony Alfred. I just want to let you know that right now. Nothing but phenomenal stuff. Open mic night, line dancing, comedy night, a ton of music, great stuff. You might see Eli Moon perform there, or you might see him book some shows there. So you definitely want to check it out, the Brothers Lounge. You see the address there, 11609 Detroit Avenue in Cleveland, Ohio. The easiest way to remember, other than typing it in the GPS, Interstate 90, West 117th, and you just head up north till you get to Detroit Avenue, and then you make a right, and you see that bright Brothers Lounge there that you have seen in the commercials. Boom, you're right there. And come right on in. Have a great time. A lot of phenomenal people. Great environment. Shout out to Billy. He's the owner at the Brothers Lounge. Part of what we're going to do here at the Inside Edge Network pretty soon, I'll sneak in one little programming announcement right now. You will see pretty soon a podcast dedicated to the Brothers Lounge. Myself and Eli, we will put it together. We're aiming for, monthly specials with the Brothers Lounge. So we'll talk with some of the performers at the Brothers Lounge. We'll also talk with, staff and, even Billy himself. I had an opportunity. The first time I met Billy was during our Moon Bash broadcast back on July 25th. But he's a great guy, and the entire staff is phenomenal. So we will be on the lookout. You'll see that come your way within the next few weeks or so. Probably right after Midnight Run, you'll see the Brothers Lounge podcast. There'll be a monthly special we'll have for you here on the network. Okay, Eli, it is time for Smash or Pass. Now, this one here, this one, there's high expectations for this one because it is at Progressive Field.
Yes, correct. Yeah, I mean, the Guardians obviously have their expectations. They're going into the last month of the year here soon, and fresh off a series victory, we're feeling good. Playoff baseball maybe, and just maybe, this item that we're about to reveal, because I got a little sneak peek of it yesterday, might be yours in October baseball.
Could be. It could be yours at any point. So let's go to the tape. This is courtesy of Big Maz from his Instagram on what you can see at Progressive Field. Take a look.
I'm looking for the best stadium food in the country, and today I'm at Progressive Field, home of the Cleveland Guardians. Mozzarella sticks and a ball game kind of just go hand in hand, but they also have a mozzarella stick sandwich on garlic toast with pesto, mayo, marinara, and balsamic glaze. Cleveland, I was not familiar with your game, and Progressive Field quite literally has it all.
All right, pretty quick. Now, this all depends on your love for mozzarella sticks. Me personally, I dig mozzarella sticks, but they gotta be crispy.
Crispy. I mean, like crunch. Like you gotta. Yeah, I'm with you. Now, I usually don't get into the semantics or the details of smash or pass, but with this one, it's so tricky because there's a lot I like about it. The mayo. I'm not a mayo guy. Don't like mayo or sour cream. If I were to substitute the mayo, if I were to take the mayo off and put they already got the marinara there. If I take the mayo off, is it still considered a smash? Is that a half smash? 3/4 smash? Like how do we rank that? Because the mayo is just what's throwing me for this. I don't think it needs the mayo. That's what I'm saying.
Mayo makes it interesting, but I don't know if it's
I feel like it's a lot going on.
Do you need mayo? Is pretty strong.
It is. Pesto mayo at that too. Like pesto's strong. Like
yeah,
pesto's got a very unique type of flavor to it. So it's like I don't know. And then you think about this. Let me. I know we're both bachelors at this point. So think about it like this: you're out on a first date. You go to the Guardians game. You get this. And now you got pesto mayo, which I want to eat the mayo, so that's why we need clarification on that in a second. But yeah, pesto mayo and marinara and the mozz sticks and the bread sit in your stomach. And she's like, "Oh, Double A, you are just the best. Why don't you come back over to my house later?" Double A, you're not going back over to her house later.
Too risky.
You have a visit with
Actually,
the
that's
toilet.
a no. Yeah, no. This is what you get when you're out with your boys.
Yep.
Or, for our female audience, you're out with your girls.
Yep.
You ain't getting this is, or I will say this. If you get this on a date, you're already in a relationship. This is not a first date meal.
Yeah, because I think of the time when I, went out, and I thought I was on an impromptu date and I had ice cream dripping down my entire arm. So, you just got to be careful with some of the eats you have at the stadium. That's a tricky thing. And the mayo for me, it's just I don't know about the mayo, man. I mean, I actually know about the mayo. It would be a no for me. But does that disqualify me? Do I then have to say pass because I didn't take it as it came?
We have not defined the rules. Well, hold up. We have said in the past, there's a few items that we have.
Yeah.
That for us personally are no-nos, right? Like if there's a good sandwich or a good salt, whatever it may be, and it's loaded with onions.
Yeah. No.
Are we allowed to if we're rating a cheeseburger? I do not consume ketchup or mustard. Sorry to our record-breaking audience. I don't do ketchup or mustard.
Right.
So, but I can still rate the cheeseburger without the condiment. But I don't know. It's like a man versus food thing. You don't do man versus food, or you don't do food content and take off some of the required condiments.
That's what I'm saying. So it's are we ranking this on a the scale, pass and then a quarter pass, a 50% pass, or smash rather, 25, 50, 75, and then a full smash? Are we working our way to the smash because of maybe there's a thing or two we didn't like on there? I feel like we've evolved now. We've been doing this segment for a while. I feel like we've evolved.
We've done this segment for 2 weeks.
No.
Okay, maybe 3 weeks.
Feels like forever.
I think this is 3 weeks.
Dude.
I think now we have learned with this segment, to your point, that it goes beyond whether you're going to eat this or not. I don't know, because early on when we debuted this segment, probably a month ago,
yeah,
we were showing like crazy stuff. Like we had a woman eating, chicken wings with sprinkles or some stupid whatever.
Yeah.
Like we had that. It was like, oh, it's crunchy. Like, oh, you're going to the hospital. Stuff. We have evolved from that. Like now we're talking elite eating.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't feel like I love garlic bread. I love if it's extra crispy. I love mozzarella sticks.
Yes.
I don't feel like for the price. We're talking what I believe I saw $14, probably $15 for this sandwich. I'm not going to spend $15 on this sandwich.
Well, the tricky thing about Progressive Field in most ballparks and arenas that's pretty much the price you're going to pay for anything, AA.
No, for that reason though.
Yeah.
I was spending on something else.
Copy. Okay, so you'd rather get
That's
like a
what
burger.
I'm saying.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
because I understand when you're walking into a sporting event, Progressive Field, I get it. You're going to spend some dough on food unless it's a promotion. But me knowing that, I can't have experiments.
Okay.
I need to know, even if I try something, like I have to know that I'm going to love it.
So, and that's the tricky thing too, is you said at Progressive Field. So are we setting like parameters on this? Like this, if is our smash or pass based off of you would eat this at Progressive Field or in general?
I think we got to go by what's presented.
Okay, so that begs the question: like, is it smash or is it pass at Progressive Field for this for you? Because now, originally yesterday, it felt like it was a clear smash. For me, if we're ranking it off the scale, it's like at Progressive Field, I would, but I give it like 3/4 of a smash because I like everything there except for the mayo. So therefore, I lose 1/4 of what is in the making of that sandwich. So I say like I give it 75% smash because when I think just before you get your answer in, I just believe smash is like no questions asked. I'm not asking what condiments are on it, what's in it. I just see it looks good. I'm smashing. But if I look into it, I'm like, but the mayo, that's like a 75% smash. I'm like 3/4 of the way smashing it. I just need a little revision. That would be my answer.
I like everything on this sandwich.
Yeah.
I do. I like everything on this sandwich. I think the garlic bread makes it interesting.
It sure does.
And if I only had to pay like $5, I would buy it. But it's $15 for. I love mozzarella sticks. I don't want to say what mozzarella sticks are, but I'm paying $15 to eat hot cheese and sauce.
But it's the experience, AA. Price
I know it's the experience, but it's $15.
Price is what you pay, value is what you get, AA. How much do you love the mozzarella sticks? Come on. I mean, you're doing a very skillful job of avoiding the simple question at the bottom of our screen here. Smash or pass?
Pass.
On this?
Pass.
Oh, my goodness.
Pass.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm basing it off of setting. If this was at home, put it on the skillet, fire it up, because I need to see how the Moz sticks were made too.
Yes, that's big.
Then, okay, I have motivation. I can fire it up here at home.
Okay.
But this is, I think you have to go like the Terrace Club. I think this is where it's at Progressive Field.
Yep.
We're measuring up to like gourmet food standards.
True. I mean, and I'll throw in one more kicker for you. My brain's been turning tonight. Let's say you're back on this hypothetical date, and you're like, I'm not getting the mozzarella stick sandwich. I'm not. You're mentally going in there. You're not doing it. You have your eyes set on nachos or a hot dog, whatever. But the lady you're with goes, hey, wouldn't it be so good if we got the mozzarella stick sandwich? Are you doing it?
I would get it.
Okay.
Yeah, I would get it. I'm not like, this is a pass due to circumstance. This is a pass based on I can't spend $15 myself on this sandwich. But if the circumstances what we showed yesterday. If it's in front of my face, boom, it's in my mouth.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think we were that over.
I don't feel like this is good because now we're, again, like you said, we're elevating now.
Yes.
This is good, but I don't feel the excitement.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I agree with you. I don't think we were overreactionary yesterday. I really don't. That brisket sandwich would slap. I mean, my goodness. Like, I mean, dude, I'm still thinking about it.
Maybe the mods, again, when you're mixing, garlic bread and the mixture of flavor, maybe it smells good. And maybe, because we don't have the benefit of smell-o-vision, so maybe it smells good. And that could sway votes. And by all accounts, from what we have seen on social media, everybody who's had this sandwich says it's pretty good.
Yeah.
You know what would make this sandwich like, holy smokes.
What's
this
that?
is? You know what would make this sandwich what it is? Let's put the sandwich back on the screen. Let's just put it back on the screen. You know what would really make this sandwich?
What's that?
Put a burger patty on this sandwich.
I was just thinking the same freaking thing. I was like, whoa, how would a patty go on this? Or like, it's an appetizer, right? That's what mozzarella sticks are. So what if you put like chicken wings on there, but like boneless, and instead of the mayo, you had whatever sauce your chicken wings were as an additional sauce to the marinara. So you can do mild or barbecue or like Cajun or like teriyaki.
And if they did that and they charged, this would be outrageous, but if they charged $25,
yeah,
but it's chicken, like boneless chicken and moz sticks,
yeah,
with like Cajun boneless chicken and moz sticks sandwich,
my goodness,
on garlic bread.
Come on,
now we're talking.
Now we're
talking like slam dunk business. Now I'm excited. Now I'm like, dude, we gotta get this. Because you can smell that too. Now you can smell it. Now you're sensing excitement. I just don't. Mozzarella sticks. By the way, I have to try the mozzarella sticks at the Brothers Lounge. I haven't done it yet.
Yes. Oh yeah, they're great.
I have to try it. There's a reason though why mozzarella sticks, are considered starter items. Mm-hmm. Mozzarella sticks, as great as they are, and they are great, they're not designed to be in the main event.
Correct.
And that's okay. It has its role. It has its place.
Right.
But mozzarella sticks, like, if we were serving moz sticks on the side, cool. If your stomach was light, cool. Like, hey, I need to eat something light. I'll just have some moz sticks. That'll carry me through for a little bit. I don't care how you dress up mozzarella sticks. Mozzarella sticks on its own in a sandwich, it's not meant to be the main event.
No, I agree. And you know what? Last one I got for you. Now imagine the brisket we saw yesterday, and instead of the cheese you put on that brisket, it's the mozzarella stick sandwich.
Do we need to play that for reference?
Do we have it still? Do we still have it?
It's still in there. I didn't take it off.
Okay, I'm looking. Hold on. Let me find it. Oh my goodness. Do we have it though? I don't know. I think I do.
Did I accidentally?
Yeah, I think we started getting the sweats and you got rid of it, so we didn't play it every
Oh,
night.
you're lucky. Oh, you are lucky. You're lucky I got rid of it. But guess what?
He's loading it back in.
I'm putting it right back in the system.
That's right.
Putting it right back in. I'll let you know what it's in there. It's circling right now.
I'm gonna see it pop in. The
it's circling. It's right underneath Todd Monken.
Here it is. We got it. Here we go, everybody.
My setup is falling apart. Go ahead, roll it.
If you want a sandwich that'll blow your mind, you've got to make this insane shredded beef melt. The best part is it's so easy to make, but it does take some time. Give the chuck roast a nice sear on each side in a hot cast iron and put together the sauce that'll end up being the consomme. You'll find everything in the caption. Blend that well and pour into a slow cook cooker with the beef for about 4 hours. Once they reach 200 internal, shred them up and get started on the melt. This is one of those sandwiches that fulfills the saying, good things come to those who wait. The flavors in that tender beef matched with melty cheese will take you to another world.
Oh man, that sandwich at Progressive Field ain't got nothing on what we just saw.
Did you see when he broke the brisket? It just went, like
that just fell apart. Are you kidding me?
That was crazy, bro.
I mean, that's what it's about. That's excitement.
That's the reason we do the segment. That's exactly the reason. Double, I can't believe it. You have 2 passes this week. You've done 2 passes already this week. I mean, you set us up for a pass with the cheese with hot dogs.
Well, we're loading in Mondays. Imagine. Well, no. No, this was not a pass.
No, this one was good.
No, this was good. This is from what's today? Thursday, Wednesday. This is from Tuesday. Let's play Tuesdays.
Yep.
I mean, man. So I would rank yesterday the brisket.
Yeah.
Then that was strawberry cheesecake cinnamon rolls.
Yeah.
Number 2,
Goodness.
And then the mozzarella sticks sandwich at Progressive Field, number 3.
And then number 4, cheese whiz dogs.
And then those dogs at number 4. You better hope I don't have it in the system still.
I'm sure you do. You do.
Hold on. Do it. Did I keep hot dog? It's hot. It's a hot dog. Oh, you lucked out. I think I got rid of it.
I would rank the same exact order you did. I mean, that dude was cheese whizzing the dogs.
Yeah, I think you're luck. If it's not this cut that I did not name, let's see what this is. Let's see. It's
Live
probably
programming,
something
folks.
else.
Live programming. This is what you get on the fly. Smasher Pants gets all hot and bothered watching food.
Honestly, this might be like a sound clip.
All right,
What
give
is
it a spin.
this?
Give it a spin. You want me to give it a spin? Let's give it a spin.
No.
Okay, don't give it a spin. Don't give it a spin.
Oh no! Don't play that. Don't play that.
Okay.
Don't. Hold up. Now I'm curious. Hold on. Now I'm curious on the side computer. Hold on. We're live. Hold on. It's 1-something in the morning. You guys are still tuned in. Hold on. What did we just load in? I have to play it on the side now.
Make sure you turn your sound down.
Oh, it ain't that bad. It's on a work computer. It's not. Oh, hell. It's live. Play it.
Okay, here we go.
Today I'm meal prepping for the next 30 days. This helps keep my diet consistent, and the good thing about hot dogs, they're stacked with amazing nutrients and they're preservatives to make them last a long time. People wonder why I don't use ketchup or mustard, but I don't like eating red 40 or yellow 5. However, from time to time I do add some extra flavor. To make my meals even more convenient, I store them in easy to access areas. For example, I don't even have to take a break from playing games to enjoy my next meal. I do still kind of suck at this game though. This might seem ridiculous, but the reality is I'm 2 months ahead on meals, and I'm not going to need to cook for a very long time.
No. Yeah, you're not going to have to cook.
We're not in the show like that. We're
Yeah, you're not going to have to cook for a very long time because there's not a very long shelf life on doing that shit for a long time.
Yeah, you'll be unalive very, 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 very quickly. If that's oh my good, no. Hey, folks. The show's over. For the second night in a row, we're going to play you out with the one meal that is Chad all in on the brisket idea?
Oh, Chad and I talked for our pre-show meeting for tonight's show last night, and I talked to him. He said, "You played that brisket video 4 times." It's Double A. Double A asked me to play it like this show 4 times. He's like, "For real?" And I heard him in his fridge munching already and still searching through his fridge. Yeah, he's all in on the brisket. all in on the brisket.
I'm telling you, we could. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had record viewership.
Yes.
Thank you guys on behalf of the Inside Edge Network. We work very hard, each and every single day. And as a treat of you guys sticking around with us, please tune back in tomorrow and every day next week and throughout the football season, basketball season, baseball season, Love Island season, WrestleMania season. We're here with you. But on the way out, before you go to bed, I want you to have this image, this video, this food item of magnificence ingrained in your brain and your hearts and your stomach as we all say goodnight to you on this. I feel like I'm about to do like a Christmas album or something.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness. Just tell them good night, Double A. Goodness.
You know, it's been a long night. It's been a long night.
It was a cold December, snowy night, and I stumbled across this brisket.
We stumbled across this brisket. It was hard to say goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, all right, we're done. We'll play the brisket on the way out. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
If you want a sandwich that'll blow your mind, you've got to make this insane shredded beef melt. The best part is it's so easy to make, but it does take some time. Give the chuck roast a nice sear on each side in a hot cast iron and put together the sauce that'll end up being the consomme. You'll find everything in the caption. Blend that well and pour into a slow cooker with the beef for about 4 hours. Once they reach 200 internal, shred them up and get started on the melt. This is one of those sandwiches that fulfills the saying, good things come to those who wait. The flavors and that tender beef matched with melty cheese will take you to another world.